Odyssey Sports Station.
92.3 The Fan, 2020 Sports.
The Cavaliers getting themselves a chance, get even with Detroit, their Eastern Conference semifinal series. Game 4 tonight at Rocket Arena. Head coach Kenny Axon on the mindset his team needs as they hope to tie things up tonight.
Just looking at kind of what they're saying, and it's like they still feel like they have control of this series. You know, they said it, right? We're good, we're playing good basketball, so we got to turn that narrative. So we've turned it a little to really make this where they're a little like more aware of our threat. We got to go get this one.
Again, the Cavs continue the series against the Pistons at Rocket Arena. Cavs trailed 2-1. The Cavs currently 5-0 on their home floor in these playoffs. Also in the NBA playoffs tonight, the Western Conference semifinals continues as Oklahoma City and Los Angeles taking on the Lakers. OKC a chance to finish off the 4-game sweep of LeBron James and company, leading 3 games to none. The Thunder yet to lose during this postseason. Guardians continue their homestand tonight, going to begin a 3-game set against the LA Angels. Guardians looking to snap a 2-game skid after losing the last 2 games of their series against Minnesota on Sunday. Gavin Williams giving up 5 runs in 6 innings. Joey Cantillo on the hill tonight. He is 2-1, a 3.43 ERA. Reports this morning said the former Browns tight end David Njoku coming to terms on a 1-year contract with the LA Chargers. Deal believed to be worth up to $8 million. Meanwhile, the NFL announcing today the first Sunday night game of the 2026 regular season. Going to have the Giants playing host to Dallas on September 13th. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima.
Is this an NBC game?
It's an actual NBC game.
Wow. Imagine that.
We're running out of games for them to have.
Imagine that. It's not going to be a streaming exclusive. But this is going to be a late one tonight. And I feel like, I know there have been blowouts in the playoffs. The Knicks have done a great job, being able to actually do that and put the pedal to the metal over the last week and a half. It would be nice if the Cavs would just come out and put a team away. But are they even capable of doing that?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Oh, look where they are now, man. They're one more game into just sucking you right back into it. They won. They beat the Pistons at home, where they're great. Unfortunately, it's going on the road that gives them problems, but they are back home again tonight, 8 o'clock. Peacock. It's your Cavs and your Pistons. Not your Pistons, your Cavs against those nasty Pistons. Tonight, can they even things up at 2 apiece? Hi, everybody. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning, Jeff. How are you?
Sir, I couldn't be finer. Happy Monday to everyone out there.
It should be a good.
You're listening. We appreciate
I hope everyone had a great Mother's Day. I hope you were able to pamper and just be great to all those moms out there all across the land to make sure that they had a great day. So we're thinking of you today as you had a great day yesterday. But, Jeff, I'm much, much, much more thinking about the Cavaliers tonight as we get set for Game 4 of this series, and it's, tie things back up. Now you're best of 3. Let's see what they can do tonight. Scott Petrock's going to join us at 11. Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock. He's from Hoops Wire, and Scott Petrock's from the Chronicle Telegram. We'll talk to him about the Browns because the rookies were on the practice field.
Oh, were they ever.
And we get to hear from the newest quarterback. So we'll hear a little bit about what he had to say as well coming up a little bit later in the show. Jeff, just give me your overall thoughts as we kind of just digest everything that happened on Saturday. I know we had a day in between, but just your thoughts on what we saw and what could be better.
I saw nothing that makes me change my thinking that the Pistons are going to win the series. I said 6.
Okay.
So nothing's changed that thought. And if I'm the Pistons, I'm thinking, we've got these guys. Now, that doesn't mean they do, but if I'm the Pistons, I'm feeling pretty good about myself.
I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that feels pretty good about the Cavs going in tonight again. And I know Vegas does because that's how they were favored again tonight.
Yeah, they could very easily win the game. There's no question.
I don't see the big gloom and doom on the entire series right now either. I saw it going into Game 3 because if they would have lost, they gave away the lead, and you're like, oh, here we go, what's going to happen? But we saw that game I did at least. I saw that game in reverse in Detroit, and so now you're back at home, and now what happens? So I'm a little perplexed on all the gloom and doom. I understand there are plenty of things that could be fixed or could be better. Why do you still think Pistons in 6?
I haven't seen anything from the Cavs that makes me think that they'll come back and win 4 out of 5 games. It's that simple to me, Andy. The Cavs did a great job coming back after coughing up a lead. They shot the ball beautifully in the first half, did a great job, built a 17-point lead, and then gave it all up. And you got to be able to put teams away. Every team in the NBA has a run in them. It's gonna happen. But the most impressive part of that game came after the Pistons came back and took the lead. And from then on, I thought the Cavs were impressive. When they built the lead, it's like, okay, that's nice, but can you hang on to it? And the answer was no. And if I'm the Pistons, that's why I'm thinking, man, we could have had this game. We should have had it. Let's go back out and do it again.
It's weird, though. I felt that way about the Cavaliers in Game 1, especially of this series, where I thought the Cavs should have had the game, especially at the end, if they just could have finished. I know that they were chasing and they were able to come back, but there were points in both Game 1 and 2 where this game had the same kind of feel, to me, tell me if I'm wrong, but had the same kind of feel only in reverse, where the Cavaliers were the team that were, had the big lead. If you think that Detroit should feel good about being able to come back and didn't finish, shouldn't you feel the same way about the Cavaliers in the same scenario from Games 1 and Game 2? Like, the Cavaliers were able to eat into
maybe,
the series.
but I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
I do.
I just
know
think
why.
I think the Pistons have. I think the Pistons have looked like a better team.
I go back and I look again, except for giving up the lead, which is obviously a big deal because you gave up a 17-point lead. They were able to even weather a little bit of the storm in the first quarter, where Detroit was able to pop out and get an early lead, and then the Cavs put 32 up in the first quarter, 32 in the second. Kind of flipped it around in the third, where Detroit was able to outscore the Cavaliers 33-19, and then the Cavs, with that that 5-point difference in the fourth quarter, made the difference in the game as they were able to go on and win by 7. So the Cavs and Pistons go back at it again tonight. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little bit more optimistic about this team right now. I thought I saw some things that made me happy, although I was listening to the morning show about the defensive play for Strus, and I thought Strus made some great plays at the end of the game. But for him up against Cade Cunningham, I was like, I didn't realize some of the things that were going on until I was listening to Anthony this morning give some, just some stats, and I was like, really? I mean, Cunningham again
had 8 turnovers.
Yeah, and still had 27 points. So
had a triple-double.
Wow. He is a fun basketball player to watch. I hate the fact that he's playing
really
against
good.
Cavaliers right now, but I completely respect that guy. There's no question about it. And the league does too. But as far as tonight, then, Jeff, is there anything that could change your mind to make you think, okay, well, maybe the Cavs are playing could or would play a little bit better than they have so far through 3 games in this series? That's probably the way you're looking at it, right? Through 3 games, you're not kind of isolating the one game.
No, I don't think you can do that. Cavs have won their home games and lost their road games, and that's okay. I thought they did a nice job in the closing seconds of the game. I thought James Harden was terrific. Good for him. And he did it by hitting, a variety of shots. So that was good. And, Cavs could certainly win tonight, but I still think the Pistons win the series.
I'm a little bit more optimistic. I think if they come back tonight, then anything's on the table. Obviously, they lose tonight, they're in big trouble. We've seen that before, and we understand that. And I thought they were in big trouble coming home. If they would have lost, Game 3, I would have said the same thing. So I don't know. Although I had a weird optimism in Game 1, and that didn't pay off right. But they just got to clean up the little things again, and I feel like that's been the story over and over and over again. But they got some good play, and I just don't want to think it was because they were at home. I don't want to believe that. Schroeder gave him 11. Strus gave him some great minutes. I'm talking about the guys coming off the bench. Merrill back on the floor. Tyson, I know he only came up with 3 points in that game, but 2 rebounds, 2 assists in limited time. Just played 14 minutes. When you see Jalen Tyson out there and you see what they're able to do with not only Tyson and Strus, but the hustle factor there gives me hope and a little bit of inspiration as they move into Game 4 tonight at home. So I just give me a plan though, Jeff, that you think that could turn this thing the other way. That you like again.
Plan for who? Kenny?
Yeah, for Kenny.
Keep going to the big guys. Keep going to the big guys. You got to get some balance out of that offense, and they had a little more balance to the offense in Game 3.
Despite 38, how many shots did they take total? 38, 74. 38 of the 74 shots came from Harden and Mitchell in Saturday's game.
Forget who it was. One of the Cavs made comments. We went to our big guys. Our offense actually runs through them, and we need to keep doing that. I couldn't agree more. Got to get the big guys involved. Keep them involved.
Yeah, it
was nice to see them, get to Jared Allen and do some things there. So that was good.
As far as defensively, is it just a matter of containing Cunningham here, or again, they had that nice balance.
You can only hope to contain him, Andy.
Yeah, I know. But when you look at the balance that Detroit had in the game on Saturday, again, it's one of those. I don't know if you ever noticed this, like when you were doing sidelines, but I was there was the one thing I always looked at when we went to go do a post-game show was how many guys were in double figures. And I don't know why, but the majority of the time, if you can throw 5 guys up there in double figures, you're probably won the game. I think it's difficult to lose a game when you have 5 guys, especially when Cunningham had 27 points and Harris had 21 points in the game. They ended up with Paul Reed, the new superstar of the league, ended up with 11 points in just 10 minutes.
He's a good big man.
Yeah, he is. But you're like, why are we letting this? Why is Reed able to get these points? Why? Because we're double teaming somebody else, or how is this guy able to get some of these buckets? And then being able to tighten up on defense is the way to do it, to try to get back, to try to shut him down. I don't know. I'm happy. I don't know why. I feel like the whole world around me is not in a good mood about the Cavs and are just, they fear what
there's nothing wrong
inevitable.
with being optimistic. I just one game winning at home doesn't change my prediction on the series. And if I'm the Pistons, I'm thinking these guys coughed up a 17-point lead, and then we threw the game away late. Cade Cunningham had 3 turnovers down the stretch.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure they're thinking, we clean this up, we're going home 3-1.
What'd you think of the way Dean Wade played and has played in this series?
I think if Dean's going to be on the floor, he needs to contribute on both ends. And sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't, and it doesn't happen. And when it does, they're a better team. Dean's got a nice outside shot.
But you got to get him more. I mean, he only took
Andy,
two
unfortunately, that's what we're saying about most everything.
Yeah, I feel like
you need more of this, you need more of that. I personally, I hate seeing one guy dominate shots, and Donovan Mitchell dominate shots on this team. And I think sometimes it's to the detriment of the entire team. That's it.
So how would you change that, though?
How do you the ball?
You just hoping that he gets rid of the ball more often, or
I think you need to run more offense and other things. You need your superstar players, but I just think you need to get more guys involved. Only 2 Cavaliers took more than 9 shots in that game, and it was Donovan and James, and he took only 14.
Yeah, go back to that 5 rule of double figures, and the Cavs did end up with 5 guys in double figures, but Wade only came up with 3 as a starter. Only took 2 shots, and you're talking about that same situation. Harden, I'm sorry, only took 2 3-point shots. Took 6 shots from the field. That's 7. Sorry. And so I'm just kind of looking through what we saw in this game, and I don't know. I just kind of rode the wave of the game more than kind of looking at isolation and looking at how to try to free things up and to make sure that they don't blow a 17-point lead again. It's sometimes when you watch this team, it's just if you feel like it's just careless basketball, and that's like. I can understand why someone would feel like the Pistons still should win this series and maybe should not feel good about a loss, but feel good about the fact that they had that within their hand and didn't finish the job.
Yeah, but it also gives the Cavs, momentum. And just because if I'm the Pistons, I'm thinking we have these guys, doesn't mean they do. And if I'm the Cavs, I'm thinking, man, we dodged a bullet. We coughed up a 17-point lead, yet still won. All right, now let's go. I mean, each team could be extremely motivated. Should be.
All right, your opportunity to chime in on what we saw Saturday, what we're going to see tonight. Are you optimistic or are you pessimistic? Do you feel like the Cavs, just because they coughed up that 17-point lead, maybe that was just their win? Maybe that was the one win they'll get in a gentleman's sweep. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. I don't know. I feel good about the Cavs going into tonight's game. Hopefully that they're able to shake it and keep moving and then go on to Detroit and do some good things. I feel good about the Cavs. I'm not really worried about how many games they can win the whole series, and I'm just worried about tonight. 216-474-0092. Scott Petrak at 11 to talk Browns. Sam Amico at 1 o'clock from HoopsWire to talk Cavs. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Sunday night game of the 2026 season. Going to have the Giants entertain the Dallas Cowboys September 13th. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Game 4 tonight, Cavaliers and Pistons. Cavaliers a winner in Game 3 on Saturday at home. What a crazy day it was Saturday, too, around town with Guardians and Cavs and big country concert over at the Brown Stadium. Man, I tell you, it was nutty downtown. But you guys showed yourself proud. And I think, especially with the weather, too, towards the afternoon, late in the afternoon, especially those folks that went to the concert on Saturday night. What a time and what a town it was on Saturday. And the good part was the Cavaliers picking up the win. And so now, they pushed this to another game and another chance to tie things up. I guess the bigger question today is right now, are you optimistic or are you pessimistic? Do you have hope for the series? What do you think went right? And, obviously we'll listen to what went wrong, because I think we all know that, when you blow a 17-point lead, it can get in the back of your mind a little bit, and you try to figure out how to overcome adversity, and that's what they did on Saturday. Maybe that's why I'm optimistic about tonight's game. I don't know. I'm not ready to sink my teeth into the rest of the series, but I will say I'm optimistic about tonight's game, especially because of the way they played at home throughout the playoffs, whether it was the first series against Toronto or it's this series now with one game under their belt against the Pistons, to be able to win this series. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin, and you want to listen to some of the things that these guys have been saying and where they're going with this. James Harden after the game and Harden in the game, 19 points, played 40 minutes, and he did a little bit of talking. This is courtesy of NBC Peacock, what he said about the playoff chatter.
All right, James, you've been in the league for a long time. How did you silence the chatter tonight and have this sort of response in Game 3?
What chatter? What chatter?
That's exactly the answer to the question. What chatter?
I play basketball, and whatever this team needs me to do, I'm gonna go out there and do it. So, letting the game play out. Fourth quarter, my number was called, and I go to work. But they made a run, up 17. We've seen it before. Stay composed and win the game, and that's what we did.
It was interesting because before the game, Harden had said, I got to cut down my turnovers. I know I have to do this, and I'm going to do my best to try to do that. Cunningham said the same thing because he was coming out of their first series with a ton of turnovers too, and that was the first time was Game 3 where he had significant turnovers in this series. What did he end up with, 8? Is that right, Jeff? That he had 8 turnovers in that game. So
in Game 3. Funny, guys with the ball seem to turn it over sometimes.
Isn't that weird? It's the whole opportunity thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's odd.
Do you think players actually hear the chatter on the outside? I mean, there were people complaining and moaning.
And so what if they do?
Well, does it affect your game? I don't really care if they hear it or not. Does it affect the game?
I don't think so. I don't. James has been in the league 17 years. Is he a great playoff player? Well, just keep listening to the chatter, and the chatter will tell you no. That's all right. I think they're a better playoff team with James Harden than they were with Darius Garland. Doesn't mean they're going to win the series, but I think they have a better chance.
All right. Are you optimistic or pessimistic about the whole series, and even tonight too? Let's go to the phone line and see what you have to say. 216-474-0092. Tom is in Menor. Hi, Tom. How are you?
Pessimistic. I'm doing well, guys. How are
Tom.
you?
Good.
I'm with Jeff. I mean, for some reason, like the Cavs played pretty well in the first half. I mean, their scoring percentage was pretty high, but in that second half, if they don't make a shot, they never get their offensive rebound. And I mean, it was like like maybe 6 or 7 times in a row. They take a shot and they can't get that rebound. And I agree with Jeff. If we're going to win this series, we come back and win the series, Jared Allen's got to have a much better series than what he's had so far. And I mean big-time series, like what he did, in the first, I think it was Game 7.
In the last game against Toronto when he had 22 and 19? Yeah, that was huge, Tom.
Yeah, I mean, we need rebounds. We're just not, turnovers are bad too, but we're not even rebounding as well either. So the big
Cavs had 5 offensive rebounds, and the Pistons were all over the boards offensively. And that I'm surprised when you – that's a stat, Tom, that usually really favors the team that has a lot more offensive rebounds. That's why I'm a little surprised Detroit didn't pull that game off after they came back. They dominated the offensive glass.
Yeah, with was it the third quarter or the early fourth quarter? But yeah, it was like 6-7 times in a row up the court. We just could not get an offensive rebound. You got to have those, and Briggs got to play a lot better. Mobley and Allen are going to be the two key pieces. If they don't have big rebounds the next couple of nights, I think this series is over at 5.
All right, there you go. Tom, thank you. Appreciate you. 216-474-0092.
Isn't that weird, Andy? Evan Mobley with 6 shots. I just think it's weird. And it's partially on him, it's partially on the guards, it's partially on the coaching.
It's almost like
it's weird to me.
You know, they say, sometimes it takes a match, you got to light him up a little bit. I like when he plays, infuriated. I don't know. He's such a mellow guy, right?
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No, and I don't have a problem with that either.
We've seen him play aggressively in the past. It just it seems to come and go, and it also seems that his team's interest in getting him the ball comes and goes. I don't understand it.
Well, when you've got, Mitchell and Harden taking all those shots, right?
Well,
you're looking at 38 shots from 2 guys.
Mitchell taking all the shots. Harden only took 14 shots. It's not a lot of shots.
But that's the majority of both together. They were the shots in the game. Jeff is in North Olmsted. Hi, Jeff. How are you?
What's up, Jeff?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I will be on the optimistic side with you this morning.
All right, I'm going to keep score. How's that sound?
So, listen, was that game frustrating to watch? Yes, but we won. We did our job. We protected home court. If you look at this series as a whole, in the first 3 games, both teams have blown double-digit leads. So what makes me think that can't continue to happen? Detroit is playing great defense, obviously. But when the Cavs are at their best, and you guys brought up Mitchell's high usage rate, when they're at their best, Mitchell's probably in the low 20s, and you see about 4 or 5 guys in double figures. I think our best games are when you have guys in double figures, 10, 12 points, spread out evenly. This team has not got hot at all from outside. I don't even think we've had a great 3-point shooting game.
They did in the first half in Game 3. They shot it well, Jeff, and then fell apart in the third quarter.
Yeah, it's just bizarre because that's what we live and die by. That's the new age NBA, and yeah, it is frustrating. You guys hit it on the head. The only way that this series continues to be successful is if we find a way to get Evan and Jarrett still consistently involved in the game plan and forcing it inside. Duran has looked like a non-factor since Game 1. Yeah, he's still playing good defense, but he's not dominating by any stretch. You guys brought up Paul Reed. I actually like Paul Reed a lot.
He's a good player.
Would probably be very versatile and even used more on other teams in the NBA. He's got Stewart in front of him. They have a weird logjam with 3 significantly talented bigs, right? If we win tonight, what changes our mindset, right? I think we're the more talented team. I've said that from the beginning. I think JB is doing great with his job right now because he is coaching a team that's less talented than Kenny is, and he's finding a way to stay in games. If I'm Detroit, I walk out of Game 3 going, okay, we're still what has changed for us either. Home court is home court. Eventually, we got to win a game on the road, guys. We can't be 5-0 at home and still treading water on the road. You know, so if we win tonight, great. We're back to a 3-game series, and we see what happens from there. But I don't feel like this is a series that Detroit should just be going, we've got this. We're going to gentlemen sweep these guys because they're going to find themselves tied up going back to Detroit, and then the series is a 3-game stretch the rest of the way.
Jeff, thank you. Good stuff. Yeah, appreciate you, Jeff. Jeff in North Olmsted. I agree with Jeff. That's kind of the way I see it. So, optimistic, pessimistic. It's a 2-1 series right now. Obviously, if you lose tonight, it does not look good at all. It looks abysmal. But you come back, you win tonight, 2-2, man. Everything's fresh and good. You just know you got to get at least one there. Rich is in Ashtabula. Hi, Rich. How are you?
Yeah, a comment on Saturday's game. Everything went beautifully the first half.
Mm-hmm.
Then all of a sudden they start chucking up threes. We were up by almost 20. We let them right back in the game. I mean, they were in the first half. They were driving the lane. They were getting them in foul trouble. You continue doing that. But I am optimistic about tonight's game, though.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. All right, I'll take
That's
another.
a friendly tone you had there,
It
Rich,
is.
in
It's-
that car. That was a friendly one.
What do you think it was? Was it seatbelt or was it door open?
It sounded more seatbelt, yeah.
Seatbelt or door ajar?
I think my guess is he wasn't driving with the door down or open.
Or maybe
then
he was-
he could have been parked.
Could he have been getting in the car?
I
That's
don't
the
know.
other thing. That's the
I
other
don't know,
thing.
but it was very pleasant.
Seatbelt or door ajar? 216-474-0092. Or we can talk about the Cavs. I'm just kidding, Dan. Don't give me the look. Brad in Canton. Hi, Brad. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hi, Brad.
What I see when I've watched the Cavaliers, and this goes back to the Indiana series last year,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm seeing in the postseason this year. I saw some of this in the regular season as well. Kenny has a love affair with 3-guard lineups. Sometimes he'll go out there with a 4-guard line.
We've seen that in this series.
Yeah, I realize that.
Yep.
I don't think if you want to know why it's tough for Mobley and Jarrett, I don't mean you as in you guys. I know you know this, but if a person wants to know why it's tough for Evan Mobley to get going, well, you know, when he's at the 4 and he's got Jarrett with him, and we've got an actual 3-man on the floor like Tyson or like Proctor, who never sees the light of day. When we have that, then he's got a mismatch because most of the 4s in this league have a tough time with Evan Mobley. But when we're giving him significant minutes as the 5 and he's having to do a lot of help side defense, that one game people were complaining about him having 1 rebound. No, they should complain about him having 1 rebound. But one of the reasons you're not getting rebounds is you're constantly having to give help because we've got 2s.
We were just lost it. Thank you. All right, appreciate
And
the phone
see,
call.
Brad, your point there about that is something that I've thought about this team for a long time. This team doesn't have enough, maybe, or as many as others, long wing guys, 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" guys out on the wing. And sometimes you get into some situations where you have a guy who's actually a guard out there trying to play, you know, somebody who's 3 or 4 inches taller and with still guard skills. And that's a tough way to go. It doesn't mean it can't be done. You know, it doesn't mean you can't win. It doesn't mean you can't win the whole thing. But it's, you know, to me, this team has a couple of big guys and a whole lot of guards.
He only played, 9 on Saturday. You go to the rotation?
Got to play what he
don't know.
has.
Yeah, well, I mean, he could pull some guys off the bench, especially it seems to be a little bit easier at home to do that than it does on the road. Yeah, you know, role players play better at home. We talk about that
That's
all the time.
rule.
Or bench players play better at home.
You know, he's clearly decided that he's got a main 3 or 4 guys coming off the bench that he's going to play. That's okay. Naquan Tomlin isn't one of them. Naquan has some size. Keon Ellis hasn't played a ton. Keon's 6'5", but he's a really good defender. You just got to get the most out of what you're playing. And right now, coming off the bench, it's Schroeder and Tyson and Merrill and Strus, at least in the last game. And those are all guys who are 6'6" or smaller.
All right, what do we expect from tonight's game? And, we talk about role players there for a second. We all thought Game 3 would be a role player game. I don't know that that's what we saw, but is tonight the opportunity for that, to see somebody step up? Yeah, there were some little opportunities that we saw in Game 3. Guys that, were able to step. Max Strus gave you energy. Jalen Tyson gave you energy too. But what are we looking at for tonight's game? Optimistic or pessimistic? 216-474-0092. We're talking Browns at the top of the hour with Scott Petrak as well, with the rookies in town for the weekend. We've been talking about it for a couple of years now, and maybe perhaps this is the year to finally renovate that kitchen. It's time for Choice Cabinet. They are helping hundreds of local contractors work faster and smarter, and they have not forgot about you. Get that professional-grade quality.
night game of the 2026 season. Giants entertain Dallas on September 13th. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Especially today, to try to be as locked in as possible and not as many smiles, just because we don't want to go down 3-0 and try to, but it's always great to have the home crowd on your side. And I always talk about protecting home court, right? And they're a huge reason why. Like, you're coming back here, every team feels this way, but I feel like in Cleveland, man, it's just like they're just so hungry for wins and whatnot. So you feel that energy. I mean, it's one game, right? It's 2-1. We're still down. We still got to take care of home court. But to play in front of these fans is an honor and a privilege, and you feel the energy, the buzz in the city, and they show out every single night.
Donovan Mitchell talking about you, Cleveland, the buzz, the energy going into tonight's game. We know you can bring it, even it doesn't matter what the T-shirt says. Beat Detroit, go Cavs. What's the other? You got any more slogans they've used? All for one. What's all the slogans?
All in, baby.
All in.
All in.
Are you all in for tonight? Cavs trying to even this thing up at 2 games apiece against the Pistons. Again, they won 116-109 on Saturday. Jeff brought this up on Thursday. I was looking for it the whole game. As after they crossed the 100-point mark, I'm like, okay, get to 114, because that's given them victories at home in the playoffs so far. Get to 114, right? Maybe that's what the T-shirt should say tonight.
Get to 114.
Get to 114. Good things happen after that. You got a little bit more offense.
That's funny.
Better than being held to under 100 points in Detroit, and how much of that is self-destruction by turnovers and not getting rebounds and not being able to, get a lucky break here, I guess, every once in a while too. But the Cavs are they're going to try to tie this thing up tonight at home, and hopefully you'll be out in full force the way Donovan Mitchell said you would be, and how you're able to propel this crowd a little bit. It is, Jeff, we've been around. I was lucky enough to travel with the team when LeBron was there. And the energy was always through the roof, and it always kind of felt, great to play games at home. And so now how much can a crowd matter? Obviously they're 5-0 at home. Is it the rims, or is it the fans, or what is it?
It's all of it. Yep, it's all of it. It's not being on the road, not traveling. It's just always been the way in the NBA.
Dan, let me get your 2 cents on that.
It is an advantage, but it's not it's not a lock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not a lock, but it helps.
I think when you go on your runs, that's the difference. That's when the energy starts pulling out of the crowd. That's when you can kind of feel it. And you know it. You can see it. It goes right through the players. We saw Detroit have that at home too, that they were able to kind of feel that momentum with the Pistons crowd back at home. And so, you see where you're at in this one. Dan, I just want to get your take on this just before we kind of move forward and start talking more about tonight's game. But what did you see in Game 3? Where are we going with this thing?
I think we're at least going 6. I don't know what tonight is going to have. I got a feeling tonight's a bloodbath.
Are you
optimistic
I got a feeling
tonight is a rock fight bloodbath.
Well, either tonight the series is
alive or dead,
close to over, or very alive.
Yeah, this has serious rock fight. Like, I got a feeling it's going to be very physical. It's going to be physical from the beginning, and I got a feeling this could get ugly. And it's just because it's a Game 4. Typically, Game 4s go
ugly
that way.
as in physical, or ugly as in blowout?
No, I mean ugly as in physical. It'll be back and forth basketball, a lot of missed shots, a lot of contested shots, that kind of thing. I got a feeling that's what we're going to see tonight.
So are you optimistic or pessimistic?
I mean, the Cavaliers plus physical game usually is not not their best formula. So hopefully they buck the trend. I really hope that they buck the trend in this one, but boy, Cavaliers plus physical has never been the best thing that could happen to them.
All right, so I'm going to write you down as pessimist.
I am pessimistic for tonight. I'll admit that.
And are you pessimistic for the series?
Yeah, I think I would be.
I wonder if a win tonight changes.
Oh God, yeah, we all go nuts. Oh, everybody goes nuts. Everybody immediately is like, all right, we're back to square one. Let's go.
Still, big picture said you had to win 4 out of 5 to try to win the whole series. I get it, though. All right, we got a pair of Ryans and a couple other folks on the line. Let's go Ryan in Vegas first. Rhino.
Hey, Hey, gentlemen, yeah, I'm in route to Florida. But, yeah, I like the scenario, the all-in, Jeff. Hey, I really like that get to 114. I tell you, I was at the game a couple nights ago and beat Detroit slow, and that was the best. Swinging around those towels right next to Detroit fans. I love beating Detroit. I love beating that school up north as well. But something about Pittsburgh and Detroit, man, it's just our nemesis. Again, man, Menigan said it all right now. I mean, I'm envious of people going to the game tonight. That is going to be a fight, scratch, and claw for the rebounds, for the whatever. I mean, there's so much intangibles going on. They want this game. We want it even more. Again, we have to go. We have to win this, obviously.
Pessimist or optimist, Rhino? What are you?
Definitely optimism. And again, I feel that confident that we will win. Not only tonight, I feel confident we're going to win by 9 or 10 points, guys. Woo! As always, thanks for taking my call.
Thanks, Rhino. Super optimism. It's the most optimistic thing I've heard today, other than good morning.
All that matters is W or L. 1 point, 30 points. Doesn't matter.
Where did the whole beat thing start, Jeff? Wasn't it beat L.A.? Right? It was beat L.A. That was the first. Was that Boston? Yeah, it was Boston back in the day.
Really?
Don't you remember that?
Nope.
No, Dan, why did we remember that? And Jeff doesn't. I found that out.
Yeah, that was the 80s that started.
Yeah,
beat
it was
LA.
beat L.A.
Yeah.
Beat L.A. Beat L.A. Okay. Ryan, the other Ryan, Amherst. Hey, Ryan, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you doing?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good.
I just already asked you that. What do you got for us? Sorry.
Optimistic, 100% optimistic. And I want to say that was definitely door ajar. That was like he just arrived at the grocery store, one leg out the door, one arm on the middle console, and he was just getting ready to get out of that car.
I don't. It didn't go away. That was the only reason why I thought maybe door ajar would stop, but I thought it was seatbelt. I'll be honest.
But anyway, I think the Cavs are going to go completely nuts tonight. We haven't seen a master class from Kenny yet. We haven't seen a master class from both guards in this series. I think it's time for them to pop. I think they're going to win by 15 or 20 points. I think that they're going to drain a bunch of threes tonight and muddy up the paint, force Detroit into a bunch of perimeter shots, which they can't make. They're terrible at. And I think we're going to take that energy into Detroit and win one of those next 2 games in Detroit, and the Cavs are going to go to the Eastern Conference Finals and get smacked by the Knicks.
There you go.
Knicks look really good, don't they,
Yeah,
Ryan?
they did. Thanks.
Knicks look really good.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think you want to look at the other series, right? I mean, you got 1-2 going head-to-head in the West. That seems like that's going to be a clash of the best 2 teams in the West, and probably most people would say that would be the NBA Finals. But I don't know. The Knicks didn't seem to have any problem. I thought, man, I thought Philly would be better. I don't know. Didn't you?
I thought they'd give him a better series. I don't think Joel Embiid was real healthy, but he hasn't been real healthy since he was probably 14.
Did we get tricked at the end of their last series then? I thought he was healthy going into it.
Remember, he was dragging his butt up and down the court in that game. He was limping like crazy. I mean, that guy is perpetually injured. I wanted the Cavs to not draft him because when the Cavs had that number 1 pick, I didn't think they could make a mistake. And I thought Embiid could end up being a liability because of his injuries. But he was clearly the best player.
I mean,
he was unbelievable.
The Knicks dropped 144 points.
I mean, Embiid couldn't jump over a matchbook. It's not even a box at this point.
Right. I mean,
the box might be too high.
When Joel Embiid is good, he is so good. But he's beat up. That Philly team, though, is – I like that Philly team. Tyrese Maxey's really good. Paul George was fresh.
They got smoked, though. They got smoked.
PJ Edgecombe, good young player. They're going to be tough down the road, but they're going to have to reevaluate things a little bit.
And now the Knicks get to sit and watch us play. And if we have the game that, Dan, that you're talking about, a knockdown drag out tonight, I mean, if you're in New York, you're sitting there like, oh, I hope these 2 teams just beat the hell out of each other because they're just not going to be ready for us by the time we'll be fresh, ready, and coming off, a pretty seamless series against the Sixers.
So typically, and I'm just following the usual NBA script in my head when I say these things, like the things you can usually count on. The best players of each team usually have a game where they're unstoppable, right? That's usually the case. You get one of those, you get one of those for each side.
Yep.
There's always the role player game where all of a sudden all the role players just hit every single shot. And it's usually one of the home games that's the case.
Right.
So I'm kind of wondering if maybe I'm incorrect on that one, and then this ends up being the role player game because Game 3 was not the role player game. Where this all of a sudden turns into Dean Wade hits 4 threes and Schroeder has 18 points and all those role guys start playing well because, I'll never get Danny Green out of my head. I think it was with you and me, Andy, when we had Danny Green on. And I asked him, why do role players always play better at home? And he's like, it's kind of one of the great mysteries. You're just more comfortable. You know the rims, you know the sight lines, you know all that stuff at home, and it works better for these guys. So, I don't know. Maybe this is the game where all the role players go nuts.
See who they are tonight because the Cavaliers could use it. And if they want to tie this thing up at 2-2, they're going to need all the help they can get, especially from you two, as we heard from Donovan Mitchell about the fans and what kind of impact they would have on the game. Let's come back. Let's talk about the Browns. They had rookie minicamp this weekend. What did we learn? What did we find out? Scott Petrak was there, embedded in Berea for the Chronicle Telegram. We love having him on. Scott Petrak next. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
No, the podcast isn't dead. It's just moved to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima feed on the free Odyssey app. Of course, the emerging podcast scene is also brought to you by Extend Technologies.
Oh, yeah, the rookies hanging out in town. What did we learn? We got another quarterback in town. We got plenty of things to talk about. We're going to do that with our man, Scott Petrak, who's on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Of course, you can always catch him, Chronicle Telegram. He's always hanging out all over the place. Brownzone.com. He's got us taken care of. Scott, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
We're good. How was it? What did we learn about the rookies this weekend?
Scott.
Hey, guys. I like being out there. You get to watch football practice in May, which is always nice. Get a look at these guys who I haven't seen up close in person before. So, I think it's beneficial. We talk about Taylor Green. The dude's big. His big arm runs really fast. Is raw, which we all knew. The receivers, Casey Concepcion looks quick. Denzel Boston, I was impressed with. We knew he was big. I hadn't seen him play a ton. We'd watched the highlights and stuff, but to see him up close, he moves well for a guy that's 6'4", 215. Todd Monkin talked about how quick his feet are getting in and out of breaks, and I thought that was obvious watching him. So I was impressed with him. And then you get, all the offensive linemen out there, Spencer Fano going against his brother. So that was a good weekend.
Scott, I'm going to quote myself here. You ready?
Yeah.
Teams don't draft quarterbacks in the 3rd or 4th or 5th or 6th round thinking they've drafted their franchise quarterback. That said, Green's going to be an awful lot of fun to watch, isn't he?
Yeah, he will be. And, Todd Monkin said it, that this is probably the most we're going to see him because he'll go to 4th on the depth chart and won't be getting a ton of reps, at least, with the first and second teamers. But you can see why they would take a shot at him. And you can also see why he fell to the 6th round. Now, his delivery is long, and, Monkin said that he's got to tighten that up, especially for the checkdowns and the quick passes, right? The flats, the bubble screens, you can't take forever to get rid of the ball. And his delivery is just really long. So he's got to work on that. Footwork, Taylor Green mentioned practicing his footwork in his hotel room. And then there was one individual period where it felt like every drop back he took, the quarterback's coach, Mike Bajakian, was in there saying, no, this is how we want you to do it. So there's plenty to fix there. You could see it in the accuracy. He'd make a bunch of really good throws, and then he'd miss a couple badly. And I think that it all comes down to mechanics, and that's the delivery, the arm motion, and the footwork. So there's a lot of work to be done, but you see the upside because he just stands out among everybody else. The ball comes out of his hand really well and easily. He throws it down the field with velocity and power without looking like he's doing much. And then when he takes off and runs, he just eats up yardage with those long strides. So there's a lot of reasons to think, to be intrigued by him, but you still have to be realistic in that there's a long way to go for him.
Yeah. So what do you project for me? I mean, is it for him to make the team? They're going to have to get rid of probably one of the quarterbacks they did last year, or something happens with Deshaun Watson or injury. Sure. But otherwise, is it okay? We got this guy. Maybe we got him to get him through to the practice squad. Help me.
Yeah, it's a good question. There's obviously a long time for that to play out, but I could see it coming down to, do you keep both he and Dylan Gabriel in one? You try to get to the practice squad, and the other one you keep on the 53. Do you try to trade? I would assume Dylan Gabriel instead of Taylor Green, and then you have those 3 guys, and you pick up somebody else. Is your number 4 for the practice squad? Maybe a guy with more experience that's out there. I think it could go a number of different ways. What's interesting is, we've talked about, Todd's talked about, and he's been asked about, could you use Taylor Green in certain situations? And I'm usually not a big proponent of that, but I think I'd make an exception for him because I could think he's just a unique physical being as a quarterback. And you don't have, Patrick Mahomes. It's not like you're taking him off the field as your starting quarterback. The issue with that is he would have to be up on your 53-man roster. So you either have to be the backup, which doesn't seem realistic at this point, or you'd have to take, maybe another offensive lineman or another linebacker, make them inactive to have him completely active as a third quarterback. So you would have to, or the team would have to believe he would bring so much value in that limited role to make it worth it. And I think that's something they'll weigh, and we'll have to see how quickly he picks everything up. But that is it's an interesting possibility of having a guy that's 6'6" and can, sneak if you need him to sneak, or, you're on the goal line. He'd probably be a better wildcat guy than Quinshon Judkins because he gives you the ability to throw the ball that Judkins doesn't.
And we'd like to thank the Browns for giving us yet an additional storyline at quarterback.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. David Njoku to the Chargers. Yeah. We kind of assumed he wasn't coming back here. But what do you think the Browns are thinking at the tight end spot? Is it Harold Fannin all day long and then whatever? Or do you think they're going to try and develop some of these other young guys and have them, they drafted to, and play 2 or 3 tight ends?
I think they're going to play multiple tight ends, but I think it's Harold Fannin out there, 90%, 95% of the time. They just weren't going to bring back David, and it's probably a money thing. If David was willing to play for the minimum, they probably would have welcomed him back, but the report I saw said he could make up to $8 million with the Chargers. So, I think that's probably why it took a while for David to find somewhere, is that he needed to find the right situation, the right contract. But, I have no doubt that they'll use multiple tight ends. They went out and got Jack Stoll. They already have Blake Whitehart here. They brought back Brendan Bates. Both guys had played in that multiple tight end role. Then they draft 2 guys on day 3. And I do think one of those, I think Carson Ryan has a chance to maybe be the fullback or a hybrid kind of guy. And he worked in fullback this weekend, and that's, they didn't have the veterans there. But he has a body type that could be as a fullback, and he's played that some in the past. And then Royer, to me, the kid out of Cincinnati who started Ohio State, he stood out to me running routes. Like, he almost looked like a receiver, the way how fluid he was running routes. So I see him more as in that mode because he hasn't done a lot of inline blocking, kind of like a true backup to Fannin. Because Fannin moves around and he is not more like a receiver, but he's got a lot of receiver traits. So I think they can mix and match there, but I'm sure that they will use multiple tight ends plenty.
How impressed are you with the wide receivers, and how much more fun does it look to see when you see big wide receivers or wide receivers that are expected to have an impact?
Yeah, it's tough to read too much into any of these practices, right?
Right.
But having said that, given the expectation, given where they were drafted, I certainly think it's fair to expect this receiver core to be much better. At least has the potential to be much better. I liked what I saw in Casey Concepcion before the draft and after the draft. And I talked about Boston earlier. You add those guys to Jerry Jeudy. You hope Isaiah Bond takes a jump in year 2. And I know the Browns liked what they saw out of Isaiah Bond in year 1. I think a lot of it was the quarterbacks not getting him the ball when he was open. You have Cedric Tillman. What happens with him? Does he still have a role? He's been obviously inconsistent and hurt a lot in his first 3 years here. So I think there is reason to think, hey, this could be so much better than a year ago. And then the question becomes, do they uplift the quarterbacks, or can they overcome poor quarterback play, right? Like, how does it work? How do they complement each other? Because obviously they all depend on each other.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, BrownsZone.com, where you can read all of Scott's work. You've covered, unfortunately, a lot of head coaches here. How's Todd Monkin settling in?
Yeah, I think he's doing well. He looks comfortable out there, and he's calling the plays, so he's really active. He's speaking into the headset or the walkie-talkie. He called the team together a few times, and like Kevin did that plenty of times too, to tell them. One example was they were going to play without helmets, so he wanted the tempo to really decrease because he didn't want guys getting hurt. And he said I wasn't good enough that in the first day. He goes, we went without helmets and guys are still playing at the wrong tempo. I let it go too long, so I stepped in on Saturday when we talked to him. But he looks comfortable. He looks happy. He's excited to be out there. First time as an NFL head coach at 60 years old. I do think he's soaking in every minute.
Defensively, Justin Jefferson, you had some pretty good stuff on your Brown Zone with Scott Petrak, BrownZone.com site. Just a little thoughts on Jefferson, what kind of impact he could have on the linebacking core.
Yeah, I think he's an interesting one. And as I wrote, he didn't get a lot of attention during the draft, right? I think he's the 7th out of the 10 picks. Defensive guy, linebacker, they drafted Taylor Green after him. So he kind of got overlooked. But he's a guy that could have an impact right away, not only on special teams, guys, but the Browns don't have a number 3 linebacker sewn up. They got Winston Reed. They got, Daniel Buki-Watson. Both guys missed all of last season. So they need somebody to join Carson Schlesinger and Quincy Williams. And Justin Jefferson thinks he can be that guy. And, he played at Alabama, had one really good year there, is an athletic guy. He's not super big. He's kind of the same size as Devin Bush, who was here the last couple of years. But then Justin Jefferson had an interesting quote. He was asked about, Schlesinger and Williams. He's like, oh, yeah, I can't wait to play with those guys. And then I'm paraphrasing, but he's like, I can't wait to show them that I'm better than they are. So, for a 5th-round pick, I thought that – and he wasn't – I'm standing 3 feet away from him. I didn't think he was joking. I think he just said it matter-of-factly. Yeah, I'm going to show him I'm better. So I like that attitude. Todd Monkin said you could see his love of the football in practice. He's really vocal. So, for only taking 2 defensive guys, he and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, there's a chance that both those guys have significant roles right away.
Scott, I thought it was interesting. Obviously, they draft Boston, they draft Concepcion, but there stood Jalen Reagor, former first-round draft choice of the Eagles, who's been a disappointment in his NFL career and has bounced around what Browns, if he sticks, would be his 5th team in 5 years. What do you think about that? I like the idea of adding a veteran to that group, but I don't know if he's the guy.
Yeah, I think anytime a guy's a former first-round pick, there's obviously something that people saw in him, and that's why he keeps getting chances. And it's not just Reagor. It's a lot of guys, right? If you're a first-round pick, you hang around for a while. So, I think it's a no-risk move, obviously. We'll see if they sign him, right? That move probably comes in the next couple of days, at least before OTAs would start next week. But I think it's always worth taking a chance on a guy like that. And you're right, Jeff. If they added one more veteran at that position, whether it's him or not, I think that makes sense. Because this is a young group. Outside of Jerry Jeudy, and like I said, I think Cedric Tillman's future is really uncertain here. It's all young guys, so I see the benefit of adding a veteran at that position for sure.
All right, not like we're not going to have time to talk about this in the future, but on May 11th, tell me the depth chart for the quarterbacks overall with your veterans.
Yeah, that's a good question, Andy. I think I would adjust it. 2 weeks ago, I would have said Shedeur, Deshaun, Dylan Gabriel, and then, Taylor Green wasn't here, but Taylor Green. I would probably go Deshaun Watson above Shedeur Sanders right now, but I don't think anything is set in stone. I think it's just too early. And I get it. I get why Watson would be the guy that some people in that building would want to play, given his track record. The fact that he's coming back, you would think motivated after missing so much time and trying to prove that he can play again after the shoulder surgery and after the 2 Achilles tears. But we've talked about it. What's the future with him? Is there a future with Shedeur? I think if inside the building you believe there's a chance that Shedeur Sanders can turn into your franchise guy or a top 15 quarterback in this league, I just think it makes all the sense in the world to go with him. Now, I also get it. If it's all about winning this year in the most games, that matters too. So I think it's a fascinating discussion. I think it's still close, but if you ask me, I think Deshaun Watson is probably ahead right now.
By a hair? Just by a nose?
Yeah. I think it's just maybe it's semantics. I think they probably both get a bunch of reps with the starters for the foreseeable future, at least until you get the mandatory minicamp. Mm-hmm. And maybe by then Monkin says, okay, I'm going to give the bulk of it to somebody. But even that, I think you probably wait until training camp before you really do that, before you go full speed ahead with, okay, we're going to give this quarterback the bulk of the reps. And the reason I have caution just doing that with Deshaun Watson is because of the injury history. And if you go ahead and just give him all these reps and he gets hurt before the season starts or gets hurt week 2, then you're going to be regretting not having given Shedeur Sanders a bunch of reps leading up to it. So I think this is the time. and this is the right situation to keep trying to get both guys ready.
Outstanding. Scott, thank you so much. We do appreciate you. And, of course, we're reading you every day. Brownzone.com and, of course, Chronicle Telegram. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, fellas.
All right, we'll talk to you soon. Scott Petrak, make sure you're reading him every day. Always has great stuff and knows the team inside and out. Of course, he was on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Wow, some stuff to digest there, too. And Taylor Green, if you didn't hear what he had to say, you will when we come back. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Wednesday, the league will be announcing select games throughout the week. This morning, the NFL announced the Giants will be hosting the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football for Week 1. It'll be the 8th time in the past 15 seasons the division rivals square off to open up the season. Listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. We've been telling you that for a while. And now we've been telling you this too. You can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Includes the morning guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10. Andy and me, 10 to 2. Nick, Jonathan, afternoon, 2 to 7. Each and every weekday on The Fan, 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe for free, and you can watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now. And I know a lot of people do, and we thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. We appreciate you. Thank you. Good job.
Very much so.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. You want to hop in on the show, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. We just had Scott Petrick on from the Chronicle Telegram, talking to us a little bit in brownzone.com to talk to us about the rookie camp and what happened at rookie camp. I will tell you that the thing that excites me the most about the rookies this year is the wide receivers between Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion. Yeah, I know.
You think?
Yeah, I mean, I can't think of. Is there anything else that would be more exciting than that?
Yep.
Shouldn't Spencer Fano be more exciting? But
no,
it's a lineman. Like, I can't get too pumped up about linemen.
No, there would be something more exciting.
Okay.
If you stumbled into a franchise quarterback in the 6th round.
Do you believe what's coming out of your mouth or no?
Absolutely, I believe it.
You believe they may have stumbled into a franchise quarterback?
You didn't listen very carefully,
no,
did you?
I heard exactly what you said.
You
in the
said,
way you
what would be
up.
more exciting? And I said, if you stumbled into your franchise quarterback in the 6th round, that would be more exciting.
And then I said to yourself, do you believe that the Browns did that? And you said,
no.
No. Okay, then.
You asked what would be more exciting. Well, that would be more exciting. Way too early to tell, Andy.
He is.
I would think no. I would think you add him to the group of Dylan and Shedeur, and you just let him play. I do think this though. You asked Scott, rank the guys in order of where you think they are on the depth chart.
Yep.
Can I rank them in order of the intrigue chart?
Okay, go ahead, Jeff. If you want to give us an intrigue
The most
chart.
intriguing quarterback in camp is Taylor Green on the roster. Shedeur is 2nd. And then Dylan Gabriel and Deshaun are probably tied for 3rd.
Okay.
Or Deshaun is 3rd and Dylan's 4th. Unfortunately for Dylan, I don't think anybody's intrigued by him. But how can you not be intrigued by Taylor Green? 6'5" and 7/8, runs like crazy, has a big arm. I mean, Andy, that's intriguing.
Give me your other list, though. That I'll give you my intriguing list, and then I'll give because I think Shedeur Sanders is still the most intriguing quarterback on this roster. I mean, we saw a little bit last year. I'm wondering what it's going to look like this year when he's got some time, hopefully, to ramp up.
Well, he's number 2 on my list of intrigue.
Well, that's true. So, in case the person who is the most intriguing on Jeff's list, which is Taylor Green, cannot fulfill his obligations to be the most intriguing, that Shedeur Sanders would have to step in, much like the Miss America pageant. No, to me, it's still Shedeur Sanders. It's not even close. Like, I want to see what he can do. I want to put him in a situation where now he's got. Let's see what the offensive line is. I just don't know. I don't know if the offensive line underachieved last year, or if what they put together for an offensive line this year is going to work. We'll see. There's a lot of what ifs. You got 2 rookie wide receivers. You're going to go back to a fullback now? Okay, I like that.
You've got to have one, Andy.
I agree. Every
it's a
team
requirement for every team at this time of the year.
Now or when the season starts? So if you ask me the intrigue list, it's Sanders, Green, Watson, Gabriel. If you ask me what I thought the list was to actually play and start, as I've said a long time.
Your intrigue list was what? Shedeur number 1?
It's Shedeur 1, Green 2,
Okay.
Gabriel 3. I'm sorry, Watson 3, Gabriel 4.
Or Dylan.
I'm intrigued. The thing that intrigues me about Deshaun now is, can he get back to where he was?
Play?
And is he healthy?
Can he play?
But if you ask me what the true depth chart looks like, it's Watson, Sanders, Gabriel, Green. I don't know how it can't be at this point. It is May 11th. We don't have any games tomorrow.
Yeah, I agree with you on the depth chart.
So I thought it was interesting to hear
Scott.
Didn't you think it was interesting to hear Scott say that Deshaun had just kind of nudged ahead over?
No, the guy was really, really good at one point in his life. And it's not like he's 40.
Here is probably the most interesting soundbite of the weekend from Brown's rookie minicamp. When Taylor Green, was asked who he would compare himself to. To me, I was like, whoa, here it is.
I would say, of course, Lamar, but, he ain't 6'6", you know. Josh Allen, it's close, but, I'm 230. He, 260. And I would say, I don't know. My dad say Randall Cunningham, bish. I really don't think there's anybody like me. You know, not on no, cocky or anything. Just, some confidence. Confidence. There's nobody that moves like me that's, as tall as me and stuff. So.
There's nobody like me, Jeff.
And you know what, Andy?
I like that.
I think he's right.
I like it.
He wasn't being cocky,
No, he wasn't. That's why I liked it.
But if you think about it, so his dad says Randall Cunningham. Randall wasn't even as tall, and Randall had a long NFL career. It was pretty good for a while. I just want to see this young guy develop, and this is the intrigue to me, Andy. He's got a really strong arm. And if you're going to measure the guys in camp just on what we've heard, we haven't all seen it yet ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
You can watch video all day long; it still doesn't show you everything. Probably the strongest arm of all the guys, the fastest of all the guys, the biggest of all the guys. Well, let's see. I'm a quarterback. I'm bigger, I'm faster, and I throw it harder. Hello. Move to the top of the intrigue list for me.
How intriguing was it for Todd Monkin, though? That's my question. He answered it.
And I think he's carried over the Zoom meetings to this morning's meetings and then walk. He operated the offense pretty well. For someone who hadn't been a part of it. Eyes weren't always in the right spot, but you could see a couple of times some of the things he can do with his feet when plays break down, so that's exciting to see.
All right, so that was Todd Monkin on Taylor Green.
If you're Todd Monkin,
yeah,
and you've been a quarterback coach, and you've been an offensive coordinator your entire career, and you see this kid, you can't help but think, ooh, I want to see if I can do something with this guy.
Look at you're glowing,
Andy. I'm the guy who loves Anthony Richardson.
That's true. That is true.
At least the idea. I love the idea of Taylor Green. Now, just because you're faster, and just because your arm is stronger, and just because you're 1/8 of an inch under 6'6", doesn't mean you can actually play quarterback in the NFL. But by golly, I want to watch it and see. I can't wait. This is going to be fun.
What would be stopping him then? You've said 3 really important qualities that you need in a quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, you know what the most important quality you need in a quarterback in the NFL?
How to read a defense?
Decision-making.
Yeah.
Decision-making. To me.
I look at it as of today again. Watson, Sanders. I don't know how Gabriel can't be third.
Andy.
I really hope they trade him so he can have a chance with another team.
Yeah, I know.
And then Green somewhere. I
just think about, and I tease Scott a little bit. Thank you, Browns, for adding yet another quarterback storyline to this crew. Think about the storylines with all these guys.
I just think when
there's
it all
a
starts,
major storyline with everybody.
Green's going to be on the practice squad when this thing starts. Here's the reason I don't think he's going to be on the practice squad. They drafted him. He was drafted, and
yes.
You know how they feel about the guys they draft, especially the first year after they draft them. So that makes me think that either Sanders or Gabriel is going to get traded, or something happens with Watson again. All possibilities. And when I mean something happens, you know where we're going down that road. I hope he stays healthy. If I'm Todd Monkin, I don't know how you can't.
I can't see this team.
I can't see Monkin not looking at the 4 quarterbacks standing in front of him and go, Watson's probably gives me the best chance to win. I don't know. Sanders has to beat Watson out. If you ask me, I want Sanders to start, but I just think that when it's all said and done, I've been saying this for almost 2 years now, money talks, and if Watson is close or capable, he is going to be your starter this year. I can't. That is the number one question people when they see me, they're like, "Hey, what's going on with Watson? Is he really going to start next year?" And it's hard for me to say no. I don't see how he's not starting next year. I mean, Sanders has to blow him away in camp to take over the spot, don't you think?
Yes. I've said repeatedly, I can't imagine a healthy Deshaun Watson standing on the sideline holding a clipboard.
I don't either. I don't.
Keyword there was healthy.
Well, they built it, and I'm trying to remember who I asked this last week. Did they build the offensive line for any one of their particular quarterbacks? And I don't think they did. I think they filled in what they needed to fill in to bring guys and make it the right way. I can't believe that Taylor and Green were even contemplating that at this point. But you're right. There are some really intriguing things about him as they try to figure out this quarterback situation. I'm just telling you today. I think it's Deshaun Watson. I think everyone that you listen to will tell you the same thing, that Watson's got it to lose at this point. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We're going to get back into the Cavaliers. What about what happened to Victor Wembanyama yesterday? And we'll get to the Guardians, too. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
deal with the Chargers worth up to $8 million. The Browns drafted Njoku with their 29th pick back in 2017, and the tight end has spent his entire career in Cleveland until he opted for free agency this offseason. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite the Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
As always, you can listen to this show. You can listen to all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts.
Basket and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock. We're going to talk about the Cavaliers as they get set for Game 4 tonight at home against Detroit. Speaking of the NBA, I want to get into something that happened with Minnesota and the Spurs. Interesting story, right? So you've got arguably one of the most recognizable players in the NBA in Wemby, right? That's a fair assessment? Yes.
Well, you've got the future of the NBA.
Yeah.
I don't know if everybody knows him yet.
He got ejected.
Deservedly so.
I don't know, Jeff. I mean, yes, I know that
it's basketball, Andy. It's not hockey.
Well, but Jeff, I mean, look, it's second quarter, right? And Minnesota's up 38-34, 8:45 to go. And you've got a superstar, a future superstar.
Oh, no, he's a superstar.
He's a superstar. And so, if you watched it live, you may have said to yourself, I don't understand, how is that a flagrant 2? Because here's a guy that's basically almost had his jersey ripped off his back when he went up for a rebound. He had one of his arms held back by another player, and he went to go get a rebound, and his elbow landed in a guy's face. If you watched it live, that's what you thought. That's what I thought.
When I saw it
live
in normal
action
speed,
yeah,
I thought, God, he threw an elbow.
I don't know. When I watched it in normal speed, I was like, he was a guy struggling to get the ball away from somebody else, and he whacked somebody in the face. That's what I thought. But again, if you look, I mean, his jersey was almost ripped off as he went to go get the ball. And I think maybe I think back to when the Cavaliers early on, when LeBron was here. I mean, LeBron would get hacked and punched and stripped. I don't remember in the head. But, I mean, for him to take the ball to the hole a lot of times, he would just get, almost tackled, much like football. I know this is basketball.
Popped off all the time.
Right. I mean, this is basketball. As Jeff said, I don't know why you felt like you had to talk about hockey, but this isn't football. This is basketball. And if you want to start ripping hockey, but
I'm not ripping hockey. Hockey is a beautiful sport with physicality built in.
The problem for Wemby, and the reason I can understand why they gave him the flagrant 2, and here's another problem I have with it too.
They bashed him with an elbow.
Yeah, well, one of the problems I have for us is that we have the luxury of seeing this in slow motion.
So do the referees.
But I just think slow motion makes things so much worse.
Worse.
It makes
things so much more clear.
No, it makes it worse, Jeff. So the problem is, it's when you watch his eyes. He saw him there, and he just unloaded. So I understand.
He threw an elbow at the guy's head.
I don't think. Well, the problem is height. It's a height advantage. That's the problem there.
He should have been Kevin Hart size. That's what you're saying?
That's right. No. Kevin Hart size would be worse. He would have buried him if it was Kevin Hart size.
So to speak.
Right. Although Kevin Hart got buried in his roast last night, but that's another story for another day. But, I think he just pulled. I don't think he knew. I don't know what he knew or what he didn't know.
And he threw an elbow and he hit the guy in the head. He got thrown out, and justifiably so.
I would have given him a flagrant 1, me personally. I mean, it's not like he crushed his windpipe or anything.
Luckily.
I know, I'm just kidding.
Almost busted his jaw.
Is it his fault that he's that tall?
Oh my
if he would have done
Andy.
that to somebody's sternum, would that have been a flagrant 2? If that goes to your,
the rule is if you're doing it around the head area, that's a flagrant 2. That's the rule.
True. I know. I don't like. You see the fans'
You hate
reaction.
NBA officiating.
No, I just don't like.
Yes, you do.
That's not true. Don't tell me what I do and don't like. I think those guys work hard. They,
You hate it because they only get 6 fouls.
I think they have too much control. That's the problem. I think that referees, and when they don't, we've seen some pretty flagrant stuff in this series. We saw some pretty flagrant stuff in the Toronto series that called or didn't get called, and you're like, well, do they want to call it a flagrant too? No. Why would you want to do that? You don't want to kick a guy out. And I don't want to see anybody get kicked out. In fact, when I'm watching this game, I want to see him play. You know what else is crazy? He didn't know what a flagrant 2 was. Did you read his lips? Did you see that part of it?
He asked, what does that mean?
Yeah,
Talking
what does
to
that
Harrison
mean?
Barnes.
Yeah. He's like, dude, you're ejected. But he, you know what? I give him credit. He was pretty mature about it. Don't you think?
Well, he doesn't have a choice. What's he going to do? Throw a hissy?
Well, he did afterwards. He talked about it. I don't know. Should he have been ejected? I guess so. He did throw a wicked elbow at somebody. He should have been ejected, but I just think sometimes when we watch these plays and we see them in slow motion, people just that's not what the referee saw, and it's not.
Well, he saw enough to blow a whistle.
Well, yeah, because there was. I mean, he could have blown inherently, and I think this was his point. The foul should have been called before it got to that point, and I do think that's a legitimate argument that he could have had. Now, is he going to get fined? Yeah. Is he going to, did he get ejected? Yeah. I get all that. But if the referees call this maybe like a regular season game, the whistle may have been blown before he ever had a chance to throw that elbow. I mean, the guy pulled his jersey off of his back before any of it happened. You can see it.
Ask Shaq how that was for about 15 years.
I agree. And should it ever have been that way, too, for him?
Yeah, but I don't recall Shaq. I'm sure he did at some point throw a few elbows, but I don't know if he hit anybody in the face.
So he criticized the referees afterwards for what they said. I can understand why he would be in that position to criticize. I just think slow motion instant replay changes our perception of things.
Well,
and the problem with that is,
isn't that what we're trying to do in all sports now? Because we're going to the replay. I mean, we're making umpires look bad because they missed a call by a quarter of an inch on a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. I'd say that's pretty dang good. But I mean, that's what the whole point of it is. Everything. Well, let's see we got to make sure we got it right. Was his foot in? Oh, look. Yep, his foot was on the white line by like a half an inch. Out of bounds.
I mean, he did hit him in the throat. I get it. I understand. I just don't like to, I don't know. I like to watch the stars play.
Yeah, well,
I don't like to see them get kicked out.
Have
but
them
you
not
can't
throw
do that.
elbows into the windpipe of other players.
But you probably could go back and say the Cavaliers might not have won a championship if they kept big-name players in the game only because they were big names, right? Because
I think Naz Reed's mom's on the phone. She wants to yell at you.
She can. She's more than welcome to. I don't know. So you would have ejected him. Dan, you probably would have ejected him too, right?
You can't hit people above the neck. Like you just can't. And especially you could see on any replay, whether it was slow-mo or standard speed, there was the look on Victor Wembanyama's face was.
I knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
And it didn't happen immediately.
Right.
I mean, he kind of moved his elbows around a little bit, and then all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah, there was some intention with that. Now,
Absolute
granted,
intention.
was that intention probably the sternum to send a message? Sure.
Was it out
you
of
swung it-
frustration because he probably was fouled and he doesn't get the calls that he deserves? Sure.
Yeah.
Welcome to being 7'3" and really good.
Yeah,
It's like 7'6". I think it's like something like that. It's like 7'6".
I think he's 7'3".
Take a look.
I will.
You know, the
Hold on,
fact
let's
that he
see.
threw the elbow and landed it, I think
ESPN lists him at 7'4".
7'4". Okay.
I don't know. I call those I don't know if I should say this or not, but I will. When you watch kids play, I call those puberty fouls because when you have a kid that's hit puberty before another kid and they collide or they hit, the bigger kid always gets called for it because they're the bigger kid. Now, in this scenario, I mean, Wemby is the bigger kid, I guess, and he ended up landing that elbow where he shouldn't have, and that's why he got ejected.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. I understand.
And there was
it.
malice behind it, too.
Without question.
It was frustration.
Yeah.
Oh, that's malice.
That's malice.
It's intent. How's that?
Intent is a much better word.
Okay,
I'll give
go
you
with that.
All right, we can agree to disagree on
Hey,
it.
we all got that going
Look
for
at
us.
this, man. We could solve world peace if we can come up with something that's simple.
Slowly but surely.
Boy, is he good, though.
My bigger question is, should the referees be calling games tighter?
No, they should be calling games. They did. And the guy threw an elbow at the guy's head.
No. Forget about this scenario. Forget about
the playoffs has been really good.
You think it's been good?
I thought it's been very good.
Do you think if they make the call before he throws the elbow, which they easily could have, we don't get to the elbow situation at all? Go back and watch. His jersey's getting ripped off from behind.
Andy, that happens.
That happens in what? In hockey? During a fight.
Every game, somebody's grabbing somebody's jersey.
But to the
that
point
happens
where
all the time.
you're physically moving a guy off of his footing?
Yes.
I mean, I understand guys grabbing on to guys' jerseys from behind.
Watch underneath,
if you're
away from
trying
the
to
ball.
get spacing. Should they call these games differently in the playoffs? That's what I'm asking.
This is basketball the way it should be.
So should they call this way during the regular season?
They used to in the 80s, and they went to great lengths to not call games differently in the postseason.
Yeah, this is how the 80s looked as well. This is basketball to me. It would be really nice. I just think, honestly, I think we would end up with an injured list that would be out of control if we let these guys play 82 games this way. And I'll beat the snot out of each other. We would be watching benches more than you could possibly imagine in the playoffs right now, because it would literally just turn into, okay, who can bounce the most?
So the way referees call the games during the playoffs is perfect. Is that what you guys are saying? You think it's great?
Well, it's about as good as you can do.
Yeah. I mean, every team is going to have some gripe on their players. If you turn on Detroit radio right now, you will have them going absolutely nuts over James Harden throwing stiff arms left and right to get himself some space on that final shot. I mean, he gave a lefty right to the chest to get himself, or a righty, I should say. Sorry, I forgot he's left-handed. He gave a right hand right to the chest to get himself some space on that three-point shot. Like, yeah, everybody's got their gripes. It's playoff basketball. It's never going to be perfect.
Agreed.
If you're the Spurs right now, are you upset? His coach said, well, I'm kind of glad he did it. I'm kind of glad he stuck up for himself there. But, I mean, you don't want to lose your best player during a playoff game.
Well, no, so don't throw the elbow.
All right, so how do you combat the physical play then? What are you supposed to sit there and take it?
In his case?
Yeah.
Well, he's going to have to do that for about 15 years.
It seems ridiculous.
Please tell me Victor Wembanyama plays for 16 years.
Wouldn't that be awesome?
No, there's no way. Not if he gets beat up the way he's getting beat up now.
Oh, he'll play a long, 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 long time.
I just more worry about guys that big running up and down floors, and if their bodies are built for them to do it.
He's the closest thing look-wise to Ralph Sampson we've seen since Ralph Sampson.
Yeah.
Ralph didn't have the career that he was supposed to have.
I really hope his body holds up because I love watching him play basketball.
Yeah, me too. He's really, really talented.
All right. Do you think he should have been tossed? We'll start with that when we come back. I also want to talk about the Guardians coming up here a little bit down the road. Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock from hoopswire.com. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
Eagles Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place to get ready for the NBA playoffs. Weekday mornings in the CLE. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan.
Don't get old. Let me just tell you this. Why is it every time? Anybody
on YouTube,
just saw what I
hope
just
you enjoyed
did.
that.
I couldn't find my glasses. Like I'm putting my glasses. This is getting old stuff. I mean, I had LASIK eye surgery a long time ago,
Did you?
2000. Best thing I ever did. I loved it. It was awesome. I think I did it in. When was I back? 2000. Yeah, I did it in 2000. This was crazy. I shouldn't even start the hour up by telling the story, but we had like 10 people. We had 10 people at our office. The office that we were working for, I guess I can say it now. It doesn't really matter. They don't exist anymore. We were all working for, I think it was Fox Sports Ohio at the time, right? And we all got hired in like September. And they were switching insurance companies. And the insurance company picked up LASIK eye insurance because they thought it was cheaper than buying contacts or glasses. And so they were paying for LASIK. I think the deductible on it was like $100 at the time. So there were like 10 of us in the office that all did it at the same time. We did it here at one of the world-renowned
You get a reduced
places.
rate?
Yeah. So I'm like, I did it, and I just remember. First of all, my dad was making fun of me right before it because I was super nervous. I mean, who wouldn't be nervous before you do that?
Getting your eyes operated on.
We've all seen Goldfinger. We know how this goes.
Yeah. So like, my dad was making fun of me, and then I was nervous. And then when I had it done, I was like, this is amazing. You spend your whole life trying to focus, and you're wearing contacts and you're wearing glasses from the time I think I started wearing glasses in 4th grade, and I wore them all the way through. And then finally, by the time I got to high school and I started playing more sports, and my parents would let me get contacts because they didn't trust me to be able to hang on to my contacts. And so like my dad was all over me. I was like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever done. And then but the crazy part for my dad was. My dad then he got a torn retina like probably 2 months after I had LASIK, and they had to put they put the bubble in his eye to get like he had to be upside down for a couple hours when they fixed his eye, and he was always see be careful what you say. Be careful what you say. All right, so let's talk about the Guardians here for a second, because you go back to over the weekend and a couple opportunities to have a really, really good weekend. Now, let's look at the big picture. They are 21-21, and they are still in first place in the American League Central.
Here.
If I would have told you in early May or mid-May that Chicago would be in second place, Dan, you would have told me I was crazy, right?
Baseball's a very, very silly sport.
It is weird, man.
The White Sox have been trying to develop some good young talent.
Well, Morikawa is just hitting everything right now.
Guy they brought in from Japan who couldn't hit for average, but he's hitting for power now.
All right, so the Angels...
Sorry, Murakami. My bad.
Sorry. The Angels are here tonight. That's a 6-10 start. They lost 2 one-run games over the weekend to the Twins. Probably should have got at least one of those, right? Don't you think?
Absolutely, Andy.
At least one of those.
Sure, why not?
And so it wasn't the greatest of weekends around here. So they dropped 2 to the Twins. Sucks.
Wasn't the greatest weekend for Bo Naylor.
No. And so let's start talking about that. Patrick Bailey, who they picked up from the Giants. I am wondering what this means at the catcher position. So first, Jeff, you give me your thoughts on what it means for them to go out and get a catcher.
I found this trade really interesting. And
seems to be your word of the day.
Well, there are a lot of interesting things in the world of sports today, Andy.
It is interesting.
It was intrigue was the other word we were using. It wasn't interesting.
The other word of the day is intrigue.
Going Pee-wee's Playhouse with us?
Yes, that's exactly what I was saying.
I'll readily admit I
want to make sure.
I don't watch a lot of San Francisco Giants baseball, so I wasn't very familiar with Patrick Bailey, even though he's a 2-time Gold Glover in the last 2 years. So, and the Guardian sent out a release that was fascinating because they sent out a release filled with the type of stats that only guys like Mennigan know. And it's catcher framing runs saved, defensive runs saved by position around Major League Baseball. Patrick Bailey is good at it. He's really good at it. He saved more runs than any defensive player in baseball the last 3 years. So I went, all right, let me see what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
So I typed in Patrick Bailey.
Won't you come home, Patrick Bailey?
Defense.
Yes.
Defense. And found like 10 minutes of him playing defense that was all put together. And if you want to see stuff that you've never seen before out of a catcher, go look at this guy. First of all, it starts with him coming out from behind the plate to field the position on bunts and short, little nubbers in front of the plate. He gets out further than any catcher I've ever seen and make plays. It's fascinating. And that was cool. Then it showed him throwing. He almost throws sidearm. And he's got a hose, man. He throws really well. But it's an interesting arm slot because catchers don't seem to throw from the side very often, and this guy seems to throw from the side. And then it had like 4 minutes of him framing pitches. And framing a pitch is, okay, that ball's slightly outside or wherever it is, and the catcher moves his glove into the strike zone to try to fake out the umpire, in case anybody doesn't know what it means.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen a guy frame like this. He is so fast. It's unbelievable. I just kept watching. It's like, how did you get your hand in the zone so fast? And
did you say it with that high-pitched voice?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah,
well, for emphasis.
Oh, okay.
And the thing that he did, all of it was good. Anything inside, anything outside, he's moving it just enough where it's like a strike. He took pitches that were like 6 inches below the strike zone and got them up into the zone so fast that the umps are just ringing guys up. And the batters are like, did you not see? No, you didn't see, because this guy framed it so quickly. And that said, he's hitting like 140. So what they did for now, they replaced one really poor hitting catcher, Bo Naylor, with another really poor hitting catcher in Patrick Bailey. But they tripled the defensive worth of the catching position, which is what this organization has really, really strived for in the last several years. That's why Austin Hedges has a job here and will until he wants to quit playing. So you've got two catchers who don't hit very well. Bailey, previous 3 years was better, Andy. Just off to a really slow hitting start this year. Maybe they can help him. Maybe he can come around. But I get it. You didn't give up a ton.
Mm-hmm.
You gave up a compensatory pick. I think it's a 29th pick. And you gave up Tugboat Wilkinson, who's an intriguing left-handed pitcher, but who knows? You never know. And they picked up arguably the best defensive catcher in baseball.
All right, so I had a couple thoughts as soon as the trade went down. I was like, well, man, I feel bad for Bo Naylor because he just hit a 3-run homer the other night to go beat the Royals.
Way to go, Bo.
I mean, you feel it on top of the world because you've been slumping. You're hitting a little bit better in the month of May than you did in the month of April, significantly better.
Head on to Arizona. We're not even sending you to the minors.
Okay, so that's my next point. Like, why? I don't understand. Why wouldn't he go straight to Columbus? Why would they send him to Arizona? Dan, do you have any thoughts on that? Or
my guess would be your swing's a mess, and we got to fix this thing.
You're so out of whack. We got to fix you.
But it seemed like it was correcting itself.
Well, he got one home run.
No, not just from the one home run. Look at the numbers for the month of May compared to the month of April. Like, I thought he was hitting like close to 250 in the month of May after an abysmal first month of the season. So I thought that maybe that was starting to come back, and you're like,
We did hear he kept hitting the ball hard and was just hitting at people, which actually happens, as we all know. But they had an opportunity.
He's going to get picked up by somebody, don't you think?
Well, no, he's still on the team.
I'm just saying, if they want to trade him, they could trade him right now.
Well, sure. Everybody needs a catcher.
Yeah. Oh, he would. Yeah. He would have value for sure.
The issue is this, Andy. Do the Guardians want to hang on to a guy who they drafted in the first round and see if they can fix him? Or do they just want to bail? And you got Cooper Ingle at AAA hitting about 400. So if you're looking for an offensive catcher, you have one, but he's not a great defensive player. And this organization, stresses the defense behind the plate, which if you look at the success this team has had on offense, with pitching, I get it, right? I mean, I can only assume pitchers felt much better throwing to Austin Hedges than they did to Bo Naylor.
Well, I'll throw the other part of it, too. He might be in Arizona to fix some of the catching woes, too, because he's had a rough year behind the plate.
That was my other question. How much of this was not about being at the plate? Because, you brought in a guy that's hitting around, isn't that much. The difference in the offensive output between these two guys isn't that big a deal. How much of it was the way he was handling the staff? How much of it was the catching aspect of it compared to the hitting?
That's a part of it. The one thing I do think that is interesting here, there's that word again, Andy. Bailey won 2 Gold Gloves in San Francisco, and he was traded by a general manager who was a Gold Glove catcher, Buster Posey. And they have 2 young catchers coming up who swing a little better bat. Buster apparently was all over Patrick Bailey, and it's weird because, the guy was a Gold Glove catcher. But it's like, hey, it's more than framing pitches. It's how you handle the staff. It's how you lead the staff. And apparently he kind of fell out of favor with a good catcher, Buster Posey, because of other issues rather than like the individual defensive skills behind the plate. So,
and then you bring him to another catcher, right? Here.
Well, yeah. I mean, he and Hedges are going to provide the best defensive duo of catchers in Major League Baseball. But will he handle the staff well? Will he hit a little bit? This team shows that it doesn't really care too much, Andy, about offensive catcher.
Yeah.
And that's okay. That's okay, as long as the rest of your team hits and your pitching staff is good.
So you're good with batting 8, is what you're saying.
Well,
it hurts
yeah.
sometimes when you see it. Although yesterday, he goes 0 for 3, and then Fry comes up there and gets a hit. So you get at least you get one hit out of that spot yesterday out of the 8-hole.
Other thing to keep in mind: how many really good hitting catchers are there in Major League Baseball? Not a ton.
Joe, let's hear from Joe real quick. Joe is in Cleveland. Hi, Joe.
Hey guys. Well, you know what? That last line is true. The there's no Johnny Benches anymore. You know what I mean?
Very few.
But you know who this guy is? He's the pommel horse guy. Like, he's so good at that one thing that you got to keep him on the team, and he's got to start.
Joe, he's going to catch a lot of games. He caught more games than anybody in Major League Baseball last year.
And like you said, he saves runs. That's, Baylor can't score runs, and he can't save them either. This guy can at least save them.
Right.
So,
that's true.
Yeah, he's the guy with the glasses on the pommel horse. Nobody can do it better.
Fair enough. Joe in Cleveland, thank you. Appreciate it.
Bo Naylor wasn't helping your team this year. He just wasn't helping your team. And they felt they could upgrade the position at a reasonable price, and so they did. All I know, and I'm not kidding, if you're in front of your computer, do that Google search, put in Patrick Bailey defense, and watch the way this guy frames pitches. It's freaky good. It's freaky.
All right, the Guards gave away a couple games this weekend. They bring in a new catcher. Your thoughts on that? And where we're going with this thing is they get set. They're back home again tonight as well. So, plus Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock from Hoopswire. We'll get back into all of our talk about the Cavaliers and Game 4 tonight against the Pistons. 216-474-0092. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin from Weather Seal Home Services. You want to make your old house new again? Easy way to do it. Weather Seal Home Services. New siding, that'll make it happen too. New siding from Weather Seal Home Services is the makeover you need. Choose from hundreds of colors to create any look you can imagine. Now through the end of the month, save 25% off of whole house siding and get 60 months zero interest financing with approved credit. That is 5 years, no interest, so you're not going to pay a dime until 2031. And your new siding purchase includes
Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092. Talking a little baseball. The Guardians traded for Patrick Bailey. We got on that. Your thoughts on the trade? What does this tell us about, Bo Naylor, I guess, moving forward? We talked about that. What does this mean about the catching position overall? Cooper Engel is just tearing the cover off the ball at AAA. They decided to send Bo Naylor to Arizona rather than go straight to Columbus. What does that mean? Is he in a holding pattern before he finds himself on another team, or maybe he figures something out and he ends up coming here? It's just weird. He hits a 3-run homer last week. Thought he was starting to hit the ball a little bit better in this month, but obviously the Guardians saw something and were able to pick up a really, really good defensive catcher from the Giants in Patrick Bailey, and so now maybe they feel like they've been able to change some things. There's a number of reasons why you would change out the catcher, especially now if you're losing games by 1 run and you feel like the catcher is costing you a run here or a run there. That's the difference in being 500 or maybe being 5 games or 10 games over 500. 10 games might be a little bit of a stretch, but why do it? Why make the trade for a catcher at this point?
Upgrade anywhere you can.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I do think it's also interesting they went outside the system, too, to go pick somebody up.
Apparently they've had a long-standing interest in Bailey, and that's because this organization, and Terry Pluto wrote a great piece about it. So I'd suggest you go read that in Cleveland.com. A really good piece that the Guardians, and you got to wrap your head around this one, that the Guardians value saving runs as much as they do scoring runs. And ultimately, you have to score more runs than the other team. If you can keep them from scoring, I get it. We all want, I do. I want to see big guys who know how to hit. I want to see little guys who know how to hit. I prefer to win games that way. But if you don't have that yet, well, pitching is still the name of the game. And what's a key part of pitching? Having good work behind the plate.
That's true.
So I get it. I do. I get this trade. I understand.
This takes me to the next point of the conversation where, how concerned are you with starting pitching for the Guardians or bullpen, too, at this point, too? Because we normally don't sit around and say starters and bullpen. Normally it's one or the other. And in successful seasons, they seem to pick each other up. This year, it's been, okay, we're going to kind of ride the wave. We're going to be on top of the wave, and we're not really going under. But, you can look at some just like little things like, no one's given up. Only the Astros have given up more home runs than the Guardians. Guardians have given up 51. The Astros have given up 54. They're the pitching, and this is total pitching. This isn't just starters or relievers. And, you look at ERA, and then the Guardians find themselves like 6 in ERA. Dan, what do you look at? Because I'm sure you look at stats other than what normal people look at. So,
thanks.
Normal people.
Appreciate such things.
Dan's an alien.
That's true.
Exactly. Me and Victor Wembanyama, maybe we are the same species.
That is true. You may get an elbow to the throat here if you continue on like that. No,
if you look, Fangraphs and all that kind of stuff, like figuring out a good reliever, statistic, you kind of need 3 or 4 of them to truly get a feel for it. Fangraphs would tell you they're a league average starting rotation and a league average bullpen. And I wonder if we're so accustomed
to having it,
to them being awesome, that now having them being league average has all of us looking at each other going, oh no, this pen is exploding. Oh no, this starting rotation's imploding. What do we do? But it's like, you might just be league average.
It hasn't really imploded though. That's only it's like it's sizzling. How's that sound?
Did you see Franco Alimán make his major league debut yesterday?
That's cool.
It was cool, and he was really pretty good. 6'6" relief pitcher, and threw it hard. Seemed to know what he was doing out there. He'll be fun to watch.
It will be fun. And if the Cavs need to pick up somebody, they can. Anthony is in Cleveland Heights.
He could guard a wing.
I mean, all he's got to do is walk through the tunnel there underneath the ballpark. Anthony is in Cleveland Heights. Anthony.
Hello, Anthony.
Hi. Well, a couple things. First of all, on the Bailey trade, I liked what Antonetti said sometime after the trade, which was that they were looking at this guy for a while, and they finally had the chance to go after him, and not to cast aspersions at another Cleveland team, but that, again, I like the way the ownership and management thinks, because this is not a situation where somebody says, no, I don't want to come play for you, and then we respond by saying, well, how about more money and a guaranteed contract? They had their eyes set on him, and when they had a chance to get him, they got him. So that's a good thing to me. It shows stability in the front office. Mm-hmm. Second thing is, the games this weekend were frustrating because you're leaving. I was there Saturday. You're leaving guys left on base, and
they have 12 guys left on base, Anthony, something like that. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
12 guys left on base just yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know whether to marvel at all the twists and turns Saturday night or pull my hair out. But, I will say this. The betting markets haven't changed. The Guardians are the division favorite. And that's why the collective wisdom of the betting market is if you're leaving guys on base, that means you're putting guys on base, and you're going to eventually bring them in.
Fair enough. Anthony, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's go Sam. Hi, Sam. How are you? Sam's in Cleveland.
Hello, Sam.
Good afternoon. Hey, I was wondering if I'm not mistaken, you can fact check me. I think the Indians are 28th out of 30th in ABS challenge. And
we're going to talk about that here in a second, too. Go ahead.
Yeah, so how much do you think that shows that Bo Naylor's did not know the zone? I mean, for being a catcher, you would think your catcher would know the zone. And I just wonder if I can't say this is the only decision. Obviously, his batting average had a lot to do with it. But I just wonder if they're very frustrated with his knowledge of the zone, which is impacting defense on his challenges and knowing the zone when you're hitting.
Sam, I think that's a good point. And not just Bo Naylor on that. Was it yesterday? One of the games this weekend. Forgive me. They ran together. Brian Rocchio challenged a call.
I saw this.
And it was like on a 1-1 pitch in the middle of the game. And I thought, what are you doing that for here? You're still at the plate. It's not like they rung you up. Now Rocchio, went 4 for 4 yesterday, but and then Rick Manning said, "Don't do this here." He said, and Rick made a great point. He said, it seems like oftentimes the Guardians are reacting emotionally to calls and activating the ABS system because, that wasn't a strike, instead of, okay, that's only 1-2. I get another one here. If they ring me up and I don't think it is, that's a different thing. He's still at the plate. You know what I mean? Why would you ever challenge a pitch in the middle of a count? I don't get that. Just adjust. Yeah. Save your challenge for when it's a real meaningful thing. You throw them away early, that's a waste.
1-1 turns into 2-0. 2-0 is a fastball count.
Okay.
I mean, that's.
I'd rather have a fastball count in the 8th or 9th inning than in the 4th.
Honestly, I don't think we're challenging enough. I think that's part of the problem these teams have right now. I would be challenging way more often.
I think you're challenging. I think you run the potential of challenging at the wrong times.
If you're getting them right, you can have as many of them as you want.
If you're getting them right, but they're not. So why,
I think teams aren't challenging enough. Jason Benetti said that it looked like a month ago, and I immediately heard that and went, oh, I don't know. And then the more I've watched, the more I've been like, boy, we're not challenging enough.
I will tell you, I don't like the system.
I love it.
I don't like it for this reason. All of a sudden, this big graphic appears on the screen. Oh, that's out of the strike zone by 1/8 of an inch. 1/8 of an inch, and it's not a strike? The umpire's back there trying to call breaking balls, trying to call fastballs coming in at 97. If it's within 1/8 of an inch, and this is old school, hey, put the ball in play. It's close enough. Swing at the ball. Swing.
I like it. I was listening the other night, and what was that? Was it Thursday night that they won? That was the same night Naylor hit the home run. Didn't they win the game on an ABS challenge at the end? It was the very last play.
I'm not going to lie to you.
I think it was.
Hedges challenged it, and he got it right.
And they won.
Watching more hoops than baseball of late, so I'm not going to lie to you.
We know Matt well enough, Jeff, that we worked with him long enough, and I mean he's made it pretty obvious he's not a huge fan of ABS.
I think it's making the umpires look good.
That's what I was going to say. It's been one of the best compliments we have for the umpires in this league.
Even if they're missing and getting overturned, it's like a quarter of an inch.
Oh heck yeah! I mean it tells you these guys
a quarter of an inch out of the strike zone. Come on, man.
Yeah, but what it is stopping is the games where the umpires are really, really bad.
Yep.
It's stopping those games.
I will agree with that. And we've all seen those.
And you know what? It might be making bad umpires a little bit better. Mm-hmm. Guys that were kind of calling the game on it takes away their agenda to call the game. If they, let's just say they're not happy with a hitter or somebody's giving them a little bit of grief or attitude, that's gone. It just doesn't play. I was just looking at
that's true. It's one thing when Bailey came in. The ability to frame pitches. I've read several articles. One said the ability to frame pitches is not as big of a deal now with the ABS system.
Well, that would make sense, though, wouldn't it?
On the other hand, I read one that said it's even more important now.
Absolutely.
And I
would think if the Guardians made a move for a guy who can frame better than anybody else, then it probably is.
Well,
it's probably the latter.
And part of it is now this. Not only is he putting doubt in the umpire's head, he's putting doubt in the batter's head as well.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So it's
all right. So tell me if I'm reading this right. So ESPN's got the MLB Team ABS Challenge rankings out there. The Guardians, it's all. So whether it's pitcher or catcher, with overall they're 28th in the league at 34.8%. This can't be. We must not have had many pitchers challenge. Does that sound right? They're 100%. Number one, tied for number one in the league. And then
they have the best view of it.
And then it's got catcher success at 52.8%. I gotta slide the bar over here for a second. And then total success 28th again, 43.4. So I don't know. Maybe that has something to do with what's going on with Naylor too, and why they would be willing. But if you just felt like you upgraded at the position, that's your job to make that deal.
That's what Chris Anthony's paid for.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Make the team better.
Oh, we've got headlines. So many things going on. Plus, we're going to get back to the Cavaliers. Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock. It's all straight ahead right here. Baskin and Phelps, 216-474-0092.
morning, the league announced the Giants will be hosting the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football for Week 1. It'll be the 8th time in the past 15 seasons the division rivals square off to open up the season. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All right, you got the Cavaliers coming up tonight against the Pistons. We'll talk about that. Your Guardians are also home. We talked about that. Sam Amico is going to join us at 1 o'clock. But, Jeff Phelps, do you know what time it is?
No, Andy, I don't. But I'm hoping you'll enlighten me.
It is time for headlines, Jeff. Sort of live from the 2.5-minute newsroom. He never follows through on his stories, and he's not on your side. He's Dan Menigan.
I'm hardly on my own side, frankly.
That is true.
All right, gentlemen, let's begin with a little bit of news that has just come down courtesy of Shams Charania of ESPN. The Milwaukee Bucks are fielding offers for Giannis Antetokounmpo. Sources tell ESPN, guys.
Do we want him? 216-474-0092. Do we want him? 216-474-0092.
So does this mean I do want him? Yes. Does this mean Jimmy Haslam told Giannis that
he's on the block?
He's gone? Because they're telling him what's going to happen next, right?
They're on the block.
All right.
How do you get him? That's the question.
You get him for Evan Mobley, Tyson, a couple of number ones.
Any pick I'm allowed to trade. Any and every pick I could trade.
Yeah.
So the next 3 year, or every other year of number ones for the next 3 years?
Whatever the league will allow me to trade, because who knows, by that point we might be playing basketball on Mars.
I mean, if he's as good as it won't even matter. If he's as good as we think he can be here in Cleveland, you can do the right mix. Those are all going to be late round, first round picks.
Would you trade Donovan Mitchell for him?
Yes.
I would too.
Yeah, I would too. What are you doing? Harden gone then, or are you trying to bring Harden back from?
He walks.
Yeah. The only issue here is if you're going to pick up Giannis, you got to have a team around him.
Yeah.
That's the issue. So what are you going to do? I would think he would want to have Jared Allen next to him to play center.
He would probably want Mobley just because of the 3-point shooting.
Well, but he's not going to get Mobley.
Well, but if you're putting Donovan Mitchell into the equation,
yeah.
Like let's say, I mean, it's probably an A or B. It wouldn't be both.
Oh, why not?
Because again, at that point,
if it were both, maybe you wouldn't have to give up the number ones.
I mean, at that point, though, Giannis is walking in and looking around at a house filled with no furniture, like the end of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Well, keep this in mind, though. If you're in Milwaukee, aren't you going to want to trade with a team that has good number one picks? I think the Cavs came out of the draft lottery with the 29th pick. I mean, the Cavs
which is heading to Utah.
The Cavs might not have attractive first-round picks in the future, if all goes well.
But the thing is, Jeff, if you're trading for Giannis, none of the teams that are going to trade for him are going to have attractive picks, unless you think that team is going to be a mess. The bad teams don't trade for Giannis and then are bad again.
Here's my question: if you're trading,
in theory, but you could say that, but then why is he leaving Milwaukee? Who didn't make the playoffs?
Because they've burnt every single asset on the face of this earth and have nothing left to trade to build anything around.
Which is what might happen to a team that goes out and tries to get him.
Oh, I don't know, Jeff.
You know who could pick him up?
So are you? Hang on, can I just go back on this for a second? Are you trading Donovan Mitchell to get him? Is that your world? Is that in your world?
It's an A or B. You either can take Evan Mobley or you can take Donovan Mitchell. I will not give you both.
Well, you might have to.
So that's just leaving you Jared Allen, right? Let's be honest, because you don't care if Harden's back or not next year. So
no, I would let Harden walk.
Who's last?
But that's a personal
Remember,
thing.
I said last week I think Harden is a one-year move. If he comes back next year, great. I think they made the trade for Harden to get better this year for the playoffs. And then I think they'll reevaluate, and I think James will reevaluate. I'd like to see him back, but whatever. The Cavs could clean out, for instance, Mobley, Tyson, Tomlin, Strus, and some number ones.
And and the cap also won't let you allow you to trade Mobley and Mitchell on those extensions to Milwaukee. It just wouldn't work. You would have to take half their team back with you.
Well, I don't see how they pull it off.
I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you could do, but it's a mess.
It's a total restart for us then, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well,
with the exception of Allen, that's it. It's a restart.
If you don't get out of the second round of the playoffs, why wouldn't you?
Exactly. If they don't make it out of this series, it's all on the table.
Everything is.
There will be no bad ideas.
I mean,
I don't.
Forgive me. I think Donovan's a tremendous player. He's never made it out of the second round of the playoffs.
Maybe with Giannis he does. I don't know what else he's giving up. But you'd have to give up Mobley, Allen, and those picks, right?
Oh, who knows what you'd have to give up? But if I'm Kobe Altman, I'm making the call, and you can be sure Kobe already has.
Yep. We'll see where it goes from there. Keep you up to date on any other news. There will be no further discipline to Victor Wembanyama after the incident of the elbow to the neck. There will be no
that's
further.
Fair.
Yep. Moving along.
Good.
So,
by the way, the one thing that does scare me about Giannis, he's 32 and has had some injury issues. As we know, the injury issues, but he's 32.
Does he have any legal troubles?
Mean he can't play for another 5 or 6 years.
As long as he doesn't have any legal troubles, I'm good with it. Let's go.
Could you imagine Oklahoma City dangling all their future draft capital?
Yeah. Well, and not to mention players on top of it because they're about to find themselves into a crunch.
Yep.
As well. Chargers signed tight end David Njoku. Happy trails, David Njoku.
Yeah.
1 year up to $8 million he's able to earn.
I always thought David was going to become absolute upper tier tight end. And I don't think he quite made it here. I think David has some great physical skills, and I like him, and I wish he were still on the team. But I was hoping that he would become a Travis Kelce, an Antonio Gates, and I know Antonio and Travis are Hall of Famers. Travis will be anyway. I was hoping he'd become that kind of guy, and he never did here. And that's a shame because I think he had the physical skills for it. Why he didn't, I don't know. But I wish him luck with the Chargers.
I do too. I always liked him. I liked him here.
Me too.
I would have been happy if they would have brought him back for another season. I think the fact that he's on a 1 year deal and it took this long for him to find a team might be telling to where his career is going. Although I could see him re-upping in San Diego again.
There's some other good players out there, Andy, who still haven't found a team yet.
I know, but I'm surprised it took this long. Two, it's only a 1 year deal, so.
And in his case, he probably only wanted a 1 year deal.
Probably. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
PGA Championship week, gentlemen. We've got ourselves a major this week.
A major.
Yeah, right out. Philly is going to be showing up and strong. So this is not exactly PGA Tour based, but it is a little bit of news that is interesting. Bryson DeChambeau has been telling people that he is prepared to grow his YouTube channel and play whenever he is welcomed if Liv cannot survive without the Saudi money. So instead of looking to go to the tour, instead of looking to go to the DP World Tour or anything like that, Bryson is saying he's going to go out on his own. And he's going to try to build his YouTube channel, play in a couple tournaments, and go for the majors. What do we think of this?
I hate it. I like watching that guy play golf. I don't care what a guy does on YouTube. You know what I mean? Okay, is he going to be doing trick shots on YouTube? Is he going to be doing instructionals?
He's been doing instructionals. He's been doing interview style as he's playing golf with people.
Okay. Well, in other words, he wants to become an influencer and not a golfer.
He already is an influencer when it comes to the game of golf.
And he isn't doing instructionals on there, too.
I can't blame him. If there's no clear path for him to get back on the PGA Tour, I don't know if he has a choice. So good luck to him. I find him wildly entertaining.
What is he? Oh, man, he's got 2.69 million subscribers.
Oh, yeah. He's done well.
He said, I would like to grow my YouTube channel 3 times, maybe even more.
Yeah, which doesn't do anything for me on a Sunday when I want to watch the final round of fill in the blank.
All right, tell me if you would watch this. Let's play. Would you watch it for a second, just to give you some of the things he let Kevin Hart be his caddy. Would you watch that? I would. I'd watch that. Oh, come on. Jeff, come on.
Why would I care, Andy?
Because Kevin Hart is funny.
Great.
The guy's hysterical. I mean,
That's
if you
great. I'm not tuning in for that.
Yeah, well, 3.8 million people did.
Well, good. I'm not one of them.
A lot of people will.
I'm sure they will.
So,
but to me, Bryson DeChambeau is one of the best players on the planet, and I would love to see him just play golf competitively.
I'm trying to see. Go ahead.
I was going to move it along. So something happened this weekend that made me laugh. An honor was handed out. So I think it was Friday night, the Milwaukee Brewers announced that they are putting CC Sabathia into their Ring of Honor and retiring his. I don't think they're retiring his number or anything like that, but they're definitely honoring him and putting him into the Ring of Honor. Guys, CC Sabathia was there for half a season, and I don't even know if we can call it
pitched the
half a season.
bejeebers out of him.
Oh, and what they did to that guy was illegal now, or at least should be illegal.
It should be, but it turned into the best thing that ever happened in his career.
And it was probably the best thing that happened to the Brewers at that point, too, because they'd gone 25 years without making the playoffs before CC Sabathia walked through the door. Hey, can we think of anybody who is anywhere shorter and had their number retired?
How long was Nate Thurman here?
Besides, like, Jackie Robinson and
more than a year.
That kind of stuff?
No. I mean, Jackie Robinson had a fine career. Nate was here
75 to
years.
77, yeah. 2.
It was a different time and different situation.
For Nate, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But CC went up there and pitched in what, Dan? 12 games? That was about it.
So I pulled it up here. CC Sabathia started 17 games. Now, mind you, he was traded to the Brewers at the trade deadline.
That's beautiful.
He threw 130 innings for the Brewers that year. I mean, he was on 3 days rest. He threw 3 shutouts.
His 2008 performance is considered one of the best stretches in team history.
It was unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable. Yeah, he is now a part of the Wall of Honor, and he was there for 17 starts.
It's beautiful. Congratulations, CC.
And I will forever be thankful for him for ending the 25-year drought of the Brewers missing the playoffs.
You know one of my favorite things about CC? Remember when he got skinny with the Yankees?
Yes.
And then wasn't throwing as well?
Yes.
He's like, pass the bonbons. I'm putting 50 back on. He did, and he lit it up. That was great.
That was great. All right. Well, thank you very much. That was headlines. Sam Amico gets us ready for Game 4. Cavaliers-Pistons tonight. Can the Cavs even things up at 2? He'll give us the insight next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the Monsters Round 2, Game 1, coming up on Thursday, May 14th, 7 o'clock, Rocket Arena. Tickets on sale at clevelandmonsters.com/playoffs. clevelandmonsters.com/playoffs. The first 5,000 fans will receive a T-shirt courtesy of University Hospitals. All fans at Game 1 will also receive a rally towel courtesy of 1010. It's all brought to you by your Cleveland Monsters and Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Should be some good stuff. Marley's coming up. I think that's who they got there. So let's see how that goes. Those games are so much fun, and the crowds have been great all season long. In fact, the Monsters lead the league in attendance, and they do a great job with that. Speaking of being inside the arena, tonight is the night to be in the arena because you've got the Detroit Pistons. Do you like when people say that? Detroit?
No.
I don't either. The Detroit Pistons and the Cavaliers tonight as they square off in Game 4, and so we get more insight into this. Hoopswire.com is where you can get all of his action, and right now he is on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright. Hotline, Sam Amico. Hi, Sammy.
Hi, gentlemen. How are you?
Samuel.
Good. Wow, that's the second time today Jeff has gone into high pitch.
Samuel.
Yeah, you went high pitch on that.
I like it.
Must be a good thing, good luck thing. Optimistic or pessimistic about Game 4, my friend?
Optimistic. I think they should have won the first two in Detroit and did not play well in those games, have yet to play well on the road. And I think the one game they play well, they win. But obviously, that one went down to the wire too, Game 3. So I expect this to be a long series, and I expect it to be very similar to what we just saw these three games. Very close the whole way and could probably go either way. But that's a long way of saying I think they'll win Game 4.
James Harden doesn't need me to feel good for him. Doesn't need you to feel good for him. He's had a great career, like 12th most playoff games ever or something like that. But I was really glad to see him have a strong finish because, boy, has he caught a lot of grief, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, that was going into that game, particularly from Cavs fans. He was, and even nationally, you'd see it nationally. People were just saying this guy's done. There was a lot of turnovers, more field goals than made shots, all that stuff. He really put the team on his back there in Game 3, the last 2.5 minutes. I think, his response is always, what chatter? But, they hear that. The players hear that. Coaches hear it. And I think that helps you maybe a little bit emotionally and maybe install some belief in yourself and the team getting a win like that. Donovan Mitchell had a great game. Max Strus and Sam Merrill did some stuff that was important and vital, and obviously Jared Allen and Evan Mobley too. So they need one of those all-around kind of games, but it's going to help if Harden's steadying the ship and making shots.
Sam, is that what they learned in the Game 3 win, or was it just a matter of being able to finish? I know the home away thing, whatever, but is this just a matter of being able to finish even though they gave up a 17-point lead?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's not a huge surprise, guys, that you give up a 17-point lead to a 60-win team. I mean, I know I have underrated Detroit, it seems, all season, simply because they just don't have that super duper lineup that we're used to seeing from 60-win teams. But they defend very well. They find ways to win. They're very, very good at the stuff the Cavs aren't great at, and that's kind of the intangibles, the little things, winning the scrums, pushing guys off their spots, being very physical. So, I think that when they got up 17, I know myself, I was sitting there thinking this is too soon to get up that big on this team. They're going to come back, and so you just have to finish. And I think that that's what what this series is going to come down to. Can you make the right plays at the end and not turn the ball over and win the physical battles on the glass? They did that, I think, for the most part in Game 3.
Sam Amico joining us from hoopswire.com. Hoopswire.com. You can read all of Sam's work and his coverage of the Cavs in the NBA. One of the great little side stories, well, front and center story, I guess. J.B. Bickerstaff coaching the Pistons, Kenny Atkinson, who replaced him here in Cleveland, coaching the Cavaliers. How has each coach done so far through 3 games, Sam?
Well, I think JB's been fantastic also since he's got the job, really. And that's nothing, the Cavs made the right choice at the decision at the time when they let him go. I think that had run its course, but sometimes a team like the Pistons that's young gets a strong new voice in JB, and I just think he's been fantastic since he's got there. And, listen, Kenny, I think he's taken a lot of flack, a lot of grief. He's got so many pieces to work with, but sometimes, listen, there are times that guys don't deliver. There are times that they do. Dennis Schroeder last game was fantastic, in many ways. But a lot of times the coach is only as good as their role players. If your role players aren't making shots or aren't doing the things to help you win games, then you're a bad coach. So I think Kenny's done a decent job of finding lineups. I personally don't love the one big guy and 4 guards lineups that he institutes a lot, but that doesn't mean they're bad. It just means and there are times they work, but I just don't love that. But listen, I think he's done a fine job in terms of finding some momentum, especially getting the guys to defend, because they've defended for the most part pretty well in the playoffs, especially on the road games. Even though they haven't won any of them, they're giving themselves a shot. So I think both coaches have been fantastic. Wouldn't it be something if J.B. Bickerstaff and Mike Brown, let's hope this isn't the case, Cavs fans, are meeting in the Eastern Conference Finals?
Yeah, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I know there's a certain office I don't think I'd want to be in watching those games.
3 firings between them in Cleveland.
Right.
Tonight, knockdown, drag out. Is that what you expect? I mean, we saw physical play. We saw Wemby get ejected for physical play over the weekend, and so now, I mean, I'm expecting this to be a physical game. I know Dan talked about it at length at the beginning of the show. What kind of a game are we going to see tonight?
Well, based on the series, I would expect more of the same. Maybe I don't know if about a total nail biter, but something that the old fight to the finish. It's just the way the Pistons play, and they're never out of it. We saw them come back with Game 6 that they had to have in Orlando, down 24, ramped up the defense. They did that against the Cavs, down 17, even though they ended up losing. But I think that's kind of what this series is going to be. The Pistons play, and I think we said this before the series, very much like the Toronto Raptors did when that series went 7 games, except for the Pistons are better. They're a better all-around team, obviously, than the Raptors. So I suspect this series is going to go very much the same. I'd be stunned if there's a blowout, but I think the Cavs will win this series.
Reports out of Milwaukee, Bucks open listening to offers for Giannis Antetokounmpo. What would it cost the Cavaliers to make such a trade, Sam?
I would say Evan Mobley. In February, it sounds like they talked a little bit. I don't think the Cavs or Bucks were serious about it at the time, but the reports that we've seen from, I think it was Mark Stein of the Stein line, was the Bucks wanted Evan Mobley and like all the Cavs draft capital, which was a ridiculous request, and I think that's why they made it like that, if that was truly it. But that's what it would cost them: Evan Mobley and probably a pick. And Milwaukee wouldn't get a better offer. And you're talking about a 24-year-old, former defensive player of the year. the Cavs are hoping it doesn't really come to that, but that's a conversation that could be had this summer again. They're certainly going to listen to things. I don't think Milwaukee would get a better offer if the Cavs actually got involved in that conversation right now. I don't know that they will right away, but we know Kobe Altman, right?
Yep.
I mean, if things don't go well,
it's not shy.
If things don't go well, if they don't get out of this round or perhaps don't get out of next, they're always looking for that splashy move. At least Kobe has historically, we've seen him do that. So they would be in it on those conversations, I believe.
Will it be Kobe if that happens?
If they don't get out of this round, I honestly, guys,
yeah,
I'd say everything is up in the air.
Yeah,
I think that would be fair if you're Dan Gilbert. You know, why are we the only team in the second apron, and why are we the only team right now that's going to be in the second apron again next year? And not getting out of the second round, I think that's a fair question from if Dan Gilbert were to ask that, and certainly everything would be up in the air.
Sam Amico joining us from HoopsWire. I've also seen preliminary little hints that Donovan Mitchell could end up being in a deal. If they don't get out of this round, wouldn't you think that's also on the table?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah.
Simply because you've got a contract situation coming up, as it seems you always do in the NBA with Donovan. But I think they would be more inclined to continue to try to build around him as opposed to, go. That's the nuclear option, right? It's like, we're done with everybody here, and I don't know that they're going to do that. But he will certainly, if they don't get out of this round, even if they do, they're going to get calls on Donovan. Teams see what he can do. He's instant offense, and it's funny. This offseason is going to be determined by what happens in this series, I think, and perhaps less so in the next if they get out of this round. But if they don't get out of this round, why? Dan Gilbert's going to ask, why are we in this financial situation against the salary cap or over the second apron when we're still not getting out of the second round?
All right, Sam, give me the what happens in tonight's game, like how the Cavs win. How do the Cavs win?
Andy, I think it's going to be the same as we saw on Saturday. These games have all
they're going to blow a 17-point lead again? Ugh.
Well, I think it's going to be a game where it's nip and tuck, and they'll end up closing it out at the end. But I hope nobody's putting money on this. By the way,
on what you're saying, or just in general. I'm sure there's people putting money on the game there, Sammy.
No, I mean on what I'm saying. Amika, that mediocre NBA writer in
don't
Cleveland,
sell yourself short. You're tremendously mediocre. I'm just, we love you. We love you.
Remarkably mediocre NBA writer.
Well, let's read some more stuff that's a little bit more remarkable on hoopswire.com, where you've got all kinds of great stuff on Hoopswire, and we will check that out. Sam, thank you, and we appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. We'll talk to you soon.
Talk to you soon. Sam Amico, hoopswire.com. On the Weishart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Optimistic, he says. Are you, as we head here into the next game? Game 4, they got a chance to push it back to Detroit, tied at 2. Will that happen, and how does it happen? We'll talk about it next. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan. Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel. FanDuel is giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long, with more ways to build and more value every time you play. You can stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more. Build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Head over to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's right, FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 92.3 The Fan. All right, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. By the way, FanDuel, 21 and over in President, Ohio. Gambling problem, call 1-800-MY-RESET, R-E-S-E-T. All right, so Jeff, when we come back here and we talk a little bit more about the Cavaliers, you have to ask yourself, what are the Cavaliers going to be able to do tonight as they take on the Detroit Pistons? What did you see and what did you like? And I can tell you that, like, when we were watching the other day for Game 3, the Cavaliers were able to overcome that little bit of a hiccup at the beginning of the game. And I thought that was important as far as them being able to kind of overcome what had happened in Games 1 and Games 2. Because, they let it slip away early, and then you're chasing the whole entire game. Chase. In this one, where they had the opportunity to jump out and correct those turnovers they had early on in Game 3, they were able to get back up and go into speed and try to figure out how to get back in it. And so I think that's one of the important keys tonight is that they jump out to a quick lead because we just haven't seen it in this series. They stumble out of the gate. They don't take care of the basketball early on. And we saw a little bit of a hiccup in Game 3. If the hiccup is gone tonight, I mean, it adds to my whole feeling about being able to, just push this thing back to Detroit and tie it up at 2 games apiece. Jeff, just give me your overall thoughts on what the Cavaliers need to do going into tonight's game.
If they can come out, Andy, and shoot the ball pretty well and get the big guys involved, I think you've got something. I just shoot the ball well and get the big guys involved. I think it's ridiculous that Evan Mobley gets 6 shots in a game. Evan and Jarrett, their their averages in this series, Andy, combined are down 7.6 points and 6.9 rebounds combined from what they did in the regular season. Now, part of that is Jarrett having that foul trouble in Game 1,
right? And then not playing them.
These guys are big contributors on this team. Make sure they are. Make sure they are.
All right, let's do this. We're going to come back here in a second. I want your thoughts, because I see the phone lines are starting to pack up on this, on what you think is going to happen in tonight's game. Cavaliers, Pistons. Can they pull it out? Can they get this thing back to square? Can they get back to 2-2 and then go back to Detroit with a best-of-3 scenario? Because I think that's what we're all hoping for. And, again, just don't blow a 17-point lead and then have to work your way back in it. It'd be nice to have a nice, comfortable game, but I don't see that happening. I don't think anybody does. 216-474-0092. Time now for 2020.
ground advantage to learn more.
Make the Fan your go-to for post-game reaction throughout the Cavs postseason. Jake Vulnick breaks down the game.
We still got a lot to prove.
And you'll hear from head coach Kenny Atkinson.
We just stay calm, cool throughout, right? Understand we've been here before.
Donovan Mitchell and others. As soon as the final buzzer sounds, we're your home for post-game reaction. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Big question. Can the Cavs hold serve and beat the Pistons tonight at home before this thing heads back to Detroit? And I would say from the people that we've talked to today, Jeff, most people are optimistic about the Cavaliers being able to push this back to Detroit at 2-2.
Gotta win.
I think so. But I don't know if they're optimistic about the big picture. I think they're optimistic about tonight's game. 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Who is the most important Cavalier in tonight's game against the Pistons, Jeff?
Well, Andy, it's me.
Of course it's you.
You know who I'm going to say.
Well, what will the snacks be in your couch?
Oh, no, I think Jeff would be the most important player himself.
Thank you. Who do you think I'm going to say?
I think you're going to say Evan Mobley.
I would think I would say that too, but I'm not going to.
Uh-oh, Jeff Phelps turns the corner. Who is the most important player in tonight's game for the Cavaliers? Jeff Phelps.
James Harden.
James Harden. And what makes you say that?
Oh, I didn't wait for the drum roll to end.
Sorry.
There's no cymbal crash at the end of it, though.
That's as bad as it gets. We're doing well.
I'd go with James Harden.
And that is because?
He orchestrates it. He's the maestro. And he has to go out and do what he did last game, which is not turn it over very much and score enough.
Fair assessment.
And he's the key to getting Evan Mobley involved.
All right, I'll buy that. Dan Mennigan, give yourself a little bit of drum roll.
Yeah,
here.
Dan.
I'm curious. Dan Mennigan.
Let's hear it, Dan.
Who is the most important Cleveland Cavalier in tonight's game against the Detroit Pistons?
I believe it is also James Harden.
Here we go, baby.
Oh, man.
He has had such a history in
Here it comes.
games where you need it.
Here it comes.
That he fades.
Here it comes.
That having him hit that shot yesterday is like, okay, good. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you were able to do that.
Saturday.
Now I need you to, whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
He's the man they call Dr. Red Pen.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Heaven forbid we try to be factually correct around this
I
place.
know, but everybody knew what he was saying. Go ahead.
Doing this off our dome. Some stuff we'll get wrong. At least we're pronouncing names correctly.
How about that?
Sort of.
So we're doing our darndest.
When I screw up Dean Wade's name, it's time to stop. Just seeing it.
I've done that.
How could you screw his name up?
Dwayne.
You see D Wade and immediately are like Dwayne.
Yep.
And I've done that too.
Yeah, that's probably true. Okay, yeah.
But anyway, we're starting to get to that time where James Harden has crumbled and his past has shown where he crumbles.
Wow.
Dan doesn't like James, Sandy.
That's
He doesn't like LeBron James?
Don't think he's crazy about Bronny either.
Wow. How do you feel about Bryce?
Seems like a nice kid.
Just graduated.
I'm here, we'll see where it all goes.
Okay.
Anyway, we're starting to get to the crumble point, and I want to see if he crumbles.
Well, no, he's already been in college for a year. So you think he's going to crumble? Okay, I was sidetracking my one.
I'm interested to see what happens. It's not Game 5 yet. Game 5, if we were having this conversation at Game 5, I'd be like, yeah, you're not going to get a good James Harden game.
All right, you ready for mine?
Doesn't like him, Andy.
That's okay.
I'm sorry that we have 17 years of history on James Harden.
We have 17 years of James being one of the best players in the NBA.
Ouch!
Sorry that we have 17 years of history.
One of the best players in the NBA.
Wow.
And I'm not even a huge James Harden fan. Has he been as good in the regular season or in the playoffs as he's been in the regular season? You could make the argument no. He's still good.
Wow. All right. You got the drum over there? Is it ready? Or should I just kegel here?
Timpani, please.
6.
There we go.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important player for the Cleveland Cavaliers in tonight's game is James Harden. Yes, it is. Yes. I agree with both of you pulling off the hat trick on this because God knows if the Cavaliers put him out there for 40 minutes in the game that they did win.
Kenny's playing him like crazy.
You better believe he's the most important player for the Cavaliers. Please, no silly turnovers. That's all I ask for.
Well,
no
they're going
silly
to be.
turnovers.
He has the ball.
No, but he doesn't have to have silly turnovers.
There are going to be. I mean, Cade Cunningham probably cost the Pistons a 3-0 lead by turning it over late.
But why does there have to be? Why does there have to be
guards,
silly turnovers?
Well, they don't have to be. But guards control the ball. They're the guys that you target defensively. They are going to turn the ball over. I mean, that's just part of it. But you're right. Get rid of the silly ones and don't do anything stupid.
If he has a 3-turnover night, we're okay. 3 turnovers or less, right? Is that fair for a guy that handles the ball all the time? It's the desperation silly ones that drive me nuts.
I don't know that you can put a number on it. They just happen.
I just did.
Just don't make.
I actually did.
Beautiful.
I put
just
a number on it. Yeah, I said 3 turnovers or less. Yeah.
Non-team killing turnovers.
There you go. That's fair. All right, who is the most important player for your Cleveland Cavaliers tonight? We have all answered, and we have all said the same player. James Harden. Please help us out, brother. Mark is in Cleveland. Hello, Mark.
Man, the most important person is the magician, Evan Mobley. He cannot disappear today. He cannot disappear. They're going to give him the ball in advantageous places. He got to take advantage of it, man. The guy is a raw beast, man, but he got to go ahead and do his job. Evan Mobley, I say, fellas.
How does he cut his assistant in half and we can't figure it out? I don't understand how that works.
I also don't typically chime in with callers, Mark, but I'll add this. If he throws another behind-the-back pass in this game, I'm going to need a bucket.
That was crazy, man. But hey, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this game, and we're gonna get this championship. Thanks.
All right, that's optimistic. I'll take another vote for optimistic. We right now I have it at 6-2.
I got so mad.
And you know who the 2 pessimistic guys are? You two. I think you were the 2 on my pessimistic.
Pessimistic.
You were pessimistic to start the show.
That behind-the-back pass angered me so much. It's like, what are we doing?
It's okay. You'll be all right.
What are we doing?
Who is?
That would have been one of those where it's like, you need to come sit down here and you need to remember that you're Evan Mobley and you should not be throwing behind the back passes.
Wow. Look at you. Coach Mennigan.
I was so mad when I saw that. That one was like, that was the angriest I got throughout that entire game.
You going to make him run laps after that or do toe touches?
Oh, no. You got to bring 2 games worth of juice boxes now, not just one.
Ooh,
you get double juice boxes.
Leave the powdered donuts.
Not only is it your fault, it's your parents' fault for enabling you to throw that behind the back pass.
Wow. 216-474-0092. Tony is in Columbia Station. Hello, Tony.
Hey, fellas. How you doing?
Good. How are you? Optimistic, pessimistic on tonight's game?
You hit it on the head just a few minutes ago. Optimistic about tonight and this series, actually, because I think there's a lot of meat on the bone.
Ooh, and the series.
Yeah. But moving forward, a different feel. Evan Mobley's my guy tonight, and I wanted to ask you guys, at what point are we, as a fan base, going to start evaluating Evan Mobley as the highest paid player on this team, which he is, tied with Donovan Mitchell? I don't understand how he chronically gets let off the hook by us. Maybe he's just such a nice guy and we don't want to kill him, which I kind of feel that way.
He doesn't control the ball. That's the problem. Someone has to give him the ball.
But he's the highest played.
Oh, no. I get it.
It's not his fault that he's highest paid.
Well, in that vein, at some point, I feel like there's going to be some accountability on his contract, because looking at what we've got with him for 4 more years, if that output plateaus where it's at over the next 4 years, that contract is an albatross.
I'll disagree on that. Take a look at the way guys are paid in the NBA, Tony. It's a big contract, no question. But he has to be better. The guards have to do a better job of getting the ball, and Kenny Atkinson needs to do a better job of scheming. You want 4 numbers that'll make you cringe?
Yeah, give them to me when we come back. Can we do that?
I'd be delighted.
Okay, hang on. You'll hear those magical 4 numbers when we come back. And we're asking you, who is the most important player for the Cavaliers tonight? The 3 of us all said James Harden, but Evan Mobley getting votes. 216-474-0092.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you get voted for Westwood One Sports. Pistons Cavs game 4, and I think the
Week 1. It's the 8th time in the past 15 seasons the division rivals square off to open up the season. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith King.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. What a show. Scott Petrick joined us at 11 today. Sam Amico joined us at 1. If you missed a moment of our show, you can always use a rewind feature. On the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Of course, that's our friends at Integrated Restoration. Cavs tonight, Pistons. What will happen? Who's the most important player? We were talking about that in the last segment. If you want to chime on in, you are more than welcome to 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. You know the afternoon boys will take you right up to tip-off, so make sure you're listening to Jonathan and Nick this afternoon on your way home from work so you can get the lowdown on what's going to happen in the game. And we'll get into the game here in just 1 second. I just want to say this because Saturday night I went to the Crushers game. I had never been out there for a game before. I got to tell you, Jeff, I had like the best time out there. A lot of fun. It wasn't a great crowd. There was rain before the game, but it was a great family atmosphere. I loved it, and I thought
it's a nice ballpark.
Yeah, I thought what was cool was when I walked out the door. You know, you and I know Len Komorowski for a long time, who's part of the ownership group there now too. Like at the end of the night, like front office players are shaking people's hands, walking out the door. I don't know. It reminded me just watching the game, and again, it's some younger players, some guys trying to hang on to the game, some guys trying to get one more look to get to be seen to play ball again. But it was a great atmosphere. The fireworks was a blast. So I don't know. I just shout out to those guys.
It's a nice ballpark. I enjoy watching baseball.
It was just really kind of cool to see the owner of the team shaking hands with fans as they walk out the door, saying thank you for coming. It was refreshing. You know, I did a story a long time ago.
Let's get Jimmy Haslam on that.
It was
Jimmy. You got 70,000 people. Start shaking.
I did a story a bunch of years ago on the Chillicothe Paints. There was a kid named Brian Tolberg that had played there and made it all the way to the Padres, same league. And it was one of those nights where you went to this old like baseball field and watched these guys play, and just I don't know. There's something about the game. It's not like watching kids play, and it's not like watching Major League Baseball play. I think that, and it's about family, and it's about, you know, you see, I don't know, I just think it's kind of cool. You look around the stadium, there's all these like local places that adds, I don't know, something about it. It is what baseball should be, I think, in some ways, and in other ways, I understand why it's not as big as everything else. But it was fun.
Minor league baseball is fun to watch.
Yeah, it is. It is fun to watch. Yep. So shout out to those guys.
Absolutely.
And minor league hockey too. I mean, we have the upper echelon of minor league hockey too with the Monsters here. I don't know if people realize that or not. Speaking of the same venue, Cavaliers tonight, they'll take on the Pistons. I don't know. I still feel good about them tonight. I know we had all talked about James Harden being the most important player in tonight's game for the Cavaliers. So if you're going to put him out there for 40 minutes, he better be. And I just think if they can get this thing back to Detroit at 2-2, it just changes everything. And I'm not just talking about, I mean, it's pretty obvious. If you go back 2-2, it's much different than 3-1. It's like you're on life support if you go back there, if you're down 3-1.
Yeah, they don't win this game tonight. It's not a guarantee, but you can pretty much write them off. They'll be done.
So how do you think Kenny's been coaching so far?
I told you, and you said, tell me after the break.
Oh, yeah, tell me after the break. The 4, I forgot about that.
There you go.
Give me the 4.
Glad I could remind you.
4 numbers, yes.
4 numbers that'll make you cringe.
Oh, great.
You ready?
Yeah.
7, 11, 10, 6.
Tito!
You know what those numbers are?
7, 11, 10,
6.
6. What are they?
Field goal attempts by Evan Mobley in the last 4 playoff games.
Boink.
7, 11, 10, and 6.
Boink.
You want me to give you a bigger number that'll make you cringe?
Great. This is more fun than I ever thought I could have. Keep going.
15.
Okay.
Only one time so far in the Cavaliers' 10 playoff games has Evan Mobley taken more than 13 shots. And it's when he took 15 in Game 6 against Toronto. They lost.
How many points did he have in that game?
26 points and 14 rebounds. He was terrific. Look what happens. Now they lost, but look what happens when you get him the ball. 7, 11, 10, and 6. Get him the ball. And Evan, get yourself in position to get the ball.
A lot of long rebounds, a lot of second chance points too for Detroit.
I mean, there's more to it than just get him the ball. You got to scheme that. Then you got to execute it. But they're a better team when the big guys get involved.
Just going back through, just looking at Game 3 and what went right and what didn't go right. It's the even points off turnovers. Wow, again. The Pistons, even in the loss, points off turnovers 27-19. The Pistons.
Look at the offensive rebounding.
I was going to say the O boards were the other one I was going to point to.
Offensive rebounding is the thing. Cavs have to keep them off the offensive boards.
The O boards
17-5.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, it's not good. How do you fix that though? Your big guys got to. Is that shooting too quick in the shot clock? Is that not getting a good shot? I mean, a lot of times you get, especially when you're taking threes, the rebounds always seem to be a little bit weird.
Rebounding to me is a skill that people don't realize is actually a skill. It's hustle's a big part of it, Andy. Want is a big part of it. But there's actually a skill to offensive rebounding. Dennis Rodman, Dennis would study his teammates' shots and know how that ball is going to come off the rim and box out accordingly. And
think anyone's putting the time in for that?
Not on this team right now. No. I mean, that's why Rodman succeeded in the league.
Yeah. Mayor, do we have a moment of the show?
Our moment of the show comes from Scott Petrak, and he was talking about the Browns' use of Deshaun Watson versus Shedeur Sanders.
I would probably go Deshaun Watson above Shedeur Sanders right now, but I don't think anything is set in stone. I think it's just too early. And I get it. I get why Watson would be the guy that some people in that building would want to play, given his track record, the fact that he's coming back, you would think motivated after missing so much time and trying to prove that he can play again after the shoulder surgery and after the 2 Achilles tears. But we've talked about it. What's the future with him? Is there a future with Shedeur? I think if inside the building you believe there's a chance that Shedeur Sanders can turn into your franchise guy or a top 15 quarterback in this league, I just think it makes all the sense in the world to go with him.
It was interesting to hear Scott kind of say, when it comes to the quarterback situation, that Deshaun has kind of inched his way back into the lead, but he makes a great case for why Shedeur should be the starting quarterback. Go back and listen to that on the Odyssey app. Again, that was at 11 o'clock. Scott Petrak, Brownzone.net, Chronicle, Telegram. Why are you smarter for listening to Baskin and Phelps today? It is brought to you by our friends at QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. You can always send a message to the show at CLE Talking Heads. Smarter today, courtesy of our conversation with Sam Amico. A lot of good points in there. Hoopswire.com, of course, is where you can always read them. But give that interview a listen, 923thefan.com, wherever you get your pods.
Meredith Kane, before you tell us why you're smarter, tell me if you're optimistic or pessimistic about tonight's game.
I am optimistic for tonight's game, but I'm not feeling great about the series as a whole.
Okay, so pessimistic on the series.
Yeah, I my biggest fear is it's going to be a reverse of round one, but it's Pistons in 7 rather than Cavs in 7. Basically everyone wins their home games type situation.
There you go.
That's what I'm very worried for.
All right, what are you smarter? Why are you smarter?
I'm smarter because of our conversation about Bo Naylor and Patrick Bailey. I thought the acquisition of Bailey over the weekend was really interesting, and I think that it is curious that the Guardians would be making a move like that this early in the season.
That is interesting. We didn't talk about the timing of it. Jeff Phelps, why are you smarter?
I'm going to back up Meredith. I thought our Patrick Bailey conversation was fun. It's a very It's a very Guardians move that they made. And I hope he settles in and can figure out how to hit about 225.
I'm smarter today because of our conversation about Wemby. I mean, it's interesting to see how hard fouls are called in the playoffs, what needs to be, what needs to be a flagrant 2, what needs to be a flagrant 1, how referees should call the game, what we think they should call. I mean, there were just so much more to that, maybe because you got a superstar that got tossed from a game. And so that series is now at 2-2, and the Cavaliers are hoping to get this series back to 2-2. Jeff, final thoughts? I want to say predict the score, but I'm not going to. So just what's going to happen?
I'll take the Cavs tonight, but they better score about 114 points.
That's fair enough.
They've scored at least 114 in all 5 of their wins, and under that in all 4 of their losses.
All right.
4 losses.
I like the Cavs tonight, too, so hopefully they tie this thing up at 2-2, and we talk about that tomorrow, because I got to be honest, I got a headache tomorrow thinking if they're down 3-1, what we're saying about this roster moving forward. So we'll do that tomorrow. Get you ready for the game. Afternoon Drive has you covered. Be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Go Cavs.
116, Pistons 109.
Get a bucket. Simple. Tie game or 1-point game or something like that. Just get the best available shot.
That's the James we know. We needed it tonight.
It's James Harden. You had no doubt the right play was going to be made. It's not even about anybody else. I'm literally here to find my spots, figure out what needs to be done, and try to contribute it in the best way possible. In Cleveland, man, it's just like they're just so hungry for wins and whatnot. So you feel that energy. I'm in the city. They show out every single night.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. We got Game 4 coming up tonight in Cleveland. Can the Cavs even the series at 2 games apiece? That's coming after I would say, I wouldn't say comfortable, but nice Game 3 win. Well done. James Harden as well. We got a Guardians trade we got to get to. Sayonara. David Njoku. But that open, courtesy of NBA on NBC and Peacock and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the Supreme Leader because if we didn't, there would be consequences. Keith is actually helping out on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel today. If you're following along all 5 hours, you can watch us live. Showing a little bit of chest hair today, just for you there. 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And you guys can like our videos. We like to be liked. And, of course, subscribe to 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. It is free. Katie Pollack on the 2020s. Kayla will be joining us, I believe, in the 3 o'clock hour. How you doing, JP?
Hello. How are you today?
I couldn't possibly be – I'm finally at Jeff Phelps' level of contentment.
Okay, good. So how long does that last?
That's how good we are.
How long does that last?
It's up to you, big boy.
That's not up to me. It's never up to me.
I believe.
It's not up to me.
I believe this is you flipped on me the other day when I was like, I'm in a great mood. And you were like, we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm simply twisting it back around on you.
All right. Sometimes it is up to me. I will try. We will try.
Yeah.
I'm gonna because we
can build the bridge.
I feel not that level of contentment because that's like a level I just don't think I'm ever going to get to in life.
Otherworldly.
I don't think I'm capable of getting to that level of contentment in life. I wish I could.
I didn't, and then I realized it's the North Star.
Yeah, not sure it's possible for me, but we'll work our hardest there. But we have good things to talk about today.
Oh yeah, got great thing. I mean, by the way, thank you, the Guardians, for making a trade, which makes it even easier to talk about you. Thank you to David Njoku for signing in L.A., because, again, makes it easier to talk. And can I say, since I was all in on being about James Harden on Friday.
Yeah.
That was awesome. James Harden came through in the most important part in Game 3. He had those 7 straight buckets, which took the game from relatively close to out of reach. That was why you trade for a guy like James Harden.
Exactly right. I mean, especially, and it just gets highlighted. Obviously, the 3 shots are important, but it gets highlighted when you have him hit the mid-range to then have Cade Cunningham have the monstrous dunk on the other side. He goes back, he hits the floater. Cunningham then hits the 3, and you're just trading these back and forths. And then obviously he finishes with the 3-pointer that was the dagger. But
and we've forgotten about the nice defensive play on the 3-point attempt on the sideline as well.
Yeah,
from Detroit.
I mean, it's one of those sequences that you could not have dreamed it up any better for a James Harden. Basically, it's not a revenge game, but James Harden just wiping away what happened in Game 2 and being able to get that win for the Cavs.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw folks having problems with Donovan kind of, deferring in that moment. I'm like, guys, they won. Like this
the whole point and what they were trying to do is get to a spot where you get James Harden ISO at the end of the game. Like that's the goal. It's what they've been fighting for. Like if anything, you want to bring up those complaints, should have brought him up in Game 1 when he was scoring 13 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and I mean, I would just look at it and go, when it comes to the Cavs, if Donovan and James are who they're supposed to be and you lose, I can live with that.
Yeah.
I can.
And that was a great Donovan game, by the way.
No,
we got to acknowledge that as well. 35 and 10 is unreal.
But I just think like that's we haven't seen enough of that. And I think Donovan and James are still learning each other in the postseason, which makes sense. They didn't have a full second half. I don't know one game in the end means that all of a sudden I believe, well, they flipped the switch or they founded it, whatever. But it is encouraging, especially because, again, it doesn't even have to be they have to be great every night at the same time. But just one of you on any given night. Because that's like when if both of those guys have a bad game, I'm just not going to go and then bitch about Evan Mobley. If those guys aren't showing up, I'm not going to be like, but that defensive possession by whoever the hell else. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I do think, though, some things that got highlighted is the idea that you do need some of these other guys to step up. Even when you do have your 2 guys step up, like Max Strus and the defensive play he made with Cade Cunningham. He just steals the ball on the inbound pass and then takes it back for the layup. Like stuff like that in vital moments still has to happen for this Cavs team to have success.
I'm going to say this, and I know this is going to be unpopular because he's actually had a bad game in this series. Max Strus has been, for his role, the most consistent and best playoff Cavalier this year. And when it comes to the investment in him 3 years ago, the man it's so rare that you take
he's got
a
lot
guy.
of hustle. I don't know. I can't call him consistent because Game 1 he was awesome. Game 2 he stunk, and then Game 3 he was back to being awesome.
Yeah, but I think no, I don't want to say that because we're in the good vibe here.
It's just not consistent.
I think people base Max based off his offensive output. I think he, much like Jared Allen, I think people lose sight of him unless he's making 3-point shots. Max is a little bit of everything. When you need a steal, you get a steal. When you need a rebound, Max tends to get it. When you need a defensive stop, Max is the guy on it. And I don't think, we don't talk a lot about the other guys because obviously we talk the headline guys. I get that. You almost forgot this regular season what much of a good impact he is. And so he was fantastic in Game 3 as well.
I mean, I'm giving him his flowers. He only scored 7 points. It wasn't like he was an offensive juggernaut in that game. Defensively is where he mattered. But the steal of Cade Cunningham, the idea that Cunningham 3 straight turnovers in that entire sequence, it was a really nice game. Now, was it perfect? Of course not. He got destroyed on the offensive rebounding side of things. I think 17-5 was the total number there. There's all sorts of things they can do better with. But when you shoot the way that they did, especially early on, you're just going to be able to beat a Pistons team that can't hang with that.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I do think you have to talk about the blown lead. You do have to, there were a lot of things in that. But when it comes back to Harden, because I do think, listen, I actually think in the wild extremes of every different day being a different topic, I actually think across the spectrum, not just us here, but across the station, across the format, I actually do think Cleveland Sports Talk is handling these playoffs and these series the way we should. Because your estimation of this team should absolutely be based off recency bias. We're not to where we were with LeBron, where it's just get me to the finals, and then, we're not going to panic unless you lose 2 games in a row, stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this whole journey should be herky-jerky. This whole jerky should be Friday we say James Harden's washed, and Monday we say thank God for James Harden. That is, and I want to say that.
At least you're giving him that, by the way. The amount of people that today turned around and because it'd been 24 hours have already done this Game 3 amnesia thing has been a little interesting to me.
Yeah, and listen, I still think it's one great game. I think that was his best game that I've seen from James Harden. I'd love to see it again. So I don't want to go farther than that, but I do think the appropriate response is, man, he was dog butt in Game 2, and he was phenomenal late in Game 3 when you needed just somebody to step up. If that can't be Donovan, it's got to be James Harden.
Yeah, no question about it. Again, it's one of those really nice signs, and it's they lose that game, Nick. I mean, it's curtains. There's no other way to describe it. You needed someone like Harden to step up in the way that he did. Now we're back to the idea, though. I don't know that tonight's a must-win, but tonight's one of these games where if you don't win, you're in the same spot you would have been. Your ass is in the jackpot.
Oh, I think it's a must-win. Yeah, when you go...
I just can't say must-win because I feel like I just do that a lot now at this point with the series.
No, I mean, I think you correctly called... Listen, I think in this series, any one of the home games against Detroit was a must-win. You needed to take one of those early. You didn't. That is a significant failure. Then Game 3 became the mustest of must-wins, and tonight is a step down from that. You can't go to Detroit down 3-1, though.
It seems really hard to go down 3-1 and then be able to escape this.
Well, and listen, the Pistons did it against the Magic, but I'll be honest with you, this is where trust matters. And this is where, again, getting back to that idea of the bipolar responses from Cleveland's media members and just kind of the way we're all living and dying with this series, and we're either the farthest down you can be of the Cavs or the farthest up you can be with the Cavs, that's what this postseason is about. It's about building trust. It's about finding what they can and can't do. After 3 games in, I still have no idea what's going to happen the rest of the series. I think that's right where we should be at this point, given how it's gone. But also that makes tonight, I don't have a great feeling about tonight. You should win.
You should win. You're 3.5-point favorites.
And it is a must-win. So I expect them to win. But again, the Cavs have to prove it in every damn game.
Here was the encouraging part out of Game 3 for myself. Obviously, outside of just Harden being Harden and how great that was, is the idea that in Games 1 and 2, Nick, they melted down late. Games 1 and 2, they put themselves right in a spot to go ahead and win those games. 1 possession game with 5 minutes left in both of those games. And this one in the final 3 minutes, they didn't just vomit all over their shoes. They gave back the lead. They were down 1 with 3 minutes remaining, and they closed that thing out, which is not something they did on the road. And again, will they do it once the road happens? We got to find that out. But the idea that they were able to close this game out late, that's a progressive sign. That's a good thing.
Well, and the other thing that I think to build on what you're saying is Detroit really, I know Cunningham made a couple mistakes, but they weren't giving it away. Like Detroit didn't. At no point in that fourth quarter did Detroit come
once
close
we got
to giving
past
up.
the 3 straight turnovers from Cunningham,
Yeah.
and then Cunningham locked in, and that's when we ended up having that Harden Cunningham back and forth, that sequence that I described a couple minutes ago, where it was the Cunningham dunk, the Cunningham step back 3, and you just thought that he was just going to lock in such a way. I mean, the man had a 27 point triple double. You thought he was just going to overpower and take over everything, and Harden and the Cavs responded better.
Also, is Duncan Robinson becoming the person we hate more than anybody on that team? Because I did not have that on my Pistons hate bingo card.
I really hate Tobias Harris an awful lot right now. I don't know.
Yeah,
Duncan Robinson looks the worst.
You just hate Tobias Harris because he's making good shots.
Yes. He shouldn't be this good. He shouldn't be playing this good.
Well, that's what happens.
It's infuriating to me.
When
Tobias
you leave
Harris,
an NBA pro unguarded at
You're
points.
not this good, Tobias Harris. I know it. You know it. Your parents know it. You're not this good at basketball.
He's actually pretty good at basketball.
At basketball.
What you just said is how I feel about Duncan Robinson. Because Duncan Robinson makes a shot, and you would think it's Michael Jordan making the shot over Byron Russell 10 times out of 10. Like, Jimmy Neutron is an absolute
You didn't
gasket.
go Jordan over Elo there for obvious reasons.
Too soon. But no, it's
been 37 years.
Duncan Robinson is a gasket on the defensive, a blown gasket rather, on the defensive side of the ball, and then comes down and makes like a 18-foot jump shot and just walks around like he's Pepe freaking Le Pew. At least Tobias Harris can walk the walk on either side. But think about it.
Tobias is not this good.
We have not had a beef stew moment. We really haven't even had a Jalen Duren moment. And Jalen can make some dirty plays. We haven't gotten
We had a clothesline of Schroeder that then just turned into the ref just getting on the mic and being like, that was an unfortunate incident.
Yeah, explain that to me, by the way.
That was just an unfortunate incident.
That can be that. And then Wembanyama can get thrown out.
That's all I was thinking about yesterday with Wemby. I was like, how does that happen with Wemby?
And by the way,
Schroeder gets sidelined, just thrown into next week, and it's like, unfortunate.
I'm absolutely okay with Wemby not getting thrown out in that game. It was just, again, this goes back to the NBA and why everybody hates NBA officials, is that Dennis Schroeder can get blasted in nearly an identical play. And I guess because Wemby did like a little back at him, then all of a sudden that made it a worse play.
Wemby went for the neck. That was the problem.
Well, he's so tall. Like, think about trying to aim down. He's 7'4". Nas Reed's like 6'8".
We'll talk about it later. That was direct contact.
I think
right in the Adam's apple.
I think Nas Reed flopped a little bit. I think that's the worst part is I think Nas Reed flopped a lot, and then officials just were like, well, I hit him in the throat. We got to do it.
Maybe so.
Incorrect.
The amount of people getting on Jarrett Allen in that game I thought was interesting. I thought Jarrett Allen played a fine game.
Is it because he scored 18 points?
No, I just thought he played a fine game. Like, I just thought there was a good game to be had by him. And people are just railing on him as if the only thing he's ever done in this entire postseason is Game 7.
Which is wild because Evan did not have the best of games. He had an okay game, but he didn't have the best of game. I honestly thought in that game, I thought Evan was going to take the most crap out of it, and you're right. Jarrett Allen got the more crap out of the bigs. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Want to hear from you guys all day long as we get you ready for Game 4. We'll take your Game 4 vibe checks. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Bill Ryder of The Fan in Los Angeles, national NBA analyst as well at 3:20. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, coming up at 4 o'clock. He was at rookie minicamps this weekend. We'll get his take on all the hoopla that came out of that. And the Browns subtracting David Njoku this weekend. Well, officially, he's going to the Chargers there. And then Eric Vincent, Clutch Points Detroit, Pistons beat writer. He's going to join us at 6 as we get you ready for Game 4 here. But did James Harden earn your respect in Game 3? I loved it. Now let's see it again. And the same thing for Donovan as well. 216-474-0092. More on Harden. He was asked about silencing the chatter, and then he tried to silence the silencing of the chatter in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
the chatter tonight and have this sort of response in Game 3?
What chatter? What chatter?
That's exactly the answer to the question. What chatter?
I play basketball, and whatever this team needs me to do, I'm gonna go out there and do it. So, letting the game play out. Fourth quarter, my number was called, and I go to work. But they made a run, up 17. We've seen it before. Stay composed and win the game, and that's what we did.
Cavs guard James Harden, courtesy of the NBA on NBC on NBA. NBA on NBC, one of those three things. Now, here's the thing. I don't buy a damn thing James was saying there. What chatter?
Yeah, he's heard the chatter. Yeah.
Come on now.
There's a great line. It actually put her in like a mental pretzel when she was at. You could see, and you could see in real time. I've thought about this way too often since hearing that when the game ended. Like in that moment, was she thinking to herself like, "Yeah, I can name like 7 people right now that said things. Do I say it or I just say good answer, James?"
Hey, there's a fat ass host in Cleveland that really called you out on Friday. There's no way you ignored that.
Which is why I know I would have sucked to that job. I could never be a sideline reporter because I would have been like, so here's the people, and just laid it out one after the other. Now, do you want to respond to them individually? How do you want to do this? And at that point, they've already played everyone
I would
off.
just go Tim Robinson about it. You sure about that?
Are you sure about that?
You want to run that one back?
I mean, hey, good for James. He can legitimately make the claim even though nobody believes him.
He can't legitimately make it.
Sure he can.
No, you can't. No.
Yes, you can tell yourself.
Is it legitimate just because he says it?
No, because you can. There's a world out there. There's somebody that believes that these athletes just put themselves in these incubators and just don't live in the real world. And maybe, just maybe, because we only have 24 hours between these games, between Game 2 and Game 3, and maybe now becoming that guy. In this world, maybe James Harden was just able to just shut the phone off, get in the gym, and not even worry about it.
If this was Darius Garland, you'd be like, he's listening to sports talk radio all day.
I mean, there's a lot of people I probably think would be listening to sports talk radio all day.
James Harden.
I'm just trying to give him the weird benefit of the doubt in this instance. I'm not saying I believe it, but there are people out there that believe it enough that he could just incubate himself to the problems.
You realize you could try and play this card in any argument. I'm not saying aliens exist.
Yeah.
But there's a world out there in which people believe
there's somebody
aliens
out there that
exist.
Does. Yes, there is.
But
There's
you
somebody
could
out
do
there
this
that
with
does.
the fringe. Like, I'm not saying Slender Man is real. But there's a world in which people believe Slender Man does exist. His name's Victor Wembanyama.
It's okay because in the front of it, I'm like, I don't believe it at all. This is not. So if I'm like, I don't believe aliens at all.
Okay.
But there are people out there that believe that aliens exist. I'm in turn calling the people that believe in aliens, wrong in this assessment. The people that believe James Harden didn't hear anything, you're just wrong. But there are people out there that believe he just incubated himself.
So this is the same argument that people use with Bigfoot. I personally don't believe in Bigfoot.
I don't believe in Bigfoot.
But there are
I've told you
people
this.
out there that believe in him.
No. I followed up with the people out there that believe in it are dumb. That's how I followed. That's why I get personal with it for the people that believe in Bigfoot.
Okay,
if
same
you're an
thing with
adult
James Harden?
and you believe in Bigfoot, if you believe that James Harden incubated himself, made himself isolated to not hear any of the chatter at all, I want you to be an adult in 2026. But the reason why James Harden can say it is because there are people out there that'll buy what he was selling in that moment.
Now,
they want him. They want him to have the blinders up and to be like, no, there's no noise cuts through. Please, noise always cuts through.
Do you know what? You know the moment that broke me when athletes say I didn't hear the chatter? The moment that broke me was 0 Dark 23 with LeBron.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
The first time LeBron was like, I'm shutting off all my social media posts. I don't get online. I'm in the playoffs. That's all I think about. And I swear to you, it was a like tweet, and it was the kind of like tweet you don't want people to know you were like tweeting. It was like a Lisa Ann tweet.
Yeah.
I remember just being like, no. He threw it all away for Lisa Ann. I get it. But he threw it all away for a Lisa Ann tweet? What are we doing? No.
It was just a thumb. It was an accidental thing, but it exposed the whole flaw of the process.
It was actually a social media manager.
Yeah, that's all.
That guy's just a big Lisa Ann fan.
Somebody else. He's just a monitor and check in.
She's got a very courageous backstory.
Oh, I would bust toss my social media manager all day if that
That's all
happened to me.
anyone does.
If that happened to me, I'd bust toss them so quick.
I think it was actually a Justin Bieber story that some celebrity ran into him and was like, "Hey, man, can I get they were like it's like when they were becoming a celebrity. It was like one of the internet comedians. It was like a Matt Rife or somebody lame like that. And he's totally funny, guys. He's just really attractive. That's why it's funny.
Yeah.
Cougars love him. However, I remember he bumped into Justin Bieber's like, "Hey, Justin, can I get a follow on social media?" And Bieber's like, "Man, I don't manage my account." I was like, "Man, that's such a good out."
It's a great answer for being like, I'm not going to do that.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a pathetic plea of an ass, though.
Oh, no, it is. Yeah, you shouldn't do that.
Publicly asking for a follow?
I would ask him for $20. You know me. Ask for money. Money's real. Social media follows me nothing.
No. Now I'm thinking about the time Pony asked Ross Tucker for a follow on Instagram.
Yeah. Oh, we had that.
You did that too?
No. Ross, who I helped break in Cleveland, and I'm going to say that because I had him on the night show, and he very thankfully joined me when I was nobody. But was one of the first big guests I was able to get consistently.
Yeah.
Didn't follow me on Twitter until like 2 years ago.
But you had to publicly, ask him. But you had to publicly ask him for the Twitter.
No,
follow?
I shamed him.
You shamed him.
Yeah, I didn't ask. No, I shamed.
Is that maybe what the Matt Rifes of the world are doing? Are they shaming Justin Bieber to be
I
like
thought you were
trying to
talking
get
about do they shame Cougars? I was like, no, I don't think the Cougars are ashamed.
No, he's
at all.
got
They
that
seemed,
on lockdown. Yeah, he's got that
they seemed
figured
quite
out.
happy.
They're all very happy.
Was Game 3 about home cooking, or was that a Cavalier breakthrough?
I still don't understand the home cooking thing. I really don't. I get.
Well, see, they're at home.
In the NBA, no, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
In the NBA, obviously, role players, they just tend to play better at home, and maybe this is part of that equation. Guys like Max Strus that we talked about, they play better at home. In the history of the NBA, it's how it's worked. But I told you last week, and I believe it to be true, the way they play at home versus how they play at home, if this was a baseball team, I would think that they are rigging something. I would think that there's some sort of backdrop that is playing to their advantage. There's something they have that is just different because at home, they are just a different team. And they can close out games like they did in Game 3 in ways that we watched them just absolutely do the opposite in Game 1 and 2.
Yeah, it's the right way to handle this. When they're bad, we freak out. When they're good, everything's the greatest it's ever been. The amount of people trying to convince me after Game 3, there was like, it's a Cavs breakthrough. It's like, it's one game. Like, let's let them earn it. Like, this is where it's like, I'm not trying to say, let's let it play out.
Yeah,
if they get a win tonight, it's still not a breakthrough. They have to have a breakthrough on the road.
5. Yeah, you still have to win Game 5.
And so, and we're in this weird spot where we want it to be true with the Cavs. They've got to prove it. I think Kenny Atkinson, half the things that he says, I think he wants James Harden with the thing we played at the beginning. They want it to be true. You can want something to be true as much as you want it to be true. You got to go make it happen in the NBA playoffs.
That's what made Game 3 at the end there when they were down a point with 3 minutes left, and it looked like they were just getting ready to just even choke that game away. That's what made that one even more of a twist of the knife. It's because in real time, you're sitting there and you're thinking to yourself, oh no. Not only can they not do it on the road, now they can't even do it at home. This team is cooked beyond cooked is what that would have spelled out. Now, they obviously avoided that, but that would have been the sentiment. Down 3-0 and losing it that way, there would have been no chance of a rebound.
I was turning into Randy Quaid in Major League 2. When they blew that lead and the Pistons got up by 1, I am so glad the Cavs won that game because it was a Saturday night. I was enjoying myself. All right.
It was like barely even nighttime at that point.
Yep.
It's like 5:30, 5:45.
That's the right time.
I mowed my lawn after the game.
Yeah. I can't mow my lawn. My lawn's a freaking swamp.
Oh, man, my lawn is looking...
Can it ever stop raining in Ohio?
I'm having a really nice lawn month or so.
Of course you are. You've got just enough lawn to make it look good.
Yeah.
I have too much lawn when it's a swamp.
I also started cheating too. I went to a specific.
That's bold to say.
I went to a specific.
Does Elise know
about the lawn, you goober?
Okay. I was like, that's a wild turn.
Complete sidebar. I'm sleeping with more people than my wife now.
I've never seen my lawn's never looked better, and neither is my personal.
I got
life.
all these neighbors. They're coming up and they're like, "Man, your lawn is just looks outstanding right now." I'm ordering from a specialized lawn website now. I feel like I'm
is this all a euphemism for the cheating
my
again?
lawn steroids. Yeah. Wife's happy, lawn's happy, everyone's happy. Minus the cheating part.
Yeah.
Everyone's happy.
She doesn't know yet.
No, she'll figure out like everyone else. Publicly on Facebook.
Yeah.
Through
Diana Rossini. That'd be a bold play.
That would be a bold play.
Now,
Diana starts breaking news on cheating allegations and rumors for everyone.
Or she starts breaking.
That's a great twist.
I was actually thinking she just starts breaking 92 through the fan news. Like, who's the leak? Who's the leak? It's Jonathan.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Makes sense after what you said about her name on Friday.
Hot name.
Yeah.
I stand by it.
Yep.
But now that we have a high school student in our presence right here in this room, I'm just gonna back away from that one.
I would say I apologize to the listeners, but you asked for it. She actually heard about my sister's
objectively hot name.
She actually heard about my sister's 70-year-old lover, so we're good.
Okay, good.
She's heard enough things.
All right.
To avoid this business for
her
good.
Parents write Keith a letter. Like, what happened there?
Diana Rossini's got a hot name.
Because we're just a
and the
sports
one
station.
guy's venting about his sister with a 70-year-old lover? What are we doing
What
here?
is going on?
Yeah.
Trying to talk basketball.
Now, trying to learn her radio. Thank you very much, parents.
This is why she's going to be a sideline reporter.
No, it's going to be really interesting to see what the reaction is tonight if they get to win. And that's because I do think people are going to say it's a breakthrough. I don't consider winning it. This team is fine at home. This team's more than fine at home. As a matter of fact, it wouldn't surprise me if the Cavs had a commanding win tonight. If they had a, oh yes, we can do this again, and that happened at home.
I don't know that this series is capable of that. I'd love to see it. I'm leaning towards you being right in that assessment, by the way, but I just don't know that this series can have that.
The Cavs still just haven't had a day though, and you know they're due for it, where they shoot 43% from three or 45% from three across the entire game.
Yeah, for the first half, that's what they were. Yep. I mean, they were over 50% from three. They were dominating, and then you just watch the percentages just tick down as they just continue to throw up shots and miss. But again, it's like part of these teams being as evenly matched as they are is the idea that in Game 2, the Pistons can squander a 14-point lead, nobody bats an eye. Cavs can squander an 18-point lead, nobody bats an eye.
I'm expecting a blowout tonight. I don't say blowout. I'm expecting the Cavs' best win of the season. It's Game 2.
Good.
You've
like
had
this.
Game 1.
I like this mentality.
That's where I think it should be tonight. And then they'll
We
probably
won't be able to breathe easy, though.
No.
At no point.
Well, I'm an asthmatic.
Yeah. And I have sleep apnea,
That's
so
true.
here we are.
And you're cheating.
How about that? Yeah. With the sleep apnea?
Yeah, I know.
Talk about overcoming the odds.
Yeah, that's well done, sir. I mean, awful. Don't
awful,
do it.
Miserable.
Yeah.
Miserable thing to be doing, but
nobody saw the thumbs up.
Yeah, the thumbs up
but
broke
JP.
me. The thumbs up broke me. All right, we probably do need to nix the cheating thing, only because, my wife's coworkers listen, that might not be great. She knows I'm not.
I winked for the camera, so the camera knows.
At some point, if this is the ongoing thing, maybe not the greatest. Not the greatest for me.
So we shouldn't keep this. Maybe
not a new
this
bit. One dies here. Maybe. Maybe the rest of the show's a green light, though. Yeah. Maybe. It's cracking me up twice, only because we taught Charlotte over the weekend how to do thumbs up.
Oh, yeah.
And so everything for this 3-year-old is just a simple thumbs up.
Oh.
But she does it in such an emphatic way.
Yeah.
It's not just a simple, like, hey, it's more like how you did it.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah. Yep.
Such authority on this on the thumbs up.
And here's the thing. Take a video of it so you remember, because every time a kid learns thumbs up, it's the greatest thing for a week.
They get so excited.
And then they totally are like, oh, thumbs up? That was like a week ago.
Oh, that's
idiot.
disappointing to know it only lasts a couple days or a week.
It's the oldest. It lasts a little longer for the oldest.
I'm having a lot of fun with it.
The Twins were over like 3 days in. 216-474-0092. Was Game 3 about home cooking, or was that a Cavalier breakthrough? If you think it's a Cavs breakthrough, please show your work. Victor Wembanyama got ejected. Should he have been? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is where Cleveland fans turn to talk Cavs basketball. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
On Afternoon Drive, Bill Ryder, NBA analyst, and of course 97.1 The Fan in LA, which is launching, I think, in about a week out in Los Angeles. Great to have our guy back with us. But if you guys missed a moment in our show, use the rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Don't think it's coincidence. Katie took the intern out of the room after that segment.
Yeah, that was it. One and done.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You know what? We own that. We earned that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a lot of life lessons we were trying to teach her.
I mean, here's the thing. She wants to be a sideline reporter. She doesn't want to do the two schmoes talk in a room thing. So
she wants to be respected in life.
Yeah. Overrated.
I tend to think so.
Yeah. She wants to be highly paid. Overrated. She wants.
Maybe we got that one backwards.
No.
Maybe.
No, we do this for the love of the game,
Is that
y'all.
right? Is that right? Okay.
And not a damn thing more. Let's go ahead and get to quick hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world
Go Angel!
to the sound bites you need to hear.
Hurry!
It's Quick Hits.
All right, Victor Wembanyama got ejected yesterday after elbowing the Wolves' Naz Reid in the throat during the second round of the Spurs-Timberwolves playoff game, which Minnesota went on to very closely win. Did the officials get the ejection decision right?
They did. I'm still surprised it happened, though. Like when you're listening to the broadcast, they're like, that could be a flagrant too, and you're like, it's not gonna be. Like there's no way you get rid of Wemby in a playoff game, and then sure enough, they got rid of Wemby in a playoff game. Yeah, it turns out you can't just elbow people right in the Adam's apple.
I thought Naz Reid did flop a lot, which annoyed me a little bit.
But did you watch the slowed down version? I'm sure.
Yeah, but that always makes it look worse.
Like the close up, slowed down version where it looks, you can see Wemby's eyes make like eye contact with his neck and just kind of. It seemed heartless, is what it did.
I thought it was great. No, so here's the problem: the refs put Wemby in that position, and this is where I always struggle with this. The whole and everybody and we all brag. They're letting him play. We love when they let him play.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is you don't ever let him play because it might get to this. And so they were beating the crap out of Wemby all game
fair.
long.
It's a good point.
And so
Minnesota was doing whatever it wanted.
And so I just struggle with, you really never reined them in. And I get it. You can't plan on, is he going to chop a guy in the throat? It just felt like a little one-sided. And I actually think it was even more telling that Minnesota ended up having to eke out a win instead of you took the best player by far on the court.
Yeah.
And, the Spurs hung in there. Dylan Harper was fantastic in that game.
In a Russillo-esque way, I almost left more impressed with San Antonio in the way that it was a loss. But what Harper and Castle are able to do, that's why I said they're going to win 3 titles.
Yeah.
I just say there's no doubt I have that team is going to win 3 titles in the next decade change.
But but going back to it, and I'm glad you pointed out the Schroeder thing. The Schroeder thing, it was unfortunate. And I get, Wemby meant to do it. And then they had to explain to Wemby why he got ejected, which was even funnier. But I do think that's the slippery slope where NBA officials end up getting to have their cake and eat it too, and then the player takes the blame for it.
All right, the Wizards have won the lottery.
You're a wizard, DeBonsa.
Is that right? All right, that's your pick. I think that's going to be the consensus now at this point. I don't think Peterson is going to do enough to go ahead and overtake him at number 1 overall.
So it's tough. On one hand, you had the disappearing act that Peterson made at points last year at Kansas. I think that's going to hold him back. And I hate when you narrow it down this way, but I do think it's a 6'10" wing who has the potential to do anything on the court versus an insanely good, if you want to call him, I think he is more of a guard than like a small wing, but it's like the big wing is the greatest currency you can have, and he's 6'10", he's going to be 230, 235 pounds with a skill set to do a lot on the court. I shouldn't say anything. I don't know how you pass that up especially when the other half of your backcourt is going to be Trae Young.
I think the hard part is when you watch Peterson, he just looks like Kobe. And so, like, he's got that benefit of the doubt works for him. And the idea that when you watch him play, you just see shades of Kobe. And it's just going to stay with everyone's mind. And I think there's a reason why he was as hyped as he always has been. And then you had to actually watch him at Kansas to watch him just kind of disappear in big-time moments. And I've never seen Bill Self just publicly call out players the way that he was doing. Yeah. Like, there's more to the Peterson story than we'll ever even know because of what happened at Kansas. And so it's more of a roll of the dice than people think.
That's why Utah is in such an interesting spot, because Boozer, obviously his dad, Carlos Boozer, former Cavalier, had such a great career in Utah.
He works for Utah.
They could also have...
That's like, did you see the joke out there? There was like, no one, Utah is going to know more about AJ than they're going to know about any player in the history of the NBA. And it's like, Carlos Boozer works for Utah. I think they got a pretty good idea about what his kid could do.
But think about it. Utah could take Ace Bailey last year, and then pair him up with Darren Peterson. They got the all-head case team, and those are the guys they tanked for. And by the way, it could work out. It's just it's a big ask for a team that needs to start getting results.
Was this not everyone complains? They complained about Utah the entire second half of the season, like you can't tank, you can't do this, you can't lose these games. I think what we just saw, you'd much rather be Utah than what happened to Sacramento. Sacramento went 3-3 in their final 6 and absolutely just destroyed everything that they had going for themselves because they actually played hard at the end of the season.
The Pacers got jobbed because they ended up falling outside the top 3, which gave the pick to the Clippers. The Hawks got jobbed because the Pelicans won too many games late. Oh my gosh, you mentioned the Kings. I do like that the Hornets and Heat now just seem to trade off between the 13th and 14th pick on any given year.
Yeah,
like that's kind of how it was for like the couple of years before, and then the Hornets win the tank, and now they're back right where they should be, 13th and 14th picks. Omaha! All right, we got our first schedule leak of the NFL week.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote that at 5:30 in the morning, and it rhymes. As the first Sunday night game of the week will be the Giants and Cowboys. A lot of people react to this. I will ask you, do you care?
Well, I care in that it's football, but I'm not. It's not like this was not. It's going to be a ratings bonanza, but it's not a ratings bonanza for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's Cowboys, America's team. Everyone's going to watch it, and then you get a New York team involved there. Jackson Dart, like it's going to be exciting. I'll watch it, but that's not the ratings bonanza because of people like me.
I actually think it's kind of a brilliant move. If you told me that the Giants and Cowboys ended up just not being good football teams, I would believe you.
So you get them while they're hot. You get them
early.
The momentum's there. People believe that both teams can be something, or at least both teams don't suck. I see what you're saying.
And whoever wins, there's going to be a glow up. Whoever loses, there's going to be a panic because there's still expectations. I actually think the Cowboys might end up finishing last in that division this year. It wouldn't surprise me if the Giants were right behind them as more of like a 7-10. I think people massively overreacted to a couple good games from Jackson Dart.
We wanted Harbaugh's debut, and I think the bet there for the Giants this year is going to be Harbaugh is going to take them and double up the win total they had last year.
I can see that. There's just something about that team I just don't buy into, and it's more. I hate when we crown young quarterbacks who have good 8-game stretches and just go, well, I guess they got a franchise quarterback. It's like, man, you just never. Like the same thing with Shuck in
New Orleans.
In New Orleans, it's like, yeah, maybe. But like even if those guys had been the number 2 and number 3 picks and we're going to this next season, I'd be like, well, okay, that's the next 17 games. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Omaha! All right. Adam Schefter went on Pat McAfee's show today and confirmed that Aaron Rodgers did not visit the Steelers facility this weekend.
So he was just in Pittsburgh to chill?
So the reports or the rumors out there, the rumors out there is that he was going for some golfing event. And so we talked about on Friday, Omar Khan was like, no, we haven't really discussed it, haven't really talked about it with him. People thought that he was just covering up, like he was like just, I don't know, making it about Aaron Rodgers and trying to maybe, I don't know, adhere to Aaron Rodgers' wishes. Nope. Every insider, every reporter there says not only did 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh get it wrong initially, but everyone got it very wrong about what Aaron Rodgers was doing in town this past weekend.
All right, so I'm going to go full conspiracy on this. This is Aaron getting the Steelers back for the tag they put on him, right? This is a little public embarrassment.
I mean,
because
it's definitely
Rooney got
because this seems very
feet.
embarrassing for the Steelers,
Yes.
And it's like, yeah, if you're Aaron Rodgers, the way you described it right there is 100% right, because this is, yes, it's almost like a vendetta where you leak out to a prominent local radio station like, hey, tell everyone I'm coming in town, or tell everyone I'm there to do this, and then swerve. You spend the entire weekend, and now everyone's just being like, all right, so what is going on with Aaron Rodgers? And it's very embarrassing for the Steelers to be this wrong and not even be able to locate where their quarterback is.
Okay, I do get it because Aaron Rodgers is a narcissist. So I understand it from a very clinical, but I just don't get this guy. I don't get the game that he's playing.
It sounds tiring, does it not? I think of all the games he's playing and the setups for it, and I just get exhausted in my head.
Yes, so the whole point of the Jeff Phelps level of contentment is you just stop caring about more things. That's the only way you get to Phelps level of enlightenment, is that you just, hey, I cared about that a year ago. I don't care about it now.
You got to find the middle ground, though, because you need things to care about in life.
Disagree.
Just not this much. Yeah, you need things to care about.
I care about my wife and children.
So you care about things.
Family. Care about you.
Good, thank you.
Care about the guys on our show, people I work with.
Yeah, you got to keep the care there. You don't have to be a care bear, but you got to keep the care there. It's rhyming a lot. I just wanted to rhyme, I guess.
I was going to go on with the rhymes, and I was like, I think that's enough of that. You did a good job.
It just is what it is.
Stephen Kwan had a 2-hit game on Friday, but he's still just hitting .208 on the season. I was reminded of the Guardians' almost trade about a year ago of Kwan and Clase to the Dodgers last year. Thank you, by the way, to Twitter user @CLEKY_ for that little bit of remembrance there for what ESPN LA reported as a package of Justin Robleski, Ben Kasparius, Jose DePaula, and a mystery prospect. DePaula is now the number 10 prospect in baseball, and Robleski was fantastic this weekend for the Dodgers. Where does this rank in sliding door moments in Cleveland baseball history?
Oh, it's a pretty big one, and there's a lot of them in recent years. The funny thing about the organization and how it's set up, like, they can miss with Junior Caminero, they can miss with both Diaz's, and for some reason, we never bring it to the feet of that front office. And, this is one of those where we should be bringing this to the feet of that front office, and we just collectively don't.
Well, I don't necessarily... unless you say, all right, the Class A thing fell apart, turn around and just trade Kwan for whatever you can get. I'm sure at some point they saw the Class A thing coming. Well, then you can't trade him. And I don't know anyone saw Steven falling off the face of the planet for a full year.
Yeah, but even still, you had the offseason if you wanted to as well. I don't know. It's tough because you're right. We hammer these guys based off of if the absolute perfect timing and the perfect deal and all this would have come to play. It just... They got to figure out what's going on with Stephen Kwan.
The only thing I could think, because I think people would say Caminero, people might say the Diaz trade. Diaz, is it? To the Astros. Because of the timing of it, I thought of Lindor.
Okay.
And if they had traded Lindor 1 year earlier, I think they would have gotten twice what and they still got Jimenez, they got Rosario, but the prospects never really worked out. And they just missed the timing. That just happens in baseball. That's kind of how I feel about this. You just missed the timing on the Kwan and Class A trade.
Yeah, I really do believe they just thought Kwan he'd be all right this year, and they could just do it in this little trade deadline. And so they got to figure out what's going on with Kwan.
He's hitting .208.
He sucks.
Not great. But we love him.
Do we?
Yes. Yes.
I don't love him as much
I just
anymore.
love him more when he's hitting .285.
I don't love him that much right now.
The Guardians trade was a surprising one for multiple reasons. We go to the trade they did make in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
streaming exclusive. But this is going to be a late one tonight, and I feel like, I know there have been blowouts in the playoffs. The Knicks have done a great job, being able to actually do that and put the pedal to the metal over the last week and a half. It would be nice if the Cavs just come out and put a team away, but are they even capable of doing that?
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
We didn't set out necessarily to acquire catching, but this was an opportunity that we felt made sense because it, in our view, will help us win games and help us pursue our goal of winning a World Series. We've had interest in Patrick for a while and have tried to acquire him in different junctures in the past, but there was never the right opportunity to overlap. But about a week ago, we had some initial dialogue with the Giants, and it seemed like for the first time there might be the opportunity to overlap, and we continued to pursue it. And very late last night, we were able to reach agreement on it.
Guardians President of Baseball Operations Chris Antonetti explaining the Patrick Bailey trade, which was made over the weekend. Nick and JP back with you on Afternoon Drive. We got Bill Ryder of The Fan in Los Angeles, a new debuting station there, a national NBA analyst as well, and a reporter coming up in just about 20 minutes. We'll talk about the Cavs in Game 3. We'll talk about expectations for Game 4. We'll also get into Victor Wembanyama. We'll get into the Knicks and a lot of the hype that's coming out of that as well. But this deal was surprising on so many fronts. Just based alone, though, let's start with the timing. With a Gold Glove, a multi-time Gold Glove catcher tends to not get traded on May 9th, May 10th. That was probably the thing that surprised me more than anything. Even the Guardians don't tend to make this kind of deal early.
Yeah, but the Giants had given up on him. Yeah. And so when the Giants had given up on him, I guess it's no time like the present.
And so it's so interesting you say that. So the Giants seem to be giving up in general. They hired a college manager, the first time in baseball, never had been in even like the minors.
Yeah.
Now was an elite college baseball manager at Tennessee, national championship winner. But it is blown up in their face. He's probably getting fired.
They have no offense.
Yes.
He'll give quotes, and you'll be like, managers just don't speak this way.
Yeah, he's going to be back in Tennessee quicker than you realize. But his contract is fully guaranteed. But it's funny, coming into this season, when you and I were talking about do you trade Quan, one of the teams I was looking at was like, well, Buster Posey's a first-time GM. That team's not in a great spot.
He's from San Francisco.
You're talking about Vitale. Oh, yeah. Quan is from San Francisco. And I was like,
that's his hometown team.
This might be a team you could fleece. That's the only thing that I missed out on here is because I do think the value you got Patrick Bailey for is what makes this trade work, even if it's even more surprising that the Guardians gave up. It's not the Tugboat Bailey, the Tugboat Wilkinson thing.
It's the first-round pick.
It's the first-round pick. That has such an impact on your maneuverability in the draft. That's what really blew me away, and I was like, "Wow!" For the Guardians, that is like their lifeblood is getting those compensatory first-round picks.
So there's a couple things I think is really interesting in this. When you send Bo Naylor down, there's an admission there that Bo just isn't the guy right now, and he needs to go back down. But it also signals that between Austin Hedges and now Bailey. Hedges has been off to a great start offensively, but I don't expect that to maintain. Like, you're just not going to have much of a hitting catcher, but you're going to do so in favor of helping out the pitchers, and that is something I find so intriguing. They've done this in the past defensively. I feel like where they'll constantly put better defenders out there because it helps out the pitching staff, it helps out everything in between. The hang up I have here, Nick, and I'm not against the trade. It was what it was. If you're trading somebody that is dominant in pitch framing, and this is what he does. He's better than anybody in baseball in pitch framing. With ABS and how this now works, your value as a catcher has been limited. Now, it still matters. It matters a great deal, all things considered, because you only have the two challenges and you have to get it right. But we're a year or two away from if you go complete automated ball strike, guys like Patrick Bailey, it's just not going to be the same scenario. It's not the same guy.
And I tend to agree with the philosophy. If you can get a Gold Glove defensive catcher, whether they're a pitch framer, whether it's how they call games, whatever it is, all right, that's that you can give some value on offense. You still got to have some requisite ability of hitting, power, like contact, power, or walking. Bailey really doesn't have any of those three things.
No.
Like, that's what is like, I understand the theory. I agree with the theory, but no team in baseball takes this theory to the degree that the Guardians do. And like,
But that's why I say even the theory can get a little wonky too, because like if you're in the ABS world with challenging pitches, these guys that are pitch framing and have the elite pitch framing ability, like Yadier Molina is not as valuable today as when he played 10 years ago. He's just not. Like that ability to basically, all you're doing is tricking the umpires. It's all you're doing. Like we know unequivocally now. There's been enough research on this. The umpires. They don't know what they're looking at. It's not a joke. This is the ball moves too fast and it moves too much. They can't tell what's happening. They rely on these catchers in such a big time way. And so being able to convince themselves that they actually saw a strike is a very valuable skill. But when it's automated and you have the challenges the way they do now, it just becomes less valuable.
I also wonder if this wasn't just, I'm going to say giving up on Bo, but if this was more of an admission that I think Bo's hitting issues this year had started to seep into the signal calling side of things, where he was just lacking any and all confidence. Like, Bo has never been a great average hitter. He's got some pop. He does have good at bats.
He almost slugged nearly 500.
But this year, his at bats were so bad.
Yeah.
And that's just where, like, he might hit 179. He might hit 205, whatever. But you can still count on quality at bats, or at least getting hard contact. He just wasn't consistently getting that. And I really do wonder if they're starting to look, all right, Gavin's up and down. Tanner Bybee is up and down. Pretty much every man in that rotation that isn't Messick is up and down. We need to get somebody in here to backfill the defensive side of this. Mm-hmm. And then if Bo starts hitting, we can get confidence at AAA. We can either deal him or we can bring him back up and just have three catchers on the roster.
You know what I think it was that played into this in a way that they'll just probably not admit? I think the idea that Parker Messick has Austin Hedges as almost his like personal catcher these days, I think that's a big part of it. And it's like it's not a secret why Parker Messick enjoyed Austin Hedges as his catcher. Like there's real value in having somebody that can help out the pitchers that way. And I wonder if they just looked at it and was like, Bo, you're not doing enough for the pitchers. And so we are just going to get what was the best defensive catcher in the game. And then I think Hedges is somewhere on third or fourth if you look at it realistically. And you're just going to make an awesome defensive catching situation to help out the pitchers as much as you can.
I just think for me, long term, and when I say long term, I mean more than like the next month, I need it to be either Bailey and Ingles or Bailey and Naylor.
Well, that's the other side of this. Is this all about Ingles? Is the other side that a lot of people have been wondering.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, Cooper Ingles is at AAA. I think he's a top 10 prospect for them. He's their best catching prospect since Bo Naylor, but he can hit. He can hit for average. He can walk. Like there is some pop there that's more double pop than it is home run pop. That was probably the next big surprise. It was like, why didn't you just swap Naylor and Ingle and see if you can jumpstart Bo at AAA?
Yeah.
But they must think Cooper Ingle either is a different position in the big leagues, or they must think he's just not ready on the defensive side to basically take the bulk load of being a signal caller.
Something's hanging him up there because they're calling everybody else up.
Yeah.
Like they're being really aggressive about everybody else. And so there's something obviously they feel like they got to wait for Ingles. And it's a shame because I think he can play.
It's just funny. Like I think, we were so thirsty for another move. Like anytime you get a trade with the Guardians, it's always like, well, is it a good trade, right? And everybody kind of took to their position. And it's like, listen, I think it's good value. And anytime you get value, you should get it. He's controllable through 2029. I do think you're putting a lot on Bailey and Hedges in a way that I'm not comfortable with for the rest of the year. And I also wonder what you do with Naylor, and I wonder what you do with Ingles. So I think there's some things to like in it. I think there's some things to kind of not love in it. And I don't really think this is a trade beyond the value, which, again, I want to say, I think it's a really good value, even though I loathe, much like the Guardians, to give up a first-round pick for him.
Yeah.
And I hated getting rid of Tugboat because that was my boy.
Was your cabin boy all upset?
We all were. Yeah, my buddy Nate.
Big group chat.
But then, he's Mr. Baseball. So then you tell him we got a Gold Glove defensive catcher who can hit $175, and he's like, well, I'm back on. But no, I mean, I beyond the value, to me, it's kind of a push of a trade because it's like, all right, yeah, there's a couple things I like from it, a couple things I don't love from it.
Yeah, my first reaction was I just don't think that the pitch framing ability is going to be as valuable in a couple years when we do go automated completely. And I think in the ABS world that we're in right now, it just becomes completely devalued and not completely. I'm sorry, it becomes like halved. Mm-hmm. And so like I feel like they put a lot of weight into what he could potentially do in the future, and I just don't love that. But I'm not going to kill the Guardians over it. I just don't know what their plan is right now because you can't have Hedges and Bailey be any sort of an offense.
Yeah, and
that's not realistic.
And so it should be said, Bailey this year is worse than he's ever. He's usually hit about like 230. If he gets back to being a 230 hitter,
and I would think they imagine some regression is baked into that as well.
Yeah, so if he can just get back to that, then it's probably an incrementally better trade. And so now it becomes, all right, how quickly can he help your rotation? Because, the catch-22 here is the pitch framing is an immediate thing. He's now going to go through and learn every one of those starters, and that just takes time. Fortunately, you got Willis there, and you do have Hedges there. Vogt, who isn't managing tonight again because he's got some respiratory issues, so get better to Stephen Vogt.
It also kind of felt like, you bring up Hedges there, it also kind of felt like a move that Hedges just kind of wanted them to make, and so that they made it. And I mean that because they're in the same fantasy football league together. Hedges says, I've heard the story that Hedges, like when he's struggling with something defensively, he looks up Bailey's tape in order to try to get it done. There's a wide amount of, he's older, obviously Hedges is, but there's a wide amount of respect for what he does defensively. And it kind of felt like and screamed like the type of thing that Hedges was kind of pushing for.
Now, this is all fun and games until Bailey and Hedges are your catchers again next year, at which point I will not, you got to choose next year. This year, hey, we're trying to win. There's a good value move. But if Bailey and Hedges are still your catchers next year,
yeah.
I'm sorry. And by the way, Hedges is still making $4 or $5 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want off that ride.
Yeah.
This year I get it.
It's been fun for a month for Hedges.
It has been. It has been.
Well, now
we know where this is going.
I want to figure out what kind of fantasy football league is this that they're both in? Is it like I did not find out this info. Is it like a catchers exclusive league?
Only catchers?
Like catchers in baseball?
That's a different website. I just realized what I said.
Catcher. Is it like you have to be... It's got to be a catchers only league. You think it's just generic random MLB players?
Is it like my cabin league where it's like 6 guys that go to a cabin and then 4 other guys? And it's like,
basically,
we had to have somebody here.
Or is it like these 2 catchers and their respect for each other and then just a bunch of just random jamokes? Is that all that is?
What if it's just Bailey and Hedges and each own 5 or 6 teams?
I don't know, but that would be weird.
That would be.
That would be very weird.
But it'd be really weird if Austin Hedges went to the front office and said, "You got to get me Bailey." We have fantasy football teams in the same league.
It would be weird, but as best as I can tell, they're like good buddies. This is it, and it's a weird. The whole setup's weird. The trade was weird. No one saw it coming. Giants wanted to get rid of this guy. Is essentially all it was.
How much better did the Guardians get with Patrick Bailey? Bill Ryder of The Fan in Los Angeles, national NBA writer, reporter, and analyst in 5 minutes on whether Game 3 was a breakthrough for the Cavaliers in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Afternoon Drive, NBA analyst Bill Ryder joins Nick and Jonathan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
I am who I am, he is who he is, but that's what makes us so dynamic, right? You can choose. For me, it was like, all right, let him make plays. And now, with the way they're guarding me, it's kind of like 4-on-4 in a sense. They're not leaving me in the corner. So now, if you have another guy that can create the way I can, the way he can, gets in the paint, there's no help. It's that balance.
Donovan Mitchell talking about balance between he and James Harden. James Harden had a very nice final couple minutes there against Detroit in Game 3 as the Cavs get the win. They need the win tonight to pull the series even at 2 games apiece. That game is in Cleveland, so come on down, see a basketball game. Hopefully a Cavs win here. But to talk about the Cavs in Game 3 as a potential breakthrough, the Cavs in this series, the other half of the East, and of course Victor Wembanyama aiming at dudes' throats on the court. We welcome on the Wise Heart Ride, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline of 97.1 The Fan in Los Angeles. Big congratulations to that. And national NBA reporter, writer, and analyst, Bill Ryder, joining us right now. Bill, welcome to the show, bud.
What's up, boys? Yeah, I'm back as an employed person. It's so nice. What's going on? Happy Monday.
I got to give you kudos here. You grew the hair out. You have like a quarter fro going. Yeah. Are you keeping that for the first couple weeks?
Yeah.
Was there a methodology behind it?
Straight up, yeah.
Yeah, the methodology was I don't have a job. No one for the last 12 years I've had TV cut my hair, tell me what to wear, treat me like I'm a child. So it was my wilding phase. But some of the executives and bosses at the company, outside of the company, were a little skeptical. So I've slightly trimmed it, but it's still fro adjacent, but it's not quite as wild as what you're looking at.
Didn't know we had like a Yankees thing on our hand here at Odyssey.
I would be fired by now.
It was out of control. I almost got fired. I've been here for 5 days, and I had to cut it. So we're getting it back where it's supposed to be.
All right, Bill, do you view Game 3 for the Cavs, that win, the way it happened, as a breakthrough for this team?
Look, I view it as a breakthrough for people who want to push back on doubters like me. And full disclosure to you guys and your audience, I'm just not a James Harden believer, and therefore I don't really believe in that Cleveland team. And it's a weird spot to be in because I've been very pro believing the Cavs could make a push the last few years. And at least for the moment, it's one moment, Harden silenced me, he silenced the Pistons. He played really, really well. And so I do think it's significant if, as long as, I would argue for the first time, it leads to that kind of consistent postseason play in Game 4 and in Game 5 going forward. That's the Harden you guys need, and I feel like I don't see enough in the playoffs.
So what do you expect tonight then? Do you expect the flip has been switched? Switch has been flipped. There we go. Always happens.
I mean, this is the weird thing on this series for me, is that I am a huge Pistons disbeliever, and I got people in Detroit all mad at me. I erroneously, at the start of the playoffs, thought they would lose to Orlando in that series. I was, walking around like the smartest guy in the room until Detroit came back. So I do think there's vulnerability in Detroit. I don't think they've been through the battles and the war, and I know their defense is exceptional. I think Cleveland's good enough to win this game. It's the same thing, right? I don't know where you guys come down on this when you're talking in Cleveland. If Donovan Mitchell can be the guy that is capable and has in the past dropped a 50-burger or a 40-burger or just be efficient like he was the other night, and James Harden can play like he did, I think Cleveland can beat anybody, at least in the Eastern Conference. I'm just, again, I'm going to repeat myself. I am very skeptical of Harden playing at that level in back-to-back games, especially when this is the difference between the series being over or feeling over at 3-1 or this being an actual series if Cleveland can get it done. I think Cleveland can win, but I remain skeptical.
All right, Bill. So I know you might have just gotten to this, but we're 10 games into the Cavs' postseason journey. What do you view as the biggest impediment to making the Eastern Conference Finals against the Knicks this season?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's what I just said. It is the consistency of James Harden, and to a degree, Donovan Mitchell. I'd be curious where you guys come down on this because I was calling some sources today to actually talk Lakers stuff, right, for the new job, and Cleveland came up and the Detroit series came up, and I sort of ran this theory. I don't really trust Donovan, I don't really trust Harden. And one of the guys I was talking to, longtime former GM, big shot executive now, very smart guy, knows what he's talking about, sort of pushed back. He goes, you're right on Harden, but it doesn't mean he can't change. You're wrong on Donovan. That guy has won multiple playoff games by himself over the course of his career in Cleveland. And so I think the impediment is James Harden. And it's, can he be dynamic enough offensively, consistent enough, not shrink from the moment? We know that he can create. Can he hit some three-point shots against a Pistons team whose defense is exceptional? Number 2 defensive rating in the NBA. That is how they get there. The Pistons' whole plan is at least to occasionally win games 103-97. What you guys need, what Cleveland needs, is James Harden to make sure that the Cavs are constantly scoring a lot of points in the postseason where, rotation shorten up, the defense gets better, people get a little bit of tight, especially at home where the rims are more friendly. And this isn't Harden, but role players tend to shoot better. You got to have your stars just making sure that you are winning those games and the offense is flowing.
So by the way, you might start World War VII on the show about James Harden. So I want you just lit a powder keg because we do not agree on Harden.
I can give you my Harden stuff if you want it later, but I want to talk about the Donovan stuff because I would say your executive you talked to was right for the past, but not really for this postseason. Game 2, he scored 31, but it was on 24 shots. Wildly inefficient, and everyone was just happy that he scored over 30 for the first time, it felt like, since Game 2 of the first series. And so, it's been a very disappointing, up until this Game 3, where he went 35 and 10 and went back to being, basically the Donovan we know. It's been a very lackluster and disappointing postseason so far for Donovan.
It really has been. And look, I'm doing this from a distance. I don't have the sort of day-to-day eyes on this team that you do or the emotional connection that you and your fans do. Certainly your fans do. For me, I love Donovan Mitchell, and I have believed in what Kobe Altman's been building in Cleveland, and this is the test postseason where I needed to see Donovan Mitchell, for me, to believe that it works in Cleveland, that continuity is the way forward if the Cavs don't make the NBA Finals. I need to see Donovan Mitchell be extraordinary. And that means avoiding nights like Cade Cunningham had over the weekend where he was, whatever he was, 10 of 27 or 10 of 28. I don't need Donovan Mitchell to get 35 points by taking 29 shots. I need an efficient Donovan Mitchell throughout the course of the first 3 quarters. And then I need him, if it's not Harden, to take over the game and hit big buckets. And it hasn't been a reality for him. And I would go further. I would say that he has done it over the course of his career in Cleveland and in Utah. 2 games out of a 7-game series, and there's 2 or 3 where he shoots the team out of those games. And so I think with him, he's a Rorschach test. You can look at Donovan Mitchell. You can see what you want to see. I want to see a superstar, but the East is wide open. There is no team in the Eastern Conference that I'm afraid of, Knicks included. That's when Donovan Mitchell has to look around and go, this is my moment, this is Cleveland's moment, and I got to be a superstar.
Yes.
Consistently.
So it's weird. I think the Knicks are a good team, but I don't think they're unbeatable. I think that I agree with you on the Pistons. It's funny, my doubts about all of this, and it's not just Harden. It is Donovan. It is even the bigs. It's the whole thing. I've just seen the same story. No matter who's the captain of the ship, no matter who's Donovan's first mate, no matter what goes on here, I've seen it in the same way. My biggest doubt: the Cavs have all the talent they need to at least make the finals this year. I don't doubt they have the talent to beat the Knicks. I just doubt they have whatever it takes to beat the Knicks or whoever they were going to face in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Oh, look, I'm taking the Knicks as an easy favorite over Cleveland, but it's not. But it shouldn't be easy. And some of that goes back to what we've been talking about. Cleveland's defense has been, what would my daughter say, mid. It's been basic this year. It's the offense, right? That is the straw that stirs the drink for the Cavs. And that means that Donovan Mitchell and James Harden have to be extraordinary every moment of the postseason. Because when you have the, whatever it is, guys, 14th or 15th defense in the NBA, historically speaking, that's not good enough to make the finals. That's certainly not good enough to win the finals. But I'm with you, Nick. I don't think the Knicks are extraordinary. I think they're really good. I don't think the Pistons are extraordinary. I think they're really good. I don't think the Cavs are extraordinary. I think they can be pretty good. This is an opportunity, and that opportunity has to come through the offense. Because they are missing, that thing that they're missing is defense. That thing that they're missing is what they had a few years ago when they had a defensive player of the year caliber player playing at that level. He's not doing that now. And the defense kind of followed suit, which means to get it done, you got to have games you're scoring 120 points against, in this case, one of the best defenses in the game.
All right, well, you kind of mentioned him, and it's the first time in the 10 minutes that we've gotten to Evan Mobley. And I find it interesting, Bill, because we spent so much time about Harden and Mitchell and the superstars. And Atkinson in the postgame was like, we have two superstars on this team, and he pointed towards Harden and Mitchell, and it was not towards Evan Mobley. Have you been disappointed with Evan Mobley in this postseason?
Dude, that's such a great point, and I missed that moment. Yeah. And by the way, not just in this series, just maybe in general this year, he's been fine, but he should be a third superstar, right? I mean, big three eras don't really exist. That's not the way that it works anymore, but that's a homegrown talent. And there was a moment a few years ago where I was making an argument with people, and I was wrong, that he could be, if not a top 10 player, a top 15 player in the NBA, that his defense alone, if he's on the right team, could make him an extraordinary difference maker. And he just hasn't been that guy. I can remember him to a degree over the last few years imposing his will in some games. You need guys to win series and win championships. You need guys that can win you a single playoff game, right? LeBron James, Donovan Mitchell, if he figures it out, Jalen Brunson, Victor Wembanyama, if he stops elbowing people in the face, they can win you 2, 3, 4, Steph Curry, 5 games over the course of a series if they have to, right? They just can't. If Team Squanders one of those would-be wins. You need guys that can get you one. Evan Mobley should be that guy, and I've been really disappointed by what feels like a couple steps backwards, maybe more than that, on what I thought was a superstar-level trajectory a couple years ago.
All right, since you mentioned the whole thing about talking to the phone, calling around about getting the new gig and talking about the Lakers, obviously the Lakers getting swept out of the second round of the series there. So LeBron's got a summer to think here. From the many, many people that you talk to, think LeBron's more likely to go back to L.A. or maybe come back to Cleveland?
Man, it's such a mixed bag. So talking to sources, 50-50. I have a co-host named Doug McCain, DMAC. He's an absolute rock star in this town. He loves the Lakers. He's one of the smartest people I've worked with, but he loses his mind when he talks about LeBron because he wants him back and he thinks he's coming back. If I'm the Lakers, I don't want LeBron James back, which I know is not the question that you asked me, but it's so divisive among what people want. And the people that I've talked to around the league have different views. The guy that I talked to today, like the person I talked to, the former GM who I really respect, he thinks he's probably going to Cleveland, but he thinks it really depends on the degree to which the Lakers do or don't want LeBron to be back. LeBron's a roll out the red carpet guy. LeBron's a I need to be the center of the universe guy. LeBron's a I want to be the man guy. And he's not in LA, and he's not going to be. I think Cleveland makes the most sense. I think it's where he should go for what everybody wants. I think he'll probably end up there. But even the betting markets are saying what me and my co-hosts are saying, what the GMs I talked to are saying, that it's 50-50 on what people think will happen and what will probably happen between staying a Laker and being a Cavalier. Do you guys want him? Like, what's the temperature in Cleveland right now?
We definitely want him.
We'll never say no to LeBron.
Yeah, why don't you want him?
I think that LeBron and Luka don't get along very well. And I think that, in fact, I know that they don't get along very well. And I like LeBron. I have to qualify this because sometimes he loves me, or sometimes he tolerates me, and sometimes he hates me. I think we're in a hate phase right now on that side of the equation. But I respect the hell out of him. He doesn't do well when he's in a locker room that is toxic, and it doesn't go well when he is a part of that toxicity. And I've covered LeBron a lot more than Luka. I can't speak to the degree to which it's Luka Doncic's problem or he's the cause of this, but LeBron wants to be the guy and Luka wants to be the guy. And I think LeBron's put on a good face over the last few months. He can obviously still play at a really high level. I just don't think they fit together, and I don't think they get along. And when LeBron is unhappy with people in his locker room, it is awkward. It is weird. It does not go well. He sucks all. He's the sun, right? I mean, the physics of any locker room and team he's a part of bend to LeBron's will. And they bend in a good way when he's happy and a bad way when he's not happy. I don't think it's a good locker room in L.A., and I would imagine, based on his love for Akron and that part of Ohio, that being in Cleveland with James Harden, who he's close to, with Donovan Mitchell, you guys know, was at the Boys and Girls Club during the decision, who loves LeBron. I just think it would be a happier place for LeBron as a basketball player. And when LeBron is happy, things go well. And when LeBron is not happy, things go very badly.
Giannis reports today suggest the Bucks are open to a trade. Do you feel like the Cavs are in play for that as well, or do you feel like ultimately this like years-long public breakup just won't actually end up being another breakup like it should?
I think they should have traded him before. It's hard to do at the trade deadline. It's easier to get more suitors and drive the price up. I think he's gone. I mean, I don't really know, but this is a year and a half ago now. I reported that on a 1 to 2 year timeline, Giannis was going to leave it. Yeah, I think everybody could be in it. I mean, it depends what you're willing to unload. So the guy that I talked to today basically said, despite the fact that Giannis is he's 31, turns, I think, 32 in December, despite the fact we're starting to see some injuries, you're talking 4 first-round picks that have value, and maybe a player, maybe a good player, is what the price is going to be. And so if the Cavs, I don't think the Lakers can do it, or the Lakers, or any team out there are willing to package their entire future of assets and it's probably some really nice players, I think that John Horst and the Bucks are gonna weigh that. I'm also really curious to what degree they're willing to facilitate what Giannis wants to happen, because they have not had a good relationship. It has been ugly over the last few months, and the Bucks learned firsthand. They got this lesson from the Trailblazers a few years ago that it is better to just ignore your superstar and get what you need than to make him happy if you want to rebuild the right way.
All right, Bill. Very excited to have you in the Odyssey family. 97.1 The Fan in Los Angeles. Can't wait to hear you guys live here. What is it, next Monday when you guys launch?
A week from today. It's like we're building an airplane while we're flying to the sky. We're doing practice shows. We're getting it ready. I got to keep up with Doug because he's an absolute superstar. So yeah, we are 7 days away from launch.
Well, congrats on that. Tell everybody we said welcome to the Odyssey family, and great stuff today, buddy. Always great, but definitely great today.
Hey, man, always love being on in Ohio, where my wife's family can listen to me in the Cleveland area. Appreciate you guys, and anytime you need me, I'm here.
All right, good man there. Bill Ryder on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what he had to say and talk about all the kerfuffles coming out of the NBA playoffs last night in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys.
Consumer Tire, where your ride comes first. ConsumerTire.com.
Your mornings are about to change with 92.3 The Fan. We're going local at 5 a.m. It's The Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. All the latest from the night before in Cleveland sports and getting your day started even earlier. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I mean, this is the weird thing on this series for me is that I am a huge Pistons disbeliever, and I got people in Detroit all mad at me. I, at the start of the playoffs, thought they would lose to Orlando in that series. So I do think there's vulnerability in Detroit. I don't think they've been through the battles and the war, and I know their defense is exceptional. I think Cleveland's good enough to win this game. It's the same thing, right? I don't know where you guys come down on this when you're talking in Cleveland. If Donovan Mitchell can be the guy that is capable and has in the past dropped a 50-burger or a 40-burger or just be efficient like he was the other night, and James Harden can play like he did, I think Cleveland can beat anybody, at least in the Eastern Conference. I am very skeptical of Harden playing at that level in back-to-back games, especially when this is the difference between the series being over or feeling over at 3-1 or this being an actual series if Cleveland get it done. I think Cleveland can win, but I remain skeptical.
Great stuff with Bill Ryder of The Fan in Los Angeles. A station will be launching a week from now. Very excited for that. The first FM sports talk station in Los Angeles radio history, but also longtime national NBA analyst as well and reporter. It's so funny. I still, after now 3 games, I still just don't respect the Pistons. Yeah. Like, there's nothing in this series that I thought they should be leading, or that, honestly, there's still a part of me that thinks that maybe game 2, they should, quote-unquote, have won. I think the Cavs should be up 2-1, if not 3-0. And I continue to come back to, if the Cavs lose to this team, I'll think, wasted opportunity. If the Cavs go to the next round and lose to the Knicks, I'll think, wasted opportunity. At least there, it's more even, Steven. Mm-hmm. With this Pistons team, I just don't buy them.
Yeah, it's funny. Pistons fans want us to just like genuflect at the altar of Detroit basketball for some reason. And as the series has moved on, I haven't gained more respect for the Pistons.
Yeah.
Like, I've just been like, all right, like game 1 and game 2, Cavs shot themselves in the foot, and game 3, the Cavs won. Like, I don't understand where the respect has to come from.
Like, Cade Cunningham's a really good basketball player. Nobody's debating that. It's the other 14 guys, you know?
Yeah.
Like Jimmy Neutron's shooting lights out. Okay, that's because the Cavs aren't playing good defense. You know what I mean?
Like, Tobias Harris is having the playoff series of his life. Congratulations.
Like, if the Cavs actually fought through a few of these screens, Jimmy Neutron's shooting about 30% right now.
Oddly enough, some of the things we were worried about, which is like beef stew, like just basically going haymaker after haymaker on everyone, hasn't really materialized.
There's still time for that.
There's always still time for a beef stew fight. Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah.
Jalen Duren, he had a really good, he had one really good game. Game 3, I just kind of thought he was there.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. He's just such a throwback big.
You know who I have gained respect for?
Who's that?
Thompson.
Oh, yeah. He is no BS. That's a hell of a defender.
His defense is awesome.
If he finds out anything offensively, he'll play 20 years in the league.
Yeah, like he's one of the few guys I've locked in and been like, all right, I've gained a lot for him. Jenkins maybe, but that just is what that is.
That's another guy that, like, by the way, I love guys who you've never heard of in the NBA who suddenly do things in the postseasons. That's one of the coolest things in the world. Also, I've never heard of him. And I am the guy who's like, oh, hey, this is the 10th best undrafted free agent. So I've heard about a lot of basketball players.
Well, and what's funny about him is because I listen to enough Detroit sports talk radio, they're like, yeah, at home he'll be fine. On the road, he just kind of disappears. And then game 3 happened, and he kind of disappeared a little bit. But like, yeah, it's been weird. They want respect. I get it. I understand it. But I don't leave feeling like I need to respect them anymore.
Yeah, and I think that's every time they get down in a game, or when they play from behind, which they've done way too much in these playoffs. I'll say the same thing about Detroit as I will the Knicks. I think the Knicks are a fine team, but they just swept, what is a 7th seed? A bad Philadelphia team without Joel Embiid.
It's a play-in team, yeah.
And they're acting like they won the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I saw they had like the highest point differential and highest offensive rating for a playoff team through the first 2 rounds. And it's like, okay. Yeah. Play a team that matters.
Yeah.
Why don't you impress us at some point?
Like,
you can only go up against who you go up against, but like it doesn't make me believe in the Knicks.
I know I'm going to butcher his name. Jerry Ferrara?
Yeah, that's close.
Ferrara?
Yeah, that's good.
There we go.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I loved his show. I like him as an actor. And everybody else got to meet him here but me when he was doing his thing here.
Yeah.
I think I don't want to call him Turtle because that would be very dismissive. But my point is, he tweeted out last night, wait for tomorrow when they say, Donovan Mitchell or Cade Cunningham's going to be the better player. It's like, what the blue hell are you talking about? Oh, yeah, the Knicks. They really don't get a lot of playoff coverage there.
Yeah, not enough people talking New York Knicks basketball.
Yeah, and not just that, actively rooting for the Knicks. Anytime the Knicks have been tangibly good, I'm not even talking about great, anytime they've been moderately good in my life, the ESPN and every other company is like, this is the year for the Knicks. Mm-hmm. They buy into it as much as the idiot Knicks fans do. And I got Jerry Ferrera out here being like, whoa, small market me. I was like, I know you live in Ohio, and I wouldn't want to fight you because I think you probably could beat my ass, but I still don't like this commentary from you.
He definitely couldn't beat your ass.
I don't know. He's got the New York thing.
He's skinny now. He's very skinny.
So if he was back on the heavier side, then you'd give him
I don't think so then either, but he's very skinny.
I don't know.
Somebody that's type of skinny is not beating you up, I don't think.
Here's the thing. He's got the right angle. It's the Jose Ramirez thing.
Okay.
Because he's what, 5'8", 5'9"?
Jerry or Jose?
Jerry.
Okay.
Anyway, I know Jose's about 5'9".
I guess Jose's
Might
about
be closer
there.
to 5'7".
Yeah.
But yeah, Jerry's got the right angle.
Okay.
That if I lean back, he can lean just right in that just to knock me out.
Yeah, but you're not Tim Anderson in this equation.
That's true. And I do have about 160 pounds on him.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
The height
you think
advantage,
I would just do the
weight advantage,
the JOP, the Danny Shelton jump on pile?
Yeah, I just don't think it'd be much. I think it might be the type of thing where you just catch his punch. Even like it's one of those you're just demonstrably bigger, and he's like punching up, and you just like catch it, and then just that's it. That's game over.
You're giving me the Andre the Giant.
You went the New York side of Jerry. Give a little bit too much weight into this
I think
equation.
there's just a natural aggression of people born in New York City or who have lived in New York City that I don't have. But you're right. If I catch that first punch, it is your ass.
Yeah.
But I'll also just take the flattery job that's going on right here because I'm enjoying that as well.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm the
It's how you
truth
keep me in the
broker.
Jeff Phelps content zone.
I can't say it if I don't mean it.
It's true.
And I mean it.
All right. I don't believe that last part. You
Why
can't
not?
lie about some things.
I don't know. What do I lie about?
But no, this is just setting up just what the Cavs need, right? You do have 2 first-round series. There's some pliability here. You can learn yourself on the fly. Before then you go up against a team that I absolutely give you a chance to beat, as opposed to if you had played Boston. It's all right there. But you got to get through tonight.
Well, and what's funny is they scored 116, and it's like, guys, even the offense there, they can do better. It's like, and they shot 58% from the field. They shot incredibly well. And I think that is one thing that some people have been kind of harping on, the idea that you shot 58% of the field and still kept that game close. Mm-hmm. But I gave Detroit that same commentary off of game 1. Where it was like, all right, you had 5 minutes left, and the Cavs are right there in that game, while the Cavs had gone 0 for 11 from 3 in the fourth quarter. So, like, I'm giving you the same stuff I was giving Detroit. You have to feel good about it.
Also, Dustin in Miami, also known as Dustin DC, saying, what was with that dude? Was with that dude until he said 40 burger. 50 burger is a thing. 40 burger is not a thing. Can you confirm or deny?
Yeah, usually it goes 50 burger. 40 burger is not really a thing. You could do it, though.
But
I would never call anybody out for it.
So why is it 50 burger but not 40 burger? Is there an explanation behind the burger?
There might be, and I don't know it off the top of my head. But it usually, historically, had been 50 burger.
I feel like if we're going to police the burger thing here, we kind of got to know why it wouldn't be a 40 burger.
I mean, you could do it to anything.
You have to know. I'm saying Dustin has to give me a better.
It just becomes less impressive. It's like, oh, I had a 20 burger. Like, all right, what are you doing?
You pretty much did that for James Harden for 9 of the 10 playoff games.
No. But like, it's not 50 burgers. The exclamation point. That's the exclamation point.
Not like a 22-point burger for James Harden in one of them.
It's not a burger. There's a burger attached to the end of this. This is a good thing.
Lance Reisling, Cleveland.com. He was at mini camps for the Browns rookie mini camps over the weekend. We'll get his takes on what stood out the most, and of course the Taylor Green love we're all hearing about in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Katie Pollack.
You can now stream The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima live on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel every weekday from 6 till 10 a.m. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube page now for free. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
My pride's never recovered. Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP back with you. We've got the lead coming up in about 1 hour's time. Got another Detroit guest coming up, Eric Vincent, Clutch Sports, Pistons beat reporter at 6 o'clock today. But you've got an answer on the 50-burger, 40-burger situation.
Best answer we can find, at least. Let's put it that way, okay?
Now, is this max quality of he just Googled it?
Please.
Okay. I know you're better than that.
Please. So yes,
but
exactly.
You just Googled it.
So yes, exactly. I was like, what do you think? I pulled out like a book that told me the answer in between the break?
I didn't know if you had a guy. I didn't know if you had a burger guy.
Doesn't everything start with a Google search and then we go from there? Problem with Mac's historical data is that it just starts with the AI answer and ends with the AI answer.
That is fair.
And I at least click on some pages and we go from there, right?
You at least go 2 pages in.
At least. So 50 burger. They're giving John Madden credit for initially, which I did not see coming. I didn't see that one coming. That's fine, and neither here nor there. I don't think you're going to be happy with the answer. Okay. So obviously it's for scoring 50 points, it is what it is. But the reason why it comes to that is, in the culinary world, in the food world, there's a 50-50 blend type of burger that exists and is, I guess, popular. It's 50% ground bacon, 50% ground beef, and in the food world, they call that a 50 burger. And at some point, John Madden got wind of them calling that a 50 burger and adopted that for when you score 50 points or more in a football game to being a 50 burger. And now we've crossed sports, and we've taken that to basketball when you score a 50-point game.
No, this actually works for me. I'll never call it 40 burger again.
Okay, good. I couldn't explain why we didn't call it a 40 burger or a 30 burger or anything in between. I knew when you got to 50, it was a 50 burger, and that's just what it was, but now we have an answer.
Because it reminds me of a short belly burger, which I think is like 30% bacon, ground bacon, 30% ground short belly, or whatever, and then ground beef. Which means it's 100% likely to kill you, but you'll be dying with the biggest smile on your face you ever seen.
There we go.
They are just, banging.
If you're Madden, you got the turducken, you got the 50 burger, you got all sorts of basically just food phrases is what he's given us in society, and it's paid off.
Paid off for him. That was a good life.
Did you have a Madden impersonation?
No, I thought about it for a second.
It's almost like a Harry Carey where everyone kind of does one.
It's also going to be like a Emerald where you just scream "bam" really loud and hope it sounds good.
Man, Emerald was at the top of the game for a while.
Hey, really? I think he just got sick of it. He had too much success, and it was like, well, I'm going to go, I don't know, vacation, and he just never stopped. I don't even know. What do you think Emerald's doing right now? You think he's just chilling?
He's got a restaurant in Vegas. I know that.
That's true.
But he doesn't do anything on TV anymore.
I also don't think he's working there. I think his name's there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
right.
assume he pops in for some free, maybe Papa's Fritas at some time, but maybe he doesn't really actually work there.
Yeah, that's a safe bet.
It sets the menu, does nothing else.
It would be cool to own a restaurant just to pop into the restaurant all the time and eat there. Like, speaking of Harry Carey, for instance, there's all sorts of stories about Harry Carey go and dine at his restaurant, and then the people would go to the waiters and be like, "Oh, but I don't want to bother Harry Carey,"
like,
and they'd be like, "No,
he wants you to
go bother him. He's at his own restaurant. He wants you to come up and say hi. That's why he's eating at his own restaurant."
Now we've got a real 50 burger of a guest on our line, mostly because the last time he bought me a burger, it was a 50 burger. I'm guessing it was delicious. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Browns rookie mini camps over the weekend. This man was there. Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com and 92.3 The Fan. Coach, welcome to the show.
What's going on, guys?
Oh, just thinking about football, dreaming about football, and 50 burgers. I'll ask you, what stood out to you about Browns rookie mini camps this weekend?
Well, obviously they're not in pads, and everything is, gets blown. Everybody lives in the extremes. You take it for what it's worth, but I thought their movement skills were so much better than they've been. There's a real influx of athleticism and guys who can run a little bit better than they've had. So, at all positions, obviously when you're not blocking, when you don't have pads on, I look for traits, I look for fundamentals, I look for things that, effort and things like that. They play with a lot of passion, and they can really move, and the movement skills were most evident with those guys up front. Fano is a guy who's 300-plus pounds, and the kid can really move his feet.
So I defended you last week to Nick, and to the point where I said, I was like, Coach would, if his wife was out there running routes, he'd be like, she's not doing it fluid enough. I believe.
I think it was his mom. Yeah, the mom.
I switched it up because Coach had a really nice post about his mom over the weekend, and then I felt bad. Yeah, so we switched that up. Yeah, 6 years since she passed away, and I was
thinking about you, buddy. Love
almost had me in tears there, Coach, but that's neither here nor there. So we switched it up. So anyway, what I was defending, though, was the idea that you talked about Casey Concepcion, and I read your whole report. I did. I took it in top to bottom, but I do have to wonder if you are, in fact, shielding Casey Concepcion. When I leave, the commentary around him was, and again, Nick has coined it, can't catch Casey Concepcion. Like, we have also Concepcion, no recepcion.
No recepcion.
Coach, he was dropping balls that were unguarded. He was just dropping passes, and where was the commentary?
Well, here's the thing. Once again, that's the for me that's the easy way out. So if I'm not putting that out there, I apologize. But obviously, it's like he drops one pass, which he did. He dropped a number of passes. And I've always talked about his natural catching ability. Now, could he have some drop issues? Yes, but it's not because he can't do it. And whatever reason it is, when you look at like Anthony Schwartz, he couldn't do it.
All right, Coach.
But I will tell you this.
Coach, real quick. Coach, real quick. You can't laud somebody's natural catching ability and then say,
absolutely.
Does
when
he have drop issues?
You can.
Well, of course he does. Those are diametrically opposite things that you're saying. I would say he's got natural drops with some ability to catch the ball occasionally.
No, I disagree occasionally because the first the narrative is he drops one, everybody goes, oh, see, he drops everything. He made a bunch of really nice catches, and all I mean by that is he catches the ball with his hands. He doesn't let it into his body. So when you catch the ball with your hands, that tells me it's not a talent issue. That tells me you can do it, and for whatever reason it is, and I'm not saying he's going to, maybe, I don't know. You would assume he's going to fix it at the NFL level, but you can't fix guys that can't naturally catch it. That's the reality of it. So, obviously what you're saying, I'll live with it. But when I see a natural guy pluck it out of the air like he does, I think he can get it. And that's just how I work. And he does. He naturally catches it. He just has moments of lapse, and you can almost see it with him sometimes. And for me, it's when he's turning his head upfield to get into what pays his bills, which is run after catch.
Why should we assume it gets corrected in the NFL level? You say we should assume it gets corrected. Why should we assume that?
Attention to detail. They'll work, even this weekend. The thing that was going back to the movement skills, these coaches right now, I love the way they coach. It's a little bit more old school, and I'm a little bit older. The idea of they coach on the run. So they're constantly giving these guys feedback. And, when Casey's on there, they're always saying catch it first. And they're always focusing on him, looking into his hands, because when he does that, it's easy for him. And I will say, working with receivers over the last 30 years, even at the high school level and sometimes working with college camps, the idea that guys who, for some reason, the guys who catch it well but have drops are guys that get paid to run after catch. And I always feel like they're trying to get into their phase before they catch it. And I think that's just a concentration issue, and and really it comes down to just looking into your catch over and over and over. And I really do think that it will improve. And I've seen it before, and I've also seen it not. But I tend to live on the side of when you see him with the ball in his hands, they're going to figure it out, and they're going to rep it. And if it doesn't work, it won't be for lack of effort. I think it works.
All right, Coach. I thought this was an interesting note because really the last 2 years, there was a point where Stefanski in the offense had an identity, and people haggled over it. And then at some point, right after they fired AVP, they kind of lost the identity. They never got it back. Even when they thought they were going to have an identity, they never got it back. But you had said in one of your notes to us, offensive identity under Monkin already feels noticeably different because of ... What is the because of? What are you seeing here that you're starting to see maybe an identity forming well before training camp?
Well, I see balance, and what I mean by that is he's a matchup guy. We always talk about matchups with receivers and running backs, but for me, he's also a matchup guy up front. So when we talk about these guys who are versatile up front, getting your 5 best linemen out there, that means you can run gap schemes, you can run zone schemes. So if you face a team that penetrates, you run more gap schemes because you use angles. If you face a team that plays the line of scrimmage, you use more double teams and zone. So you have this ability to be flexible with the offensive lineman. And then you talk about not having a number one receiver. Well, they do have a number one receiver. It's Harold Fannin Jr., and everybody talks about, well, he's not a receiver. But what you've done, even though you don't have a number two receiver, is now you have three number two receivers, in my opinion. And when you have three number two receivers, that magnifies Harold Fannin, because that's going to create balance with that defense. You're going to see pre-snap, because the guys are hopefully good enough. Now, these guys got to go out and prove it. But what I've seen on film, now you have Concepcion, you have Boston, you have Fannin, and you have Judkins in the box. Now you're going to create balance, and now you get Judy being really good at what he is, which is a number two receiver, which means he's not always getting the primary corner. Rotation is not always going to him, etc. So I think he becomes better. And I just think the balance and the idea of we're going to attack what the defense does poorly. If they're a certain style, we have the versatility up front with guys who can move, guys who understand the game of football. They're not maulers, but they understand where to be. They're pretty good in pass protection, and then you can attack. And because you have pretty solid, you have 1 A+ on that offense. In my opinion, I think Harold Fannin is an A+. But now you had an A+, he was a rookie, and you had a bunch of C- around him. Now you got a bunch of B+ around him, but you also have guys like Isaiah Bond and Ced Tillman. Now they're fourth and fifth receivers, and they've made plays at the NFL level, which tells you now maybe they're better in their role because we're thinking of them as fourth and fifth receivers. So I just think this offense has balance moving forward, and Monken's really good at finding matchups. So even though you saw it, and once again, like the motions, the movements, they started that in rookie camp. It's not something you can add. It's something that has to be a part of your offense. So I think he's just going to maximize what he has on offense.
What was your first impressions of Taylon Green?
Well, everybody was like, he's not going to compete. I don't think he's, I'll clarify. I don't think he's a guy that's going to play this year as a starting quarterback. But he's also not a gadget guy. A gadget play or things that are gadgety, people talk about trick plays. Those are things where multiple people are doing multiple different things on offense that they normally don't do. And for him, he's just going to be a big physical guy that they can use in the red zone with the +1 run game. So I see him playing this year in the red zone or on third down and medium, or third down and short occasionally, and being the +1, because on third down and short, you get that 7th, 8th guy down in the box. Now Judkins becomes the fullback, and he becomes the tailback, so you have an extra blocker. But all the offensive line are doing all the same stuff, and it's different than when you have Judkins in the game, because he's not throwing it. Taylon Green's throwing for 10,000 yards. Now, there's a lot of mechanical work to do with him, and he's okay in the pocket. But I think for a guy who's 6'6", runs as well as he does, he handles himself, lots of poise in the pocket, lots of poise in the huddle, things like that. He's a developmental guy, but you would like to think, even if he's a developmental guy, you face Josh Allen, you face Lamar Jackson. If you're facing these guys in the playoffs, which you hope to get to, he's worth a 6th-round pick. Having a great scout team quarterback emulate the quarterback you're going to play, that's hard to do, and he can do a lot of those things. So I don't know. I was very impressed with his poise. Everything I thought he did well. I thought he did very well. He threw the ball better from the pocket. He's a little bit inconsistent with his accuracy, which is a lot with his footwork. He's a developmental guy, and he's got a long way to go, and it's a year or two from I think he's competing for the starting job or a starting job or, the idea of being a starter. But I think his tools are fantastic, and he's a guy that will help whatever his role is.
All right, Coach. Brennan Sorsby, Cincinnati turned Texas Tech, not quarterback, might end up going to the supplemental draft. I'm not sure if you've looked at his tape yet, but if you have, would you be comfortable if the Browns took him in the supplemental draft this summer?
Well, I'm going to say no, and here's why. I just think the Browns, they started off, this is a kid. Now, I will say this. I like to give kids second chance. I've never been a believer in a kid makes a mistake and we're, I know he made thousands of mistakes. I get all that. But does he have a problem or is it a character issue? And those are things that you have to figure out as a GM. Because if he has a problem, you help him get a problem. You fix that problem. But if it's a character issue, those things don't go away, right? You never lose your stripes. So that would be my first thing. Talent-wise, he's 6'3", he's 225, 230. He can make all the throws. He's a really talented guy. I just think where the Browns are at and what they've done around their offense, I think they got to go with the quarterbacks they have. And then I believe the quarterbacks they have on the roster, I think they have a few guys that they can win with. And if you got a guy you can win with because you have more pieces around him, your special teams are just a wash, and your defense being what it's going to be. Now, I think the defense will be better. I think it takes a step back maybe early, but it's better late because those guys are a year older. And I just think that they have a chance to win a lot of games with quarterback they can win with, and I think it's on their roster. And then if they want to go out and it doesn't work, you've got some pieces, around them. Now you go maybe in 27 because there's a lot of really good quarterbacks in 2027. But I think right now you're wanting to win week one. And I say that all the time. I know it gets redundant, but they got to win week one. And I think they have quarterbacks on the roster that can with these guys around them a little bit better. So we'll see what happens. But I'm going to go no, just because they don't need that kind of – they've had enough with that kind of stuff in their locker room right now. I wish the kid the best, but I think there's other quarterbacks in 27 you can go after.
Coach, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you. Dynamite stuff this weekend at Browns rookie minicamp. Dynamite stuff today.
Absolutely, guys. Thanks for talking to me, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Lance Reisland, 92.3 The Fan, and, of course, Cleveland.com on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what Coach had to say and get into the darndest thing that Taylor Green had to say this weekend as well in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
bike, ride, walk, carpool to reduce emissions. Help the air and earn points in the Carbon Free Challenge. Visit NOACA, NOACA.org to learn more.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
I don't think he's a guy that's going to play this year as a starting quarterback. But he's also not a gadget guy. So I see him playing this year in the red zone or on third down and medium, third down and short occasionally. There's a lot of mechanical work to do with him, and he's okay in the pocket. But I think for a guy who's 6'6", runs as well as he does, handles himself, lots of poise in the pocket, lots of poise in the huddle, things like that. I was very impressed with his poise. He threw the ball better from the pocket. He's a little bit inconsistent with his accuracy, which is a lot with his footwork. He's a developmental guy, and he's got a long way to go, and it's a year or two from I think he's competing for the starting job or a starting job or, the idea of being a starter. But I think his tools are fantastic, and he's a guy that will help whatever his role is.
That was Coach Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, talking about Taylon Green, a guy who, not a lot of us were actually at Brown's rookie minicamp, but somehow the Taylon Green hype is overload today.
Yeah.
Because a couple videos, I think, on social media.
But it's really funny. It's like every Browns beat reporter learned that he's 6'5".
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, he is tall. And it's like, until they actually see him in person, it's like, he really is. It's a gigantic human, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, we saw this coming, right?
Yeah. And also, by the way, he's very athletic. That's very athletic. Drafted.
That's kind of his deal. That's his MO.
So it's funny. It's rookie minicamps. Like, I think this is his time to get the kind of work. Because of the logjam ahead of him, he kind of is going to be the Shador of this year in that I don't really expect him to get hardly any work, and he's probably going to be thrown to ball boys in August. Mm-hmm. And that finally feels right about where they've got the third or fourth quarterback on the depth chart here.
Well, it's funny because you bring up Shador, and it's like I heard all sorts of people, and they're like, oh, well, he's a 6th-round pick. I can't expect anything out of him. All right. And it's like, well, all right, the 5th-round pick, and Shador did play a lot of games last year. And it is the Browns, and things do happen. And so, like, maybe we have the scenario where Green has to get into a game and actually do something. I wouldn't expect it. You're not supposed to expect it, but we know that he's going to make the roster. At least we can assume he'll make the roster. They're probably only taking 3 quarterbacks in the roster. It's not crazy to think that he'd end up in a game.
No, but it's just going to be so weird, like, in terms of, one, how many quarterbacks do they carry in general, and whether any of them are going to be on the practice squad. 2, the tough thing about having a third quarterback active is which I think this would be the way that Taylon Green gets playing time early this season, is then you better make sure that you put whatever package you design for him out on the field as soon as humanly possible, because if you waste a roster spot on a guy and then you don't end up deploying that package in a game,
right?
There's going to be obviously concern of like, well, okay, how did we mismanage this spot?
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's the interesting part about him. Can he show enough to dictate a couple plays a game? Mm-hmm. That's really the test for him, right? At least until something happens, an injury, et cetera, is like, can you showcase enough that we can put you in a red zone play and we can try to figure this whole thing out?
And I think the Browns need to push it to him and get the idea to him that, like, we know you want to be a quarterback, but the easiest way for you to do that is just getting touches to adapt to the speed. And the only way that happens is if we use you in various spots as effectively another tight end. And so I think that's like, I think that's the catch-22. These kids always want to be quarterbacks because that's what they grew up playing. Haynes King, the former Georgia Tech quarterbacks with the Panthers, and I saw him talking about, yeah, I'll do the Taysom Hill role, but my goal is to be a quarterback. And it's like, okay, but you need to buy into the first thing so you can get to the maybe you get to the point of the second.
I really don't understand why more 6th-round, 7th-round undrafted quarterbacks aren't like jumping at the idea of being Taysom Hill.
Well, especially
the man averaged $15 million a year for his final contract.
Especially Taylon Green. Like, the thing that's weird about Haynes King is Haynes King's like 6'1", like 220 pounds. He is very athletic, but it's like, Taysom Hill is a tight end in a quarterback's body that ended up being a tight end in the NFL, or gadget player in the NFL. That's why I see it with Taylon Green. And by the way, I think Taylon Green's even more athletic than Taysom Hill was.
Well, yeah, I mean, he might be one of the most athletic people we've seen, not only at that spot, but just in general in the NFL in 25 years.
But I do think, like, I think when it comes to young quarterbacks, you just need to get on the field and develop. And I think that's the only – I know you can do mental reps. I know they have VR now that allows you to – and so there are ways now that there weren't 20 years ago to develop yourself a little bit. But in the end, you just need to get used to the speed of the NFL. And so I think Talon – more so, like Shedeur wasn't getting on the field as a gadget player, nor was Dylan Gabriel, nor was Kenny Pickett, nor was Joe Flacco. So I think this is a really cool role for him. And now it becomes, okay, well, how many looks do you give him in training camp and in the preseason to try and see it? Because that's where I see it. If he's going to be a quarterback, that's a 3-year from now conversation. Right now it is, do you have enough to be in a spot where we can say, all right, you're going to be one of the 54 guys on this roster, and we're going to throw you out there on certain Sundays?
I would imagine he's going to get a lot of what the Shedeur treatment was last year, and the idea that he's going to have some preseason opportunities, some big preseason opportunities, and then when it comes to the actual reps with ones, it's just non-existent.
Well, but I think that's where you can have a little bit of both. I think Talon should get reps with the ones as like the other role. Yeah, in the other role.
I hear what you're saying. Yeah,
and then come in later as a third or fourth quarterback off the board. There, I think that's the kind of stuff. Like you just so rarely get a guy that you can deploy in multiple ways, and that means you can use him in multiple. Like I almost look at this as like an ultimate bonus grab. Like if all he is an interesting gadget piece, then he's worth a 6th-round pick. But because you can get him on the field, there's a chance that you might get him enough reps that all of a sudden he does get comfortable. And maybe you can develop him. Like, there's just so much more upside of a guy you can just get on the field in any way, and then you'll see from there, as opposed to a guy who, well, he's only a quarterback, and now you're just trying to develop an athletic monster into something more.
Yeah, other funny thing out of this was every beat reporter seemed like they were like, wow, he really is 6'5", 6'6", as if that was going to be like a guessing game. But then the other part of that was the idea that when you watch him throw, like mechanically, it does look very awkward. It's not right.
Call that the Chase DeLauder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But at least with Chase DeLauder, it's like, oh, I see Chase Utley in Chase DeLauder. You know what I mean? Like there's instances of people that have that little short swing that he has, and you kind of point to and be like, that's successful. Right now, all he's got is he's got a funky arm motion and Anthony Richardson attached to his name.
216-474-0092 with Talon Green getting a lot of love out of Browns rookie minicamps. What can the Browns get out of Green this year? Now, Baskin and Phelps, we're talking quarterbacks today. And no one loves a crappy quarterback the way Jeff Phelps loves a crappy quarterback.
Yeah, I can't tell when it started, but it peaked somewhere around like the Joe Milton experience.
He's a broken man with love. With love.
He does love just really crappy quarterbacks.
He's watched so many crappy quarterbacks. Like I always joke, like, when people are like, can you tell me if my team's going to be a winning team? I'm like, probably not. I don't know what that looks like. I'm a Cleveland sports fan. But if you told me, is my team going to be crappy? Oh, bang biscuit, do I got you covered there.
That's the other guy. He fell in love with Hendon Hooker. That was the other guy he fell in love with.
I think he just heard the last name and, fell in love.
That doesn't seem on track
Hooker.
for Phelps. Yeah, no,
Hooker.
Yeah, thank you.
Kayla was looking confused, so I wanted to make sure it was a Hooker.
Wasn't the Hendon part.
Yeah.
I was thinking about bringing up Jameis Winston or not, and that
Crab
kind of
legs?
stopped me right in my. Well, that was his most recent.
I thought that was an Uber driver. The point is, none of it's good. None of it's good. But here is Baskin and Phelps talking quarterback intrigue for the Browns.
The most intriguing quarterback in camp is Talon Green on the roster. Shedeur is second, and then Dylan Gabriel and Deshaun are probably tied for third.
Okay.
Or Deshaun is third and Dylan's fourth. Unfortunately for Dylan, I don't think anybody's intrigued by him. But how can you not be intrigued by Talon Green? 6'5" 7/8, runs like crazy, has a big arm. Andy, that's intriguing.
Give me your other list, though. I'll give you my intriguing list, and then I'll give because I think Shedeur Sanders is still the most intriguing quarterback on this roster. I mean, we saw a little bit last year. I'm wondering what it's going to look like this year when he's got some time, hopefully, to ramp up.
Well, he's number 2 on my list of intrigue.
Well, that's true. So, in case the person who is the most intriguing on Jeff's list, which is Talon Green, cannot fulfill his obligations to be the most intriguing, to me, it's still Shedeur Sanders. It's not even close. Like, I want to see what he can do. I want to put him in a situation where now he's got, let's see what the offensive line is. I just don't know.
I just don't know. That clip has everything. That clip is so great.
It's even better when you hear it online. I got it. Like, so Keith sent that to us earlier, and you listen to it, you do like 17 different things. I missed half the things in that clip that make me love both of those guys.
And the idea that Baskin didn't just light him up at first thought, he like entertained it.
Okay.
Like, well, I have Shedeur, you know, and then Phelps' response is, well, I have him at number 2.
Yeah, clearly. Don't be ridiculous.
That's like
he's right there.
Like,
He's one below him.
You're being the crazy one here, Baskin, for even threatening my idea
Also,
at someone 6'5" and 7 and 8.
Just call him 6'6". All right. Like 6'5" and 7'8".
He's looking at the NFL.com profile clearly.
Yes.
And he's like trying to see exactly what it is.
Listen, there are times where you don't give someone the extra eighth of an inch. I think in the case that they're 6'5" and 7/8", I think you can call him 6'6". I don't think anyone's going to be like, wait, that man? He's clearly 6'5" and 7/8", you idiot.
Then he put Deshaun tied with Dylan Gabriel. He couldn't even give him the edge over Dylan Gabriel.
All right.
Guy hasn't played a game in 700 days. No, nothing interesting about that?
Can we just play the first? I don't even know where the Andy Baskin thing, where Andy just goes, okay. Okay.
Because he doesn't want the fight. Maybe that's just their style. I don't know. But like he didn't want the fight.
No, Taylor Green is not the most intriguing quarterback with the Cleveland Browns. That still goes back to the guy who started 7 games last year, won 3 of the 4 games, and made plays, although he also made a bunch of negative plays. It goes to Shedeur. If you want to give Taylor Green 3, or 2, I still don't think I can give 2.
You can't do 2. The obvious fight in this answer is between Shedeur and Deshaun Watson, and it varies to who you ask.
Now, who's the more attractive, who's the more intriguing gadget player?
Oh, he's more interesting than Dylan Gabriel in general.
Oh, no, I was saying gadget player. Casey Concepcion or Taylor Green?
Oh, Concepcion by a wide mile.
He no Recepcion. I don't know about that. He's a first-round pick. If he's just a gadget player, it's a massive failure. Whereas Taylor Green,
was wild, the amount of people that were willing to be like, he was dropping passes against nothing.
Yeah. Well, no, but listen, he's a natural catcher. Just struggles with the drops.
There was no talking coach out of that either.
Oh,
he was gonna love that.
Yeah, and here's the thing: I'm rooting for KC. He's a Cleveland Brown. Okay, so I hope he can catch. I hope KC stands for can catch.
Yes,
okay,
I hope so
can
too.
Catch.
I hope so too.
But the point is, the next receiver that walks into the NFL that couldn't catch in college and now all of a sudden catches a case of the catches, that'll be the first one.
That'll be the first one. He's like, you do naturally get this cleaned up at the NFL level. Oh, you do.
It happens all the time.
Didn't know that's how that worked. I love the Taylor Green story, though. And by the way, I did love him. I loved him speaking about all the great players that just aren't him. He's like, well, Lamar's not 6'6". Lamar's 6'3". Josh Allen, he's not. He's. I'm 230. He's 260. It's like. I. That's what you have to keep doing to get us away from Anthony Richardson. Just bring up all these great quarterbacks and just put your name in the same air as them, and enough people will eventually pay attention.
So we'll play that sound, and we say goodbye to a long-time Brown in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I got a challenge for you, because if you're looking at new trucks this month, a Ram truck should be at the very top of your list. Nay, it should be your list. So pull into your Northeast Ohio Ram dealer today and start one, because you're going to hear the difference.
spring sale. Call now and get 50% off materials plus an extra $500 off and no payments till 2027. Call Home Genius Exteriors today at 855. You are genius. See website for details.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I mean, I would say, of course, Lamar, but, like, he ain't 6'6", you know. Josh Allen, like, it's close, but, like, I'm 230. He, like, 260. And I would say, I don't know. My dad say Randall Cunningham, bitch. I really don't think there's anybody like me. You know, not on no, like, cocky or anything. Just, you know, some confidence. You know, there's nobody that moves like me that's, you know, as tall as me and stuff. So
There is, but I don't want to talk about him. His name's Anthony Richardson. And he can't be left alone with an exercise band.
Yeah, it's just going to take out his eyeballs.
He's already almost done it to one eyeball. We can't have him do it again.
Anything but the exercise band. Anthony, no.
No. Here's a slingshot. Play with this instead. You can only hurt somebody else's vision with this.
So it's funny. I thought about that clip, and I do think it's good. He needs to, like, get those type of names out there to kind of rebrand himself. Is he kind of hurting himself a little bit, though, there with, like, the... I don't understand what sense he was making now that we've heard it. Like, the Josh Allen thing. Well, he didn't make much sense. He was like, so he's trying to make the case that nobody's as tall as he is and then can do what he can do, right? And then Josh Allen's every bit of 6'5". He's the same size as him.
Heavier.
But he's heavier. That's why I didn't understand. Wouldn't heavier make it more impressive for Josh Allen?
I think he was just calling Josh Allen a fat ass.
Because wouldn't that make it more impressive that at 260 you could move the same way that somebody at the same height could move at 230?
No, because Josh Allen is Mobeast.
Mobeast. Apostrophe.
What a stupid thing to say. No, because Josh Allen is obese, is what I think I was trying to say. No, it's interesting. The guy we got to send that to is Ross Tucker.
Yeah.
Because Ross is the guy who said Randall Cunningham, who was his favorite player growing up.
Yeah.
And now that Taylor Green has said it, or that Taylor Green's dad has said it, I feel like Ross is really going to give us some favorable coverage this year when he covers Brown's game, as long as Taylor Green is playing.
That's a great comp too, though. He'd love that comp. You kidding me? He'd love that comp. This is. He's understanding the game properly. He's getting me and you and people like us to discuss. Well, what's the greatest comp for this guy? And we're between Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Randall Cunningham. I mean, I guess it might be Randall Cunningham. Oh yeah, because Taylor Green, the 6th-round pick, loses out of that discussion.
216.
He's doing a nice job.
474-0092. What can the Browns get out of Taylor Green this year? Hopefully no more obesity. We also do have to say goodbye to David Njoku. He signed a 1-year deal with the Chargers.
He didn't die. He's just playing in a different city.
Yeah, no, it's saying goodbye.
I know.
Because he's going to another town.
Yeah.
Did I set that up like he was dying?
Kind of, a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. As long as he avoids fires out there, that'll be a good thing.
That would be a positive direction.
Yeah, more so, by the way, out there than in here. But it's interesting. Like, I saw the number, and initially I was like, 1 year, $8 million. You could have been in on that. And then I remembered, I don't honestly know how much David has left in the tank.
Well, so the reporting on it suggests that the $8 million is heavily incentivized.
Yeah.
And so we don't really even know what the true number is. But in situations like this, you could probably guess it's somewhere like $4 or $5 million, and then the other stuff is incentives. So it's not even a true $8 million.
And $4 million in LA is like 30 cents here.
Basically.
Many people say that.
After taxes and everything?
Yeah.
Might as well be.
After Uncle Sam gets through to you. Here's the thing. I don't know you were going to find out this year in Cleveland whether David had anything left. Because the quarterback position is such a wild card. I think the best thing for his career is that he goes to L.A. with a quarterback who, if there's anything left in David Njoku, you're going to find it out.
Yeah.
I thought he looked slow. I thought he looked big. He obviously had injuries this last year. Those three things for a tight end, or for a number one tight end, you just can't have. And so would I love to have had him back in some role as the number 2 tight end or whatever? Yeah, sure. But if the quarterback position gives you nothing this year, as it relatively did last year, I think one more of those years, I think David Njoku's out of the NFL. At least this gives him a chance.
Yeah, like Gatson as a rookie last year had like 650 yards total. Like he had a pretty decent season for a rookie tight end. And it's like that's That's the Justin Herbert effect.
Yeah.
That's what that is. And so it's a good point by you. Like, getting him Herbert is going to mean the world for him. And for his career, he'd much rather have that than whatever hodgepodge he's been having at quarterback.
Well, and remember, that's also a great point, by the way. Justin Herbert instantly becomes the best quarterback he's played with since Baker, and Justin Herbert is seen as a better quarterback than Baker, too.
Yeah, like if you're going to get something out of Njoku, that situation is going to be the best you can do.
I also think the system is right. Like, that's why I think he was connected to Baltimore. It's why I think he was connected very briefly to the Giants. Like, Njoku in a scenario where he might be your number one, he also might be your number two.
Kind of like a Harbaugh, the other Harbaugh, though, same thing,
Yes.
but the other Harbaugh used likely.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and I mean, the Chargers have tried to find their tight end 2 now because they had Will Dissly, who they cut earlier this offseason. The first year they went through another guy that was very Will Dissly-like.
4 tight ends on their roster last
But
year.
like, this is to compare it to the Harbaugh thing. Like, Likely and Andrews were both getting 500-600 yards a season. So it's not insane that even if Njoku's your number 2 tight end, that he can get you real production. I just really like this for him. I also, he likes to go shirtless in December. That plays better in LA.
Yeah.
You're not going to lose skin.
Except no one's impressed, though.
Yeah, in LA, it's like, who's this fatty?
No, it's like, go. Your 6-pack is now a 4-pack?
Yeah.
Somebody needs to get on the Weight Watchers.
Actually, I will tell you, last year we said David looked a little like a guy with a lot of muscles, but maybe a little bit extra on there, a little extra baggage, as it were.
Yeah, but he still kept the 6-pack with it, though.
I know, it was very
That was
confusing.
the weird part about it.
He
when
looked like a 300-pounder with a 6-pack.
Yeah.
I've never seen it before. I have seen it before, but you got to go on the
He had
incognito
like
tab.
love handles, but he still had the 6-pack. Is the 6-pack drawn on? I don't know.
He's got to clear that out now. He's got to get down to a fighting 260 if he wants to make it in LA.
Yeah. He's gonna. I feel like he's gonna be the Knicks trying to get into Met Gala parties. He's gonna be trying to get in, and it's like, oh, you're the second tight end in the Chargers, and you don't even have a 6-pack.
David, it says here you're 280. I'm sorry, we don't let tight ends here over 270.
I think Harbaugh's gonna love him though.
Oh yeah, that'll actually be interesting because David has been in the doghouse of almost every coach they've had here.
Yeah,
and he's also earned his way out of the doghouse of every coach they've had here. He had such a he's
very passionate, He's very vocal about when he feels something, and he can easily rub people the wrong way. The same way he can also just galvanize and win people over.
That's so. I was trying to explain Njoku's importance to Cleveland, and I was like, you can't really. He's a first-round pick. Yeah, but he had 3,500 yards in 9 years. Well, but that 1 year, he was like, oh, we finally got a top 5 tight end. And then they paid him a lot of money. I kept trying to explain, how to, but he's a great guy. He also pissed off a lot of coaches.
Sometimes he wasn't. Yeah, sometimes he was great, and then sometimes he was. And that is the synopsis of him, though. We just had him for so many years. There was just so many up and down moments. Everything from the "I'm not leaving" speech,
I am leaving,
to the Thursday night game against the Steelers. I'll never forget that game. There's so many cool moments for Njoku, and then there's also so much of we just thought you'd be so much better.
Does Njoku have anything left in the tank? The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
It's not going to be a streaming exclusive. But this is going to be a late one tonight. And I feel like, I know there have been blowouts in the playoffs. The Knicks have done a great job, being able to actually do that and put the pedal to the metal over the last week and a half. It would be nice if the Cavs just come out and put a team away. But are they even capable of doing that?
The Ken Carmen Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Eric Vincent, Clutch Points, Detroit Pistons beat reporter and writer, joining us in about 1 hour's time. We'll get his take on Game 4 and the Pistons' ability to try and take that from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Let's go ahead and get the lead here. James Harden had 19 points and 7 assists in Game 3 as the Cavs won over the Pistons on Saturday. A must-win game, and they got the dub. He spoke after the game to reporters about playing through the outside noise.
Like I've said before, it's not even about anybody else. What we talk about in this locker room and, what we doing. Like I didn't average 30 points in the regular season. I'm literally here to find my spots, figure out what needs to be done, and try to contribute it in the best way possible. So, chatter is going to be chatter regardless. Whether you do something good, whether you do something bad. Still, to give me opportunities in this fourth quarter, and I take advantage of them. This is a make or miss league. You make shots and you go out there, you get 30, they praise you. You have a bad game or whatever the case may be. Or if that's not your job, then people are going to talk. So,
yeah, 7 straight. And obviously, it's important. Harden, the first 2 obviously mattered a lot. You hit the mid-range shot, and then Cunningham responds, and then you come back, and then, it matters. But the three-pointer with 25 seconds left on the clock when it goes down is so incredibly huge to give yourself a 4-point lead. That ices the game. That's everything. If he misses that 3 up 1, Nick, the Pistons have a chance to steal that game and get out of there.
He's had plenty of games in the postseason that he scored more points. He's had plenty of games where he's done other things that are very valuable, but when you score, the points matter. 7 points late in the game. He had a big defensive stop as well, or part of a big defensive stop, also within the final 30 minutes. And he did so while cutting down his turnovers. That is the kind of response that you need after Game 2. He was so bad in Game 2. I don't know he was the direct, opposite, the antithetical answer to that, but it was more than enough because you got it done when it mattered. And it's so funny. Donovan took a fair amount of crap for ceding to James, giving James those opportunities. I'm like, guys, I don't think you understand. That's where we want. Hey, James is feeling it right now. James, it's your turn to close the game. Donovan, I'm feeling it right now. So you close out the game. Inevitably, if the Cavs can put it all together, that is going to be the offensive formula late in games where not only is it's going to boost you because you got more than one guy to go to, but it's also going to go ahead and make it harder to defend as well.
And part of that is just having an awareness of the game around you, And it's like Atkinson, we've killed Atkinson for some of the rotations and some of the changes he's made. But the reality is that when it comes to what you saw late in that part of the game, he was just going with what was working. And the ISO Harden stuff was what was working. And so that's what's important. What are you trying to tell me?
Ryder.
Okay.
I want to skip the Donovan thing because it basically walked right into us.
Okay. Bill Ryder, 97.1 The Fan in Los Angeles, joined us at 3 o'clock to talk about the Cavs series. It was like I'm trying to do a thought here, and you're like this. You're trying to mouth something to me. It was like
we do this all the time.
I can't multitask. I can't multitask. You have to either do it before or after I stop speaking. There has to be some in between. Good. That was good. You see thumbs up after I waited. After I was waiting. Speaking.
I just want to go right in there.
Yeah, thank you. But you did it in the urgency of is the building on fire right now? I don't know what's happening.
In my head, the building was on fire.
In my head, is my own head on fire right now? And did I catch fire? And
the building was the lead.
What'd you say?
The building was the lead.
Okay,
the lead's on fire.
So he thinks Cleveland can win. Bill Ryder does, but still has skepticism about the team.
This is the weird thing on this series for me is that I am a huge Pistons disbeliever, and I got people in Detroit all mad at me. I, at the start of the playoffs, thought they would lose to Orlando in that series. So I do think there's vulnerability in Detroit. I don't think they've been through the battles and the war, and I know their defense is exceptional. I think Cleveland's good enough to win this game. It's the same thing, right? I don't know where you guys come down on this when you're talking in Cleveland. If Donovan Mitchell can be the guy that is capable and has in the past dropped a 50-burger or a 40-burger or just be efficient like he was the other night, and James Harden can play like like he did, I think Cleveland can beat anybody, at least in the Eastern Conference. I am very skeptical of Harden playing at that level in back-to-back games, especially when this is the difference between the series being over or feeling over at 3-1 or this being an actual series if Cleveland can get it done. I think Cleveland can win, but I remain skeptical.
Yeah, it's interesting. My skepticism isn't just about James. And I get, Bill's a national guy and has spent the last decade on the national level. I understand why that's a take. Donovan has had a lot of playoff success and had individually great games. At some point, you got to look at a guy who's never gotten out of the second round and go, he is the commonality here. I think there's fair to have concerns about Kenny Atkinson, who, of course, has never been out of the second round of the playoffs. The bigs, I think just putting it on James, as a guy who didn't love the trade and has been critical of James, I don't think that's entirely aligned with how we should look at this.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And it's just one of those things where I listened to Bill, and for the first 10 minutes, it was Donovan and Harden, and that was it. The only thing that came out, and Bill was great, but at some point we do have to talk about some of the other guys. And you said you didn't like Mobley's game out of Game 3?
No, I thought it was fine, but
yeah, that's kind of where I was at as well.
Jarrett was better.
Jarrett was better. Yeah. Jarrett had a really nice game for himself. I thought the people that were killing Jarrett after that game, it just made no sense to me. And the only thing he's done is Game 7. Well, first off, Game 7 mattered a ton. Yeah. And then also, he was really good, I thought, in Game 3 for stretches. You just kind of need that. And there was a lot of pieces that I think kind of worked outside of it. Even the Sam Merrill stuff, just kind of there's things that just kind of worked. It wasn't perfect, but there was things that worked.
All right, Kenny Atkinson, Cavaliers head coach, spoke to the media after practice on Sunday. He shared what the mindset is as the team tries to tie up the series at 2 games apiece.
Just looking at what they're saying, and they still feel like they have control of this series. They said it, right? We're good. We're playing good basketball. So we got to turn that narrative. We've turned it a little to really make this where they're a little more aware of our threat. We got to go get this one.
Yeah, they have to go get this one. If you go down 3-1 going to Detroit, it's just going to be the balloon will be popped. And so tonight becomes one of those games you have to win.
It's also. I think there should be some momentum for you if you're the Cavaliers, or at least, and I know momentum is always something we debate in any sport, I think there can be such things in this, but I just think, no, you rediscovered you can win. You hadn't done that since Game 7. It last week threw you for a loop. Now you remember what you can do. You are better at home. Do the thing you came to do, and then see if you can go steal Game 5 in Detroit.
Yeah, closing out the final 3 minutes of that game was something they failed to do in Game 1 and Game 2. And so, just getting over that little hump has to mean something. Guardians dropped 2 out of 3 games of the Twins over the weekend, but did make an aggressive move by trading for Giants catcher Patrick Bailey and optioning Bo Naylor to the minor leagues. Guardians president of baseball operations Chris Antonetti spoke to reporters on Saturday about the deal.
We didn't set out necessarily to acquire catching, but this was an opportunity that we felt made sense because it, in our view, will help us win games and help us pursue our goal of winning a World Series. We've had interest in Patrick for a while and have tried to acquire him in different junctures in the past, but there was never the right opportunity to overlap. But about a week ago, we had some initial dialogue with the Giants, and it seemed like for the first time there might be the opportunity to overlap, and we continued to pursue it. And very late last night, we were able to reach agreement on it.
Anytime a team gives up on a talented player, in this case, the Giants with Patrick Bailey, I go, well, what do I think about that organization? The Giants are not in a good spot. I think Buster Posey's trying to make a lot of changes to get something out of that situation, and I think he just gave away a good player for below value. Now, the problem is he gave him to a team that has spit in the face of offensive value in a way that I just think is reckless. Yeah. If Patrick, and I think Patrick hit 223 or 233 last year with 7 home runs. If he can give me that, that's just enough offense with the great defense, and I'm cool with it. If he is a 175 hitter, which he's been this year, once we get below 200, I really start to lose interest in watching that catcher.
Yeah, okay, great. You got the best defensive catcher in the game, and you have the third best defensive catcher in the game in Hedges. It's good for the pitching staff, no denying that. It's an interesting time to be moving towards pitch framing catchers and how they get a lot of their value from pitch framing in the ABS world. ABS world, it hasn't completely made it all automated ball strike yet, but your value does get diminished. Again, Yadier Molina is much more valuable 10 years ago than if he played baseball today. And so it's interesting that this is such an analytic, forward-thinking front office and they just don't seem to care about that little part of the equation.
And now I'm curious to see, can Bo Naylor go to Columbus? I know people have given up on him. He has been horrendous this year. The at-bats were unsalvageable, frankly, through the first 45, 60, whatever it is, 60 games of the season. There's still so much. He's got pop. Up until this year, he was giving you good at-bats, even if the numbers didn't look like it. And he does have value at the catching position defensively as well. There's so much there. He might never be the guy we thought he could be. He's still a nice baseball player.
On the field, by the way, rough weekend, I thought. Gavin didn't look great. I think 10 hits.
Yeah.
They've now lost 5 straight one-run games. But Saturday night's game, the way they had him, it was bases loaded, 1 out in the 9th, and to not be able to get that across, and then obviously lose it in extras. But it was just It was a clinic of just poor offensive baseball.
So this weekend felt like the kind of series you get right before the All-Star break, where it's just a million little things are what sink you, and it was just across the board. And now the problem is you've got 2 months till the All-Star break.
It was 4 total hits in Saturday night's game,
Yeah.
like just a disaster.
And I think you got, was it 14 last night, 13 last night, and you got 4 runs?
Yeah.
I looked at Kayla, and Kayla shrugged her shoulders like, I don't know. Was just looking in
What is interesting, though, is the first series loss against an American League Central Division opponent since last July.
Damn.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah, I had not heard that stat.
You had such the because you had that long stretch, obviously, last year when they raced the 15.5 game deficit, and they've just been taking care of everyone in the AL Central, and then there you go.
Yeah, I'm not shook on them. I think we're back to 500 now. It's the Angels. Let's go get a series win here, okay? Can we get a sweep? Let's come on now.
Aren't the division leaders right now? Isn't it something like the Guardians, Rays, and the A's?
Yeah, it's not. It's as random as you could possibly think it would be.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
All right, to the Browns, who wrapped up their rookie minicamp in Berea over the weekend with plenty of talk about Browns rookie quarterback Taylor Green, generating a lot of buzz. Earlier today, Baskin and Phelps got into a debate over who is the most intriguing quarterback of the Browns roster.
The most intriguing quarterback in camp is Taylor Green on the roster. Shedeur is second. And then Dylan Gabriel and Deshaun are probably tied for third.
Okay.
Or Deshaun is third and Dylan's fourth. Unfortunately for Dylan, I don't think anybody's intrigued by him. But how can you not be intrigued by Taylor Green? 6'5" 7/8, runs like crazy, has a big arm. Andy, that's intriguing.
Give me your other list, though. That I'll give you my intriguing list, and then I'll give because I think Shedeur Sanders is still the most intriguing quarterback on this roster. I mean, we saw a little bit last year. I'm wondering what it's going to look like this year when he's got some time, hopefully, to ramp up.
Well, he's number 2 on my list of intrigue.
Well, that's true. So, in case the person who is the most intriguing on Jeff's list, which is Taylor Green, cannot fulfill his obligations to be the most intriguing. To me, it's still Shedeur Sanders. It's not even close. Like, I want to see what he can do. I want to put him in a situation where now he's got. Let's see what the offensive line is. I just don't know.
You got everything there. You got the Phelps laugh.
I just don't know.
You got Andy clearly not buying it early. You got the 6'5" 7/8. You got the second. He's on second on my list.
It's just a dynamic clip.
It really.
The defense of being second on the list is hysterical to me.
Well done, Midday Boys. That was very well done. The series
unintentionally well done. You talking about unintentionally funny?
Yeah.
That was unintentionally well done.
That was Baskin and Phelps in their element, where you're like, I know they're not doing. It becomes like a odd couple thing, and they're not doing it on purpose.
But like 7 things just become memorable out of that little stretch.
We salute you guys. Now they won't like the way they won't like the way we said this.
It's not a 3-way, Jeff.
It's always a 3-way, Jeff. When Jeff's involved.
That's the dividing line.
It's Jeff involved. Yes, it's a 3-way. No, not a 3-way, but still maybe. We'll talk about the Cavs Pistons series and whether it shifted or not in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time.
ConsumerTire.com. When your car needs new tires or service you can trust, choose Consumer Tire. Featuring top-quality Bridgestone and Firestone tires, plus expert repairs to keep you driving safe and smooth. Honest pricing, fast service, and locations near you. Consumer Tire, where your ride comes first. ConsumerTire.com.
Count down the hours until tip-off with us, Baskin and Phelps. Weekday mornings starting at 10. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick and JP with you. We got Eric Vincent of Clutch Points coming up in just about 40 minutes there. We'll get his take. He's the Pistons beat writer up yonder. We'll get his take on Game 4. I'm just curious how much it feels like every Pistons guy we've had on, of course they're real. It's like you don't have to say that legally.
They feel very disrespected.
And they should, because their team won a bunch of games of the regular season. That doesn't mean a damn thing in the postseason.
Well, and so there's a world that exists out there where if they just continue to go through the Cavs, they're Eastern Conference Finals. They're 1 seed Eastern Conference Finals against the Knicks, and the Knicks they look really good in the first 2 rounds. I don't think me and you are buying exactly what they're selling 100%. And so there's a world where Detroit ends up in the NBA Finals and finishes off everything that they all thought they could dream of and we're 2 years away from. It's just I don't buy into it.
Yeah, what would upset me greatly is if the Cavs lost this series. It really doesn't matter whether it's in 7 games or 5 games, whatever. Just if they lost this series.
Yeah.
And then the Knicks just wax the Pistons in 4 games. Because I kind of think that's what the Pistons have coming to them if they get to the next round. I think the Cavs and Knicks, I think the Knicks would win right now because the Cavs haven't proven enough. But
wouldn't it be very similar to what you're seeing right now against the Cavs, though? Like in many ways, like what would the Knicks offer up, right? Elite offense, same thing that the Cavs are supposed to offer up, elite offense, and the Pistons' recipe, or what they think their recipe is just having this just unrelenting defense in a way that the Knicks just haven't seen.
Yeah, except the Knicks have stones. The Knicks play with heart. The Knicks don't. I shouldn't say the Knicks don't skimp on games. Every team in the NBA, even the postseason, will skimp on a game or two. They're not going to lay down like the Cavs have, and I think that's it's so funny. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but has the series shifted, and it's like, what the hell are you talking about? and again, I'm not trying to make it like a criticism of anybody. It's like, guys, I think they can prove it. I hope that they prove it. But I'm not going to bank on them proving it until even in this one. You win this one. Dude, that's awesome. We're finally the Eastern Conference Finals.
Then we got the road questions. Yeah.
Now you got to go do it against the Knicks. Like that's the Cavs are in this weird spot where until you get to the NBA Finals, and even then it'll be different, but because I think they're going to be overwhelming underdogs if they play the Thunder in the NBA Finals. But until you get to the finals, we're just on a you've got to prove it basis, and they haven't made it easier by the way they showed up in the first 2 games in Detroit either.
No, but again, this is why tonight it matters so much, because you can't go down 3 games to 1. This is the type of game, especially as good of a home team as they are. This is the type of game that they have to get, and it's got to be the stars. It's got to be Donovan. It's got to be Harden, but we got to get some of the other guys involved too.
Like whom?
Well, I think it's interesting what a difference the games looked like with Sam Merrill off the court in Game 2 with that injury versus what happened with Game 3. So I think that's little things like that. I don't know what happens with Dean Wade at this point. Dean Wade is continuing to get the starter role, and he's going to continue to get all these minutes, and it doesn't really make much sense to me. Again, Cade's been stopped, but it's been stopped more from Tyson than it has been Dean Wade.
Yeah, Strus also gets a lot of credit on.
Of course he does. Yeah, and Strus with the defensive plays. This is where I always go back to just in where they went so wrong in Game 2, and then went so right in Game 3. Game 3's narratives were about Harden and Donovan showing up, and those things do matter, but it was about Strus making the big play against Cade late in that game, causing 3 different turnovers against Cade Cunningham late in that game. It was about all the role players basically doing their part, and they just didn't have that at all in Game 2.
I could also use an Evan Mobley game here.
I'd kill for an Evan Mobley game. I would merely
butcher. Or maybe assault. Maybe butcher's too heavy because I realize butcher is killing.
It gets the job done, does it not?
Yeah, I guess technically you could just take somebody's foot off and then leave them alive. I just think that'd be very inconsiderate. So I would just assault for an Evan Mobley game.
An Evan Mobley takeover game would be awesome.
And when I say takeover, it doesn't have to be 4 quarters. I just need a half from you.
Just something, yeah.
Hell, I mean, what was Jared Allen in Game 7? It was one of the most insane third quarters we've ever seen from Jared Allen.
Yeah.
Any quarters, really, from Jared Allen. I'll take that from Evan.
Yeah.
And so, and here's the other thing. Because I've shied away from Evan criticism because it's not, offensively at least, it's not geared for him to be one of your 2 highest scoring players every night. This whole thing is set up to the guards, and then any success that anybody has around there is mostly trickle-down success, right? That being said, I can't watch Evan Mobley get bulldogged and just lay down defensively in the fourth quarter. And there have been so many times where Duren, and this happened mostly in the 2 Detroit games, but there was at least one play in Game 3 where Duren just decided he was going to get past Mobley, and Mobley didn't even follow him to the basket.
Yeah.
Didn't even contest the shot. He just went, well, I guess I got beat there.
Yeah, definitely a couple, they call it the Olay plays, right?
Yeah.
Where just the Olay, and you just watch him just go right past Mobley, and Mobley looks like he's got late for a dinner reservation or something. Yeah. Very confusing. But again, it's fine. It just now show us in Game 4 why everyone still believes in you.
But listen, I don't think the series has shifted. I don't think a win tonight says the series has shifted.
I do wonder if a win tonight has the series shifting.
I don't. But why? I guess I should ask.
And I know why you don't, because you still got to win on the road. I get that, understand that. I think if you take
my answer.
I think if you
That's
take
going to be 5 minutes of content, buddy.
Yeah, sure. Well, you really would have thrown me for a curveball with the Nick wants to see him win on the road take.
It's going to be throwing those stat bombs again.
Yeah.
Oh, win on the road. No. Not my eyes, Lord.
Yeah. But I think if they win tonight, if they find a way to just, because part of this game and part of this series is just reminding Detroit that the style of basketball they play doesn't work against extremely efficient and awesome offenses. It doesn't. You're not going to win hoisting up 23s in a game, a very tiny number, and then playing incredibly good defense in the NBA playoffs. It's not. It doesn't last. And so part of the idea of winning tonight, and at least winning handedly tonight, is kind of showing the Cavs you have the better blueprint. Like, your team is built better than they are when it comes to offensive basketball, and that's what reigns supreme in this. You just have to, do the opposite of what you did the first 2 games.
I think a Cavs blowout of the Pistons tonight. Do I think that can give you a leg up on Game 5? Because it's going to remind you can blow this team out in the playoffs. Can you learn that tonight? 100%. And I think we're actually pretty close to saying the same thing. But once you get to Game 5, and I think we kind of saw this in the Cavs Game 5 against Toronto, where the Cavs, after Toronto, came out stagnant in that first half. They looked like they lost their mojo. And right before halftime, they found it. Oh, we are at home. Oh, we can make shots. Mm-hmm. Oh, we are the more talented team. This can be the opposite of that, by the way. If you get your momentum going and you have a blowout, I think it could positively impact the first half of that Game 5.
Well, even with first quarters, kind of what you're going towards here, they outscored Detroit in the first quarter, but the first 5 minutes of that basketball game belonged to the Pistons. Yeah. And the first quarter in the series has been vastly dominated by Detroit. And so, I don't know, maybe that idea that they did end up scoring more and had a better first quarter, it just took them a while to get there. Maybe now they get out of the gate and the first quarter is not as much of a struggle. If you take away the first quarter in Games 1 and Games 2, they're up 3-0 in the series.
But I think what it would take to make it and not just feel like this. Actually, no. To make it actually feel like the series has shifted. Tonight's the first part of that, or maybe Game 2 was the first part of that. This is the next part. But Game 5 is getting them on the ropes and acting like you're the dog here. You're the top dog. And even in Game 3, there were stretches where the Cavs just disappeared, where they don't look like the top dog.
The whole third quarter.
And so I need to see that mentality from the Cavs, because I guess with all the stuff that I heard after Game 3, where there was a little bit of bravado to the Cavs, and it's I feel like we do this thing where, hey, we're going to get it fixed, we're going to do this, and they're down, and then they get a simple win or a good quarter, and it's well, I guess that's it. We've achieved something. Yeah. It's no, you haven't.
We did enough for the day. Yeah. We're good. Now, let's clock out.
And so it's just, again, I'm not trying to hammer the Cavs. It's just, you are the better team in this series. And you did not look like it for the first 2 games of this. I need to see Tonight, you need to look like the better team, and I think you need to show that in Detroit as soon as humanly possible. Because if it goes to Game 7, you could still go to Game 7 even if you win in Game 5. But if it goes to Game 7 before you finally get your first road win in the playoffs, even if you win, Game 7s are a bit fluky. It's going to be an easier to dismiss scenario. You just need to prove and it's not even about winning. It's you can compete. That you're not going to play. It's not even just playing from behind. It's playing from behind in excess of 10 points.
Yeah, that was game 2 in a nutshell, right? Down 11 in the first quarter, down 14 in the second quarter, and then you look up and they're just scratching and clawing their whole entire game. That's honestly, it's what was nice about what happened in game 3, even though they did blow the lead themselves. It was just nice to have a little bit of a breather in one of these playoff games.
216-474-0092. What would it take to feel like the series has shifted? Chuck in a car. Welcome, Chuck in a car.
Is he in Boston?
What's going on, guys?
Hello, Chuck.
Getting ready for this game tonight. I heard you talking about Dean Wade and being a starter. Don't discount the fact, I say, that they're running different guys at Cade. Jalen and Strus. They need a variety of guys to run at that player. He's so elite. He's such a great scorer. You got to wear him down a little bit with different bodies. And I also think, and this is not...
Said the same thing about Hugh Hefner.
Excuse me?
Continue, Chuck.
Don't worry about him, Chuck.
Okay. This is not rocket science. This is not a major bulletin, but shooting it in your building at your rims makes a huge difference. Huge. And so I think that's hopefully going to be to our benefit tonight. Go Cavs.
All right, go Cavs. Let him know. You think Chuck knows about let him know?
I think Chuck knows about let him know.
Yeah.
Does Hugh Hefner know about let him know?
Yeah, that was. I knew if I bumped that up about 3 seconds, I don't think it would have thrown him for the loop it did.
Is that right?
But I waited and I was like, I'm gonna say it.
Let me tell you a story on so Saturday night. All my in-laws go to the game, and then we're like, all right, we'll meet you after dinner, right? We'll just meet you after dinner, and we'll meet them for dinner after the game, like an hour and a half, 2 hours, whatever it was. And we go to this restaurant, and there's an entire table of people, and they all have Craig Porter Jr. jerseys on. And then there's Craig Porter Jr., the only one not wearing a Craig Porter Jr. jersey on. And they looked at us like, I can't believe everyone in this restaurant is looking at us right now. It's like, could you make it less obvious? Could you maybe take the Craig Porter Jr. jersey off before you go to the restaurant?
Guys, we're just trying to get some quiet time with our family.
That's what they looked like. Because we're going by the table to go to our table, and I'm not going to say anything or do anything like that, but I'm going, and one of the brothers is looking at me like, don't you dare come to this table right now. Don't even think about it. I'm like, you're all wearing Craig Porter Jr. jerseys on. Like, you're obvious. He's right there. You're not even trying to hide.
So Tony Fields II, his parents were walking to the game in Tony Fields II jerseys, and they were acting like no one knew who they were. So they were like, "Oh, I like your jersey," and the mom just went, "We're his parents," and I was right behind it, and I just said,
"Yeah."
I said, "We know.
It's obvious." I didn't think two people were just wearing Tony Fields jerseys.
No one's wearing these jerseys unless you're family. No kids like, Mom, Dad, don't give me a Baker jersey for Christmas. Don't give me a Myles Garrett. I'm only going to be happy if you give me a Tony Fields II jersey.
As adults, too, by the way.
Yes.
As adults, it's like, no, of course not. It was a funny. I'm getting like mean mugged by the family. It's like, what happened here? You're obvious. Take the shirts off if you don't want people to come say hi.
This is where you're such more of a decent person. When I get the sense that I'm getting the bleep, especially if I had no indication to go over there, I didn't want to, didn't even care about it. And then I saw those looks, I would have made the biggest scene.
Well, and my brother-in-law, in a bless his heart moment, was like, oh, because he just came from the game. He's like, oh, it was such a great game. Should we send him like a glass of wine or something? And I'm like, no, he sat on the bench the entire game. You don't send him a glass of wine.
Also,
does he drink the wine? I don't even think he'd want the wine.
Also, if you sent him a glass of wine and the other Porter Jr.'s is not a glass of wine, I feel like that's an even bigger slight.
Round of glasses of wine for the
bottle.
Porter Juniors?
Yeah.
They're not getting a bottle.
but they deserve it.
It's not James Harden that walked in. It's Craig Porter Jr.
And James got his own bottle service.
James actually goes to the restaurant. He brings his Speedway bottles with him. We'll be serving this tonight.
Yeah. Also, I signed it.
That's a corkage fee of $150 to bring that trash in. Oh, okay.
Nope. What would it take to feel like the series shifted?
Back to Hefner with the corkage fee?
I was actually going to go to James at the strip club with a corkage fee. He's usually paying it, though.
Yeah.
Your boy took a pounding. Will the Cavs be players? We're going to find out in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This wasn't how Patrick... to Wayside Furniture during our Memorial Day special purchase event. Wayside Furniture, 1367 Canton Road near the intersection of Route 224. Wayside Furniture, keeping it local since 1937.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Eric Vincent, Clutch Points, Pistons beat writer in about 15 minutes here. Interesting quote out of Guardians acting manager, bench coach Tony Arnerich on moving Stephen Kwan out of the leadoff spot. I don't know if you saw this. The first part's going to be boring coach speak, but the last part's what makes it interesting.
Okay.
He said, quote, you have to trust guys. We believe in them wholeheartedly. No, that's not on the table right now. Dun, dun, dun.
Why is he being asked about it?
Because he's managing tonight.
But they're like, all right, we know Vogt's answer.
Yeah.
So now we get to talk to you. What do you think?
Because Vogt's not giving him the right now.
This being the guy that yesterday bases were loaded and he had, I think, was there 1 out or 0 outs when he had Stephen Kwan bunt? I'm pretty sure there was 0 outs. And it's like, so much confidence in Stephen Kwan, you're going to go ahead and bunt him in that spot. Okay, great.
Now, is this the guy that is supposed to be the doppelganger for? Yes, it is. This is the guy that's supposed to be the doppelganger for Stephen Vogt, except, I guess, when managing a baseball game or doing it. I actually do think this is the right answer, by the way. I don't think it's the answer Vogt would give
That
you.
what, he's the right guy for now?
Yes. No, that's not on the table right now.
Which means it could be on the table tomorrow.
Correct.
Which means it could be on the table basically at any point.
It should be. And listen, I'm sure they will give him through May. But they are showing a sense of urgency in a lot of different ways. The Bailey trade, how quickly they've moved up Bazana, even letting DeLauder in the starting lineup when they did, I think is another kind of, okay, I kind of see how quickly you're trying to do this.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, bringing Alaman up in DFAing Connor Brogdon. Like, they're showing a sense of urgency, except with Kwan. So I don't know what gives there between the two parties.
Yeah, it was the bottom of the 8th yesterday. Guardians down 5-3. Fry and Rocchio single to lead off. By the way, Rocchio had a 4-for-4 day yesterday. We just kind of let that just bypass. First 4-hit game of his career. Fantastic.
Playoff Rocchio.
And then they have Kwan bunt in that spot. And I get it. I mean, Garcia's the reliever in that spot. He's a serviceable reliever. He's not very good. He's fine. He's got an ERA over 4. He is what he is. But like, could you show less belief in a player than in that moment?
Do you know what the answer was?
Bunting.
This is another great. I actually kind of like Tony Arnerich as the interim manager because he says things that you shouldn't say. He was like, no, that just shows how much faith we have in Chase DeLauder. I don't think that's what that shows, Tony.
Yeah, he's like, you got DeLauder, who's really tough to strike out coming up behind him, and then Jose, and he's like, that's DeLauder and then a Hall of Famer and Jose, and it's like, yeah, but okay, but in the process of it, you're just showing Stephen Kwan you have zero faith in him. And I get it. Kwan's had a rough little stretch here. I don't have much faith in Kwan when he steps up to the plate either. But you're down 5-3. You need to put runs on the board. You don't need to be butting guys over first and second, nobody out.
Yeah, in fairness, you also I don't think you get much more of an advantage if it's a lazy fly ball either, which we've seen plenty of those to center field. Now, the big news of the day outside of Cleveland in the NBA world was
the
Bucks.
analytical side of me wants to just slap down that argument so hard, but it's not the point right now.
Not going to allow it.
Not the point right now.
The Bucks say they're open to dealing Giannis, which means Giannis is getting traded. So if we go ahead and put that organizational spin, well, hey, we're open to deals on Giannis.
I think Kalshi still had him staying with the Bucks as the second best odds on their website.
I don't buy it.
It had the Celtics at 20%, stays with the Bucks at 16%, Cavs at 15%.
Ooh,
us being third, I thought was pretty nice.
The Celtics is interesting because you could do a Giannis for Jaylen Brown swap, and that's as good as 1-for-1 value you're going to get if you're the Bucks. The problem is you only get, I think, a year or two younger. And it seems like when they talked about him at the deadline, they really wanted a young, in their words, elite big.
Yeah, and they should. They should want to go. They should want to go younger than Brown in that regard.
Oh, I don't know.
How old is Brown at this point?
He's 29.
He keeps getting. I always get his age messed up because him and Tatum are 2 years apart, and sometimes it just becomes a little muddied in my brain.
But honestly, if Donovan decided he didn't want to be here this offseason, my greatest hope to get in return for Donovan wouldn't be Giannis, it'd be Jaylen Brown. Because I think Jaylen Brown and Harden with the bigs could be really, really interesting. But I don't know. It's interesting. Like, I just don't know the Cavs should be in on this one. And I know this summer could be different because if you lose in this playoff series, there's going to be a lot of need for it. I think Giannis, Mitchell, and Harden together feels a little 2012-13 Brooklyn Netsy to me.
I'm excited by the prospect of it.
You like name porn.
Well, I do. But I also like players that have been multi-league MVPs and when healthy, and that's the key to this. Like if you roll the dice and he gets injured again, that's obviously not great. He's got to find a way to stay healthy. But when healthy,
way to bury the lead.
Well, that is a part of it.
If any one of these guys get hurt, you're totally
well,
jobbed.
If Giannis gets hurt the way he consistently has been getting hurt, then yeah, it's not great. Like, there's a bet there. There is a bet that has to happen with this, and you would
but you don't get plus odds with this bet.
You'd be trading Mobley. That's the idea. You're trading Mobley in this, and I
think you just want to get rid of Mobley.
I would bet more Cavs fans did not want to get rid of Mobley.
Yeah,
if you put up the poll, Giannis
the masses
for Mobley,
can be wrong.
Giannis for Mobley, it's going to be 75% of people saying yes. We want to shake this up a little bit.
And 2 days ago, if you said James Harden for a bag of potato chips, they would have taken a bag of potato chips.
Tonight, if Evan Mobley goes off, that will probably change in that order as well.
And that's probably when I'm going to put the poll out.
Is that right?
Not today.
Because if you do it for the next
not after game
for the
3,
next, next 2 hours and 15 minutes, we got Giannis leading the charge in that. But no, it's interesting to me. The idea that the Cavs would be as involved as they are. We know what they talked about within the trade deadline, and we know the discussions that were had. One nugget out of this from Shams that I thought was interesting as well. He mentioned like 6 different playoff teams that would be interested, so the Cavs get grouped into this. It's like how they fare this postseason is dependent on that. And so, yes, if you get out in the second round, I think the Cavs will look at this much different than if you get out, let's say, Eastern Conference Finals.
Do you know, I think actually is going to, on top of what you're saying, you might end up, if you're the Cavs, even if you make it to the Eastern Conference Finals and then get bounced out, you might be in a position where you might be bidding to try and keep him out of Detroit as much as you are trying to get him to Cleveland. Because Detroit has a young big that they can send along. They have some expiring contracts they can send along. And Giannis with Cade Cunningham is the reverse Oscar Robertson to Milwaukee at the end of his career to pair with Kareem to win the first title in Bucks history. Like, it makes a lot of sense. You take a big with incredible skill, incredible, top 5 talent, pair him with a young guy with a top 5 talent, and see. I don't know, a couple shooters around those guys, and you're probably the favorite in the East next year.
Did you ever hear the Kareem story with the Bucks and that whole setup there? So he was going to go to the ABA, and the ABA was like, I'm going to give you $1 million. That's the thing. Like, the two leagues obviously competing at the time, they're like, we're going to give you $1 million. And he shows up. He's like all committed to it. He's like, all right, screw Milwaukee. And then they just present him a check with like $100,000. He's like, where's the other $900,000?
So wasn't it the Nets? It was some laughable franchise.
Yeah. And they're just like, we'll give you $100,000. And he's like, you're $900,000 short. This isn't the deal. I'm set up for failure here. Pistons, by the way, not on Kalshi's list. So
I'm surprised.
If you want to make a bet here in favor of the Pistons in regards to the Giannis sweepstakes, you can probably get some really good action. They have 10 different teams here, and the Pistons aren't one of them.
You and I both are guys that we're not wrong. We're usually just early.
Yeah.
I'd like to finally turn that into some money.
The market's there for you.
Yeah. 216-474-0092. The Bucks say they're open to dealing Giannis. Will the Cavs be players for him? We got Eric Vincent, Clutch Points, Pistons beat writer in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
department. But when I look at this roster right now, I think that it is good quarterback play away from contending for at least a wild card spot in the playoffs.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you in case we missed it. Coming up at 6:40. Oh, yeah, Cavs, Pistons tonight in Cleveland, 8 p.m. tip. Should be just enough time to get it out of town before the you-know-what hits tonight. Actually, that's probably not true at all. I'm probably going to get this hung up in traffic, aren't I?
No, we should be okay.
An hour before.
Didn't sound very convincing out of me, but I think we should be okay. I'm golden now.
I'm going to need some luck.
Once they changed where I park to just a one-way street, it's been fantastic.
Yeah,
I used to sit there for hours.
So I used to park in that garage. You're talking about the one down where Keith parks, right?
Yeah.
So I used to park in that, and then I got a cheaper rate across the way, and then they changed the way it goes. And now all of a sudden that looks like a better deal. I'd still be paying more.
Which way do you go? Which way do you go to get out now? Do you go? You leave this way?
I just need to get on 77 some way.
Yeah.
So the quicker to that, the better. And I think right now, because of the way they've shut down the highways, I feel like we're giving our guest a real tutorial in Cleveland traffic.
Cleveland streets, yeah.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Also, the weather's nice.
I think there's 6 people that have benefited from that.
Yeah.
Like the one-way change. I'm one of them.
Look at that. What
fantastic
a
move.
All right, on the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline now. That he knows really the ins and outs of our ability to get in and out of the station. Eric Vincent, Clutch Points, Pistons beat writer, joining us now. Welcome to the show, and you're welcome for the tutorial there.
Yeah, I like the whole background. I ain't gonna lie, that was a nice little bio of Cleveland New City. I appreciate that, fellas. How we doing?
I feel like if you ever have to decide between those two parking garages in your life, you're going to be like, you're going to call back to this and think, thank God they held me on hold for 3 minutes while they had that conversation. But no, it's great to have you.
I've been to Cleveland before. I'm not going to lie. I mean, don't let this go viral, but I actually enjoy the city. Y'all kind of get a bad rap. Cleveland's actually really nice when I've been out there, so I ain't going to hold y'all. Shout out to Cleveland.
We agree.
And we like to be
That's
pandered
the funny thing
to,
about
by the
that.
way. That's the other nice thing.
Yeah, it's like every person that's been, and you've been, so you know, every person that's been likes Cleveland. It's the people that haven't been that don't understand.
Or Joakim Noah.
We get the same rap in Detroit, so it's all the same. That's why we cousins over here, though. It's all good.
I actually will say, I actually like Detroit too. I mean, not your sports
teams. There you go.
But I like Detroit.
You guys have done a lot in the last half decade as well, though. Like a lot.
Right. That's why this series is so important. We race to see for bragging rights. That's why this is so important.
Well, the Cavs got to show up to this series, though. I will ask you,
where would Dan Gilbert spend his money?
Yeah, that's actually the battle for Dan Gilbert's soul. Is what this is called. So I guess through 3 games, we've come away thinking the Pistons are who we thought they were, and we wish the Cavs would just show up to these games with the requisite intensity, because we feel like if they had, we'd be up 3-0 right now. From your side, what do you think is the tale of this series so far?
I think the Pistons had a great preparation series against Orlando in representation for this series against the Cleveland. I think going against the Magic, being down 3-1, having a lot of adversity to go through, playing against a team that had a lot of length, a lot of size, a great defense, some breakout offensive players. Unfortunately, due Franz Wagner getting hurt, this was a great, battle testing mode for the Pistons, getting ready for Cleveland. So I think they're pretty different in terms of teams. I think there's a lot of talent on Cleveland, but the physicality between the two is just a little bit different. And the Pistons seemed a little more lax in terms of how they were able to play on both sides of the ball compared to what they were doing against Orlando. So I think they're spreading the ball around a little bit better. I think the front court's doing a little bit better job. Tobias Harris continues to play really well, throughout the postseason. I think this is probably the best postseason run we've seen in his career. Outside of the last game, Cade Cunningham seemed to be, settling into looking like the MVP caliber player that we've seen all regular season. So it just seems like they're a little more battle tested after what they saw in the first series after getting the win, and obviously motivated to try to get this one knocked out too.
Yeah, what's gotten into Tobias Harris? He's not this good.
We're still trying to figure it out. I mean, Tobias really came out with a vengeance. He's playing. Him and Paolo Banchero had a really intense little rivalry where they were jawing a lot at each other during the regular season, and he really just upped the ante in the postseason. You know, playing really good out the post, finding his groove through the three-point range, and then driving a little bit more too as well. And then he's been matched up with a lot of guards. I mean, even the first couple games, James Harden had to guard him a lot. We saw the first game where he shook him out of his shoes for that fourth quarter drive in the floater. They're doing a good job of getting Tobias an opportune matchup. So I think he's been doing a good job of being aggressive, and the Pistons doing a good job of finding him.
So we were actually just talking about the Bucks making Giannis available in trade talks, and I had said, you know, I think if the Pistons lose this series, I think one of the key takeaways is you need, whether it's his Batman, whether it's his Robin, like Cade Cunningham needs another player, and then I think this team is right there. And yet I look everywhere, and I don't think the Pistons are in the top 5 of the odds for Giannis right now. Do you think that if they top out in this series, or even regardless, that Giannis and Cade Cunningham make sense?
I think they could make sense in terms of, you know, fit on the court. Cade Cunningham's a very selfless player. The Pistons do still need a stretch forward, not a stretch forward if you get Giannis, he's not much of a shooter, but a power forward of the future that can kind of, you know, anchor your front court and, you know, give you some punch on offense as well. Knowing how the Pistons kind of move, though, I mean, we haven't seen Trajan Langdon go for that, you know, big all-in move yet like the Cavaliers did for Donovan Mitchell. So I'm not really sure if that's going to be the case for a guy like Giannis. It's definitely going to be really expensive to get him, especially if it's within the division. I can't really see the Pistons making that plunge. I do think they need to find some help for Cade Cunningham. It's rough seeing him get double and triple teamed as often as he has. And I think that's a big reason we see his turnover numbers so high and some of his shooting efficiency is so well dipped the way it has. So I think when they finally invest and find that guy, whether it's a 3 or a 4 or maybe a 2, you know, to kind of take some of that pressure off of him, I think it's really going to open up a lot for his game. But me personally, I don't really think it's going to be Giannis that's going to be in those discussions.
So I told you I think Tobias Harris sucks. We both hate Duncan Robinson because of the stash. I just think it's awful. Duren has been softer than I thought he'd be. I think he's a much better player than this, but he just really hasn't been much for me. Cunningham's inefficient and turns the ball over a ton. And then it brings us to Thompson. The one Detroit Piston I seem to like. I know he's a good defender, a great defender. I didn't realize how much I like his game in general. What has worked for you in the previous 3 games of the series that has made Thompson stand out?
Yeah, I'm normally one of the biggest critics of Asar Thompson over here on this side. It's according to Pistons Twitter, because a lot of fans and a lot of people think that it's just the defense that he needs to be involved with to keep him, you know, active and at his best. I totally disagree with that. I think in terms of his athleticism, his ball handling, he's a really good processor in terms of secondary creation and in initial creation. When he's aggressive and actually driving to look to score or create for others, he creates a lot of advantages for the guys around him. It sets Tobias up. It sets Cade up for off-ball looks. It takes, you know, the pressure off of him. I think the Cavaliers and the Magic have done a lot in terms of, like, full-court pressure to, you know, put Cade in, you know, tough situations when bringing the ball up. So when you have Asar doing that now, it gives Cade the ability to, you know, play a little bit off ball, look as a scorer, and they can play him out of the post as well, which is one of my favorite ways to watch Cade Cunningham play. So, and then obviously the defense speaks for itself. The rebounding, the second chance opportunity that he creates, he's just an unmatched athlete. The way he's able to play, like, you can't really measure what he does in terms of just numbers, but the numbers itself speak for what he does in terms of how he's able to turn the ball over, get the Pistons out in transition. Asar is an absolutely special player. I do want to see his offensive game come around a little bit more, to see him be a little bit more aggressive. But as of right now, you see how impactful he can be with this team with just how he's playing as of right now.
Eric, we had this debate from the Cleveland side. If the Cavs win tonight, will you believe the series has shifted?
Not really. I still think the Pistons are going to win in 5, maybe 6. Obviously, if they win, it'll go to 6, possibly 7. But I still think this matchup for the Detroit Pistons. I just have a hard time believing in the James Harden acquisition. I know he played pretty good, even though he had some fouls and some calls that kind of lead his way that made him a little bit more productive than he was. But I have a hard time believing in him, you know, down the court in full stretches. Donovan Mitchell was due for a huge game. I love the way he plays. Keeping Strus involved the way he was, having Sam Merrill come back was huge for you guys. And then Schroeder as well. I think, I said this to start the series, the Pistons bench has to find a way to outplay the Cavs bench, because if you let Schroeder knock down big shots the way he did and then be a pest on defense, it's going to tip a lot, and it's going to keep the crowd energized and involved. So it could change things, not necessarily for me. I still think this is going to be a tough series that's going to grind out for 6 games or so, but I still do think the Pistons get it done in the end.
Up a point with 3 minutes left to play. Do Pistons fans feel like they let one get away in Game 3?
100%, absolutely. You cannot – see, this is the thing. Cade Cunningham gets ripped a lot for his turnovers, and I totally understand them. But I'm not really concerned about the number of turnovers he has. It's when he turns the ball over and how he turns the ball over. So when you claw back from a double-digit deficit and it's tied 104-104, and you turn the ball over 3 straight times, and they're in live ball scenarios where the Cavs can just go play in transition and keep the crowd fired up with the next points that they go ahead and make, that is crushing and deflating for the momentum that you just built back. So, yeah, they 100% feel like they let this game get away. The Pistons did a really good job of, fighting back from the deficit that they were in. They obviously came back from the 24-point deficit against the Magic, and they did a good job of coming down from, I think it was 17-plus in halftime or by halftime against the Cavs. So, they showed that they, weren't done. J.B. Bickerstaff does a good job of making his team stay motivated and keep fighting, as you guys know, on the Cleveland side. But, yes, they 100% feel like they let one get away, and we should see a hopefully different and more cleaner approach in this game in Game 4.
All right, Eric, I'm sorry to have you witness this potential squabble here. You said some things about your guy, James Harden. You kind of just let him – you didn't want to push back on that the way you do anytime I say anything like that?
No, I'll let him have it. It's fine. I'm used to the Harden haters being loud. I get it. I understand it.
He is the preeminent James Harden apologist in the city of Cleveland, but he seems to maybe have lost belief in James Harden, I think, is what we're hearing.
Why would I lose belief after that game?
I just feel like Eric had some very strong things to say, not a believer
Eric,
in Harden, and you just kind of laid down.
He's trying to bait me into something here with you, and I'm just not going to fall for that. Is what's going to happen.
I'm pretty good at it, but I'm not baiting you here.
It's just not going to happen. I feel good today, Eric. It was a great James Harden Game 3. How could I not feel good?
Yeah. But he doesn't believe it.
Well, Eric believes that he got calls, and he went, 3 straight possessions going toe-to-toe with Cunningham, and then obviously had the 3-pointer dagger. But that's just whatever calls you want, Eric. It's fine.
It's my first time here. I wouldn't bait y'all for no anger. Of course not. But, we know what James Harden is. That foul on Cade where he taps his elbow and he falls to the ground. He flails his legs quite a bit. Even in Game 2 where Asar puts his hand on his hip and he falls out of bounds. Harden's one of the OG floppers of this generation. And he still shows that that's a big, strong suit in terms of his production. Now, granted, he can still get busy. We just saw him put up 50 against the Pistons when he was with the Clippers not too long ago. So he can still be productive. But defensively, I still think he's a liability. I think his biggest strong suit at this point is his playmaking. He did a really good job of collapsing the defense and finding shooters. The Pistons need to make that an adjustment to make sure he's not getting everybody else active, because that's, to me, where he's most dangerous with his Cleveland offense.
You're just going to take that line down, JP?
That seemed like a lot of positive things. That was like 80% positive.
Eric, good stuff, buddy. And remember, when you come in 77, it's the Halley Building. You come on over. It's a great place. A lot of easy access, unless they've shut down half of 77, which is a problem. But don't worry about that right now.
You mean y'all not gonna send me the limo out? Make sure I get the VIP treatment to get through. Like, I figure y'all would set me up nice when I come out there. Come on, I'm hoping y'all will be right.
It's radio in 2026. if we can't get the radio, you're not getting the. If you can't get the damn, yeah, whatever.
The limo.
Yeah, that's where I go. Where's Hard? Me, Nick. Eric, good stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Appreciate your time, fellas. Have a good one.
Thanks, Eric.
I said radio too many times.
I know, you had him until you fumbled it.
It was a good bit.
He even gave you the courtesy laugh, and then was like extending the courtesy laugh until you just couldn't come up with a name.
How broke is radio?
Yeah.
Nick couldn't finish the bit.
Oh, radio couldn't afford it.
Yeah, they couldn't afford it. It's not that I'm an idiot.
You had it.
Yeah.
They just got to pay extra for that.
And the rights or something. Same reason why we can't play Hootie and the Blowfish as a rejoin music. That
was a little extra.
Yeah, that was unnecessary.
No, that's not fair. I don't know that he got the wah-wah treatment out of that.
We got a new sports station in L.A. You should totally listen to it. Eric Vincent, Clutch Points, Pistons beat writer. On the Wise Heart Right, we make it right. We call Kyle Wright hotline. Can't even afford me to get that damn thing right. We'll come back and react to what Eric had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Orchestra presents the 2026 Mandel Opera and Humanities Festival, curated by Terence Blanchett and headlined by 3 concert performances of Beethoven's opera Fidelio, May 15th through 24th at Severance Music Center. Tickets at clevelandorchestra.com.
This is the only place to trust for Cavs talk. Immediately after every playoff game, Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The Pistons had a great preparation series against Orlando in representation for this series against the Cleveland. Going against the Magic, being down 3-1, having a lot of adversity to go through. This was a great battle testing mode for the Pistons, getting ready for Cleveland. So I think they're pretty different in terms of teams. I think there's a lot of talent on Cleveland, but the physicality between the two is just a little bit different. They're spreading the ball around a little bit better. I think the front court's doing a little bit better job. Tobias Harris continues to play really well, throughout the postseason. I think this is probably the best postseason run we've seen in his career. And, outside of the last game, Cade Cunningham seemed to be, settling into looking like the MVP caliber player that we've seen all regular season. So it just seems like they're a little more battle-tested after what they saw in the first series after getting the win. Obviously motivated to try to get this one knocked out, too.
Eric Vincent, Clutch Points, Pistons beat writer, saying he's still taking the Pistons in 5 or 6 games. And listen, I think that's on the table, and yet him saying it felt wildly disrespectful to me.
It did. The cockiness attached to it all was what was a very nice guy, but like I think he kind of embodies a lot of what Detroit Pistons fans are right now, which is kind of why it's made it so easy to be like, I don't want to give you guys any respect.
I also think that's what, and again, Eric's great. But
he's great, yeah.
So it doesn't, I don't want to make it about him, but that's what upsets me so much. When the Cavs kind of don't show up at the beginning of games, It's like, guys, you're getting pwned by a Milwaukee 3 right now.
And they know it,
this
too.
That's
the difference. They know it. It's not like...
and they're okay with it.
They're like, oh, yeah, no, Tobias Harris is just going to play this unconscious for the whole entire series. No, he's not. You know he's not going to. Oh, you're going to shoot close to 50% from 3 in any game ever? No, they don't do that. And they know it. They know it. But they, for some reason, think this is now the standard.
There's a specific chair that it feels like sometimes the Cavs belong in.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's a chair that has the last name of a coworker of ours.
Yes.
Happens to be Dustin Cook.
Just more inside baseball.
And it feels like they really just want to watch the action happen instead of taking care of the action.
Okay, so this is the Cavs part, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I was ripping the Pistons. We were doing a ripping the Pistons thing.
Yeah, but I'm just reminded of how every time I've watched the Cavs come out and kind of lollygag around the Pistons, I'm like, the hell are we doing? Again, the Pistons are a playoff team. They are not an Eastern Conference Finals team. And if they make it there, it's because you laid down.
Yeah. I was scared to ask him almost the idea of, what do you think the series would be? Because I'm pretty sure he was going to say 3-0 Pistons. But then I'm like, well, hold on. I can make a legitimate argument it should be 3-0 Cavs. And that might be the most interesting part about this series so far.
It's aggravating. I just, I would like to be where the Knicks are, where you had a team that was overhyped because of where they were and what they had. In reality, it's they just beat the Celtics. But then you get through it quickly and can kind of just chill out, right? That's what this series should be right now.
They didn't beat the Celtics. They beat the Hawks, and then they beat the 76ers.
No, I mean, I'm talking about the Sixers beating the Hawks, or the Sixers beating the Celtics. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying the only reason anyone thought the Sixers were anything was that they beat the Celtics, and then they got dog-walked because they deserved to get dog-walked. Right? The Pistons deserve to get dog-walked after the first round of the damn playoffs. And the Cavs are like, maybe in the third quarter we could start dog-walking them. You know what? I think we'll wait till we'll get them in game 2. It feels like a waiting game on the real Cavs to show up. And I know it's more, I do know that it's more complex than that. The Cavs are still figuring out who they are. They're figuring out how to win together. But when you factor that in with, are they really trying tonight or are they really focused tonight? That's where it feels like the kick and the skippies.
Yeah, and it's one of those things they obviously know they need to start games off better. I mean, it's not they're going to be shy about that.
They'll tell you.
Yeah,
we know. That's
the dumb thing about this is that they identify things I think better than we do when it comes to just pointing out the faults, pointing out the flaws of a team. Never seen a team be so direct about the things they suck at in these press conferences, but then they don't do anything to fix them. And so we'll see what happens tonight. Well, we've been telling them to start off better for it feels like 10 games now. We'll see if they do it tonight.
216-474-0092. Are the Cavs going to swing the series tonight in their favor? Interesting. CBS Sports now saying the Browns have added 2 ex-players to their staff. I don't know what staff. It could be the front office. I'm assuming the front office staff. This is the time of year where that makes sense.
Yeah.
Ex-NFL linebacker Leroy Reynolds. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Get ready for this name.
I am.
Ex-NFL running back / wide receiver Demetri Felton.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah, right?
Didn't see that coming.
That feels like very early here. Guy that he was playing here like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
That is how it happens in the NFL.
Yeah.
I was kind of happy when I
somewhere.
saw that. I was like, oh, I want people to know Demetri Felton's now in the front office.
Is it the front office? Did you make
Well, it
sure?
says staff. It wouldn't make any sense if it was the coaching staff.
Why
right?
not?
Because it's May and they don't really add new coaches to the staff unless it's like the fellowship, the internships.
Yeah, but they still could, though. You're right in that they don't typically, but like I don't know. I guess I just am thinking about Demetri Felton and the coaching staff, not the front office staff.
Now, I would like to tell you.
You got to start somewhere, right?
The very funny story that I saw, and it's not why I butchered the end of that Eric Vincent interview. So mention our guy Dustin Cuck.
Yeah, here he comes. No, not him. Different guy. Looks just like him. I thought he was coming around the corner.
That guy's got hair.
Yeah, that's what threw me off.
And he's got a little bit of hope. No, okay.
You can see the hope all the way from
You really can. So our guy Dustin lives in the building, and he works for us.
Look at
not
that guy
for
from
us.
behind. He looks just like Dustin.
Yeah. Other than the hair. And he's also
he's
probably about 20 years older.
He's like 3/4 bald, is he not? Or am I too far away?
I think he's 1/4 bald here. This goes back to Jeff Phelps.
Oh, no. Now he kind of looks like Kenny Mayne.
Right.
Once he turns around, he kind of looks like Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne doesn't look 3/4 bald, though.
Well, no. Once he turned around, I saw the hair.
By the way, I don't think
you can see the hair now.
I don't think he looks even 1/4 bald. I think
The one angle looked really, it looked like it was. I'm really far away, guys. I'm not close. But this is what my eyes were telling me.
All right. We got to get those eyes checked, big dog. So
Did you know I'm like legally blind without my contacts?
I did not know that.
Incredibly blind without my. I'm a minus 7 and 7.5.
I don't know what even those numbers mean because I'm so well sighted.
Which means like if this was so many years ago where I didn't have availability to glasses or anything like that, I just wouldn't be able to function as a human. Like if I lose a contact, I'm screwed.
Can you tell me when that happens?
Screwed.
Because I want to start putting things in front of you.
Is that right? Like Kenny Mayne?
Yeah, like Kenny Mayne.
Is this Kenny Mayne?
Dustin
Cuck.
I'm just going to put middle-aged white guys in front of you and say, who is it? Is it Dustin Fox? No.
No.
Hammer? Nope, not him. Nope.
Are you trying
Bieber?
to think of middle-aged white guys?
I ran out after the first two.
This is like asking Mac to name a single female. He spent 5 minutes. He couldn't name a single female. We're like, just one. Just give me one female.
All right, here's the thing.
8 billion people on planet Earth means there's like 4 billion females out there. It took him 5 minutes.
Now, here's why it makes sense. Mac is very single and has been for a very long time. If we asked him to name an anime series, he would have had 5 in 3 seconds. Yeah. Hey, name me a living female.
It's like, I
don't know.
You asked me to name a female that you didn't know. How do I not know what you don't know? My bad.
No.
There's 4 billion females.
The first one you gave was Madeline Klein.
No, I didn't. That was you two talking about it.
What was the first one you gave?
The first one I gave was Michaela Maroney because I thought you guys would forget about
it. Olympian.
Yes,
on a sports show.
Because I thought you would have forgotten it because it was 6 years ago. My bad.
Yeah.
It sounded like you can remember what happened yesterday.
Who went
My
viral
bad.
for doing the smirk face. Yes, we forgot that. All right, name a woman.
Yeah, right now. Name
that
a woman.
He doesn't know.
Go ahead.
Great. Good one. Thanks.
You don't have it.
We gave you a chance to pass the test and beat the allegations, Mac.
Take longer to think.
All right, now come back here. Name a woman he doesn't know.
4 billion
You
on planet
name
Earth.
a woman he doesn't know right now. Get to your room.
Have you met his mom in real life?
Okay.
Have we met his mom?
She's a woman
Kayla,
that he might not know.
Don't set us
That's
up
the
like that.
easiest one.
Have you met his
Don't you
mom?
have a little sister? Oh.
Does he have a little sister?
No.
He's never mentioned a little sister.
No. And I'm trying not to make the jokes. I'm not going to do it. Anyways, Destin Cuck's dog almost got attacked by another dog.
Yeah.
And watching him walk his dog around and basically turning his dog into a bit of a simp was very, very funny to me.
How do you turn a dog into a simp?
He was just making sure that dog was nowhere near the other dog who looked like it might. He's got a bulldog.
Yeah.
The other dog might have had 5 pounds on him. It was all talk, all bark, no bite.
All bark,
I could
no
tell.
bite. Yeah.
And he's like, no, Percy. Oh.
Don't dogs, they don't worry about size, right? That's not a thing with dogs? Is that right? Is that right?
Why?
Or did I just make that up?
Why are you giving me that? At the end of a segment.
Dogs are awful at judging how big other dogs are, correct? Is that not a thing? You're laughing like that's not a thing.
No, I'm laughing for completely different reasons.
What's that? Somebody dogging it.
Are you thinking about dogs having sex now? Is that what you're thinking about?
I was thinking about.
Is that what you're thinking about?
I was thinking about people comparing sizes. That's what I was thinking about.
You think the dog is measuring up those sizes?
I think it's men who are bad at measuring up sizes. In case we missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. NBA reporter, writer, and analyst at 320. Great stuff on Cavs Pistons. Not a believer in James Harden. Then we had Lance Riesland, Cleveland.com's very own, and of course 92.3 The Fan's very own, at 4 talking rookie minicamps. Big believer in KC Concepcion.
Big believer in KC Concepcion.
Now you see KC throughout the first pitch tonight, right?
Oh, yeah, you know what? I did see that, and I thought it was nice because he doesn't have to actually catch the pitch.
This is the way you make sure no dropsies?
That's the win. Yeah, that's the win.
Stole my drop. You saw the joke coming down the way. Good job out of you. That was a good. Proud of you. And Eric Vincent of Clutch Points, Pistons writer, coming up. Was at 6 o'clock. Great stuff with him. If you guys missed a moment of our show today, you guys can watch back the entire thing on YouTube, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. As always, make sure to hit subscribe. And, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked here. Let's get to In Case You Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with a story around the Brewers, oddly enough. CC Sabathia gets inducted into the Wall of Fame that they have there. You're giving that look. And you're right to give that look. The internet gave that look as well. So CC Sabathia, as we know, got 17 starts in a Brewers uniform. He went 11-2, 1.62 ERA, 7 complete games, 3 shutouts. He was awesome. And then, it catapulted them to making the playoffs. In that playoff game, he stunk up the joint.
Yeah.
Could not have played worse. He was exceptionally bad. It was what it was. But I guess 17 starts is now all it takes to get into the Brewers Wall of Fame.
Is he calling around asking to be inducted into these things?
I think it's kind of like once you get into the Hall of Fame, like the big Hall of Fame, anybody that had any association with you wants to put you in their Hall of Fame? Is that all that is? I'm not really sure.
Like, it's funny, half of his time in New York, Yankees fans hated him because he was hurt, and then he was too skinny to be good. That's like he had to get fat again to be good at pitching for the Yankees.
Yeah.
And of course, the Brewers thing, it's just maddening.
So, yeah, Twitter's all sorts of people on Twitter are like, this is embarrassing. How does this even happen? He only played 17 starts. Is that all it takes? I kind of agree with Twitter on this.
And by the way, didn't they not even get to the NLCS?
No.
I think they got to the second round.
I'd have to go back and look exactly where. I thought they just made it through the first round. Didn't even make it through the first round. Just made the first round.
I think you might be right. Yeah,
because he only had the one start.
Because they were comparing that team to the Harvey Wallbangers team, and then they didn't.
I think it was like the first year in 20 that the Brewers had made the postseason.
Yeah.
Though it'd been a long time, and I think that was kind of why they revere him in such a way. But it's 17 starts. Like, have more, whatever you want to call it, for your Wall of Honor.
Have more honor?
Something.
It's just a wall now.
Something. Think about it this way. The Guardians, and a Wall of Honor is different than retiring a number, but retiring a number for the Guardians, you have to make it to the Hall of Fame. That's one of their rules. There's a standard there. There's something that's set that you have to do, not just pitch half of a season with the team.
Even the center field plaques. If you go, find me a Slappy in the center field plaques. I love, actually, when we take the girls there, if they're a little overstimulated, I'll just take them down there and we'll read the plaques, and I can tell them about
Heritage Park is a real joy.
And but find me the guy that started 17 starts for the Cleveland Indians at some part.
All right, so now I want to find out which one is who is the worst player at Heritage Park.
This is going to upset somebody.
There's 48 members with dedicated plaques. Okay, They have a Cooperstown Legends section, so obviously that we're not going to be fishing from there, right? There's an historical markers selection.
Is it a Ray Chapman because he died?
Well, so he's got a tribute. He's in the historical marker section.
Okay.
I don't know that counts the same way.
I don't think we can attack the people who died here.
No,
that doesn't feel right.
No.
All right, so they're not Hall of Famers, and they're not there because they died. Who's on the Who's the worst of the next 30?
I know. I'm trying to find. And what's odd is the list I'm looking at does not name
war.
Well, it doesn't name anywhere close to 48 people. Is the problem?
Is Pat Tabler there? Let's take him down a peg. He's still alive.
In the list of Team Hall of Fame guys, it's like Kenny Lofton, Albert Bell. Okay, those guys are all good. And then it's got a brick wall commemorating the top 100 players from the team's first century.
This would be by the way,
what is this brick wall?
By the way, it would be more truthful for the Indians to have put Marquise Grissom in center field out there in Heritage Park.
Yeah.
Because he was here for a full year. He was your 7-hitter, but still. And that team went to the damn World Series and was 1 inning away from winning the damn World Series. That is a more accurate Hall of Fame or whatever, Wall of Fame honor than a dude who played 17 games for you.
Okay, Andrew Miller.
No. I think he belongs there.
I mean, so it's like
he's the best
kind of
reliever in baseball for 3.5 years.
I'm trying to think of guys that
John Lucroy.
What could have been?
Kenny Lofton, but only based off 2007. They specify they're Kenny's 2 first tours, and this other plaque is for just being traded for Max Ramirez and losing in the ALCS. Still more of an accomplishment.
I'm actually going through it, and it was hard to even find the list to be honest. But going through it, the Guardians have a pretty high bar for people that they put in here.
Yes,
a lot of older guys, obviously too.
A lot of honor.
Yeah. It sounds like they're pretty fast and loose with the guys. If you played 1890 to 1930,
yeah,
they're pretty fast and loose with those guys. There's a lot
Give me the
of them
name.
in there.
Give me the
Jesse Burkett
of the Toledo Burketts.
Joe Sewell.
Oh, Sully.
Charlie Jameson.
Oh, Chuck Jammo.
Good old Bill Bradley, third baseman.
Oh,
everyone knows Bill Bradley.
Yeah.
They're playing a little fast and loose with maybe some of those guys.
How do you know?
Maybe just a little bit.
Is it just because the
Addie
overwhelming
Joss.
amount?
There's a lot of
Addie
them.
Joss I think he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, no, but there's a lot of them is the point. There's a lot of them.
Are you going to whittle 5 off by the end of the show?
I might just I'm knocking the Ken Keltners out of the one by one.
Oh, you were pissing people off about Ken Keltner. We got a lot of Ken Keltner love in this town.
There's a lot of them.
All right, Browns quarterback Shedeur Sanders let a Bedford high school senior and his date borrow his Mercedes Maybach for prom night. How many people are you letting borrow your car, JP?
Who wants to borrow my car?
No, my point is
nobody wants to borrow my car.
It was some kid that Shedeur let his $100,000 car.
Going to borrow my 4-banger?
Well, no, I think that's my point.
How embarrassing!
If some kid was like, Nick, you're my favorite radio host, can I borrow your Ram truck?
Okay.
I would say, no, you can't.
But it's different. Okay, now I don't want to insult Ram trucks now because
or Nick Wilson.
Well,
I like how you went to Ram truck there.
I don't want to insult the good people at Ram trucks, but Maybach it's a lot different than a Ram. If you have a Lamborghini, if you have a high end premium car.
Yeah. Yeah. You say that from over in 4-banger land?
It's going to be different. It's going to be different.
I think my point is,
it's going to be different.
I don't have a Mercedes Maybach.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to let anyone borrow my car.
But I think
Vanessa drives my truck
to.
Some days, and I hate it.
You'd be more likely to if you knew you had just a really awesome, sweet car that was... Sorry.
Because I have an awesome,
your car.
sweet truck.
Your car's very awesome. It is.
My truck could eat your car.
Yeah, I'm sure it could.
And then it'd crap out a better car.
I think so. You might be right about that. But, there's a difference between pulling up in a Maybach and
I think you're missing the point.
A truck.
The point is, that if you're Shedeur, how do you get to a point where you just lend some 18-year-old kid a damn $100,000 car?
I think when you have so much money that a $100,000 car, if it got wrecked, it doesn't even phase you.
When do we get to that part of life?
I don't think we do. I think Shedeur does.
Okay.
I don't think we do.
But what if I want to get to that part of life?
The idea is that if it's a $200,000 car, he's like, well, if it gets wrecked, it gets wrecked. That is what it is. But I felt I wanted to give them this experience so bad, and that's what I do.
It's the same thing.
It's a nice thing by Shedeur.
It's the same thing Dan Rossini's husband thought when he sent her on that girl's vacation. She gets wrecked.
Oh, jeez.
That poor guy.
I can't believe the photo of them just kissing on Mother's Day.
Yeah. Makes you wonder if he liked it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah.
Maybe he and the Cavs belong in that chair together.
It was a big win for the could be an open marriage relationship.
And also a big loss for people who are like, he's been setting this up for years. He knows about this.
Also, my newly discovered one that I laid on you last week about maybe the crime is bigger than the cover-up.
So there's a dead body somewhere?
This also points to that potentially.
All right. Big thanks to Kayla Cole-John on the board. Yes. No thanks to Mac Robinson. Not on the board. Boo. No, we kid. Mac took on a different role today with Jake out. He did a great job there. We appreciate you, Mac. Just teasing. Katie Pollock, her intern. Great stuff out of them.
Can you say the intern's name?
You say it.
I want to give you the honor. You're the number one.
No.
You're the number one. It means more if you say the name than if I say the name.
I'm very humble. I don't believe it. She's such a nice girl.
She's very nice.
How did we forget her?
Wanted to give her a shout out.
She's been out of the studio for 5 seconds.
Would have been really nice.
I remembered the name
It's been really nice.
until right now.
Give her that name.
Clarabelle. She did such a great job.
Clarabelle?
All I can think about
Minnie's Bow Tunes?
Yes. The only name.
We read that book every night, by the way. We read Stupid
book.
Clarabelle.
Really? All right. Good stuff, JP.
Yeah, all right, have fun. We'll see you tomorrow.
Go Cavs! Where are they going?